Chapter 49-29. It was too fast. With just one punch, the body of the second desolate elder, who was in the middle stage, exploded. His body and soul were destroyed. In just 2 short breaths, they had seen 2 powerful desolate elders who were not weaker than them die. The desolate elders from the Hell Mosquito clan and the Space Rat clan trembled violently. At this moment, the last trace of hope in their hearts had completely disappeared. An indescribable chill rose from their backs. As if they had a telepathic connection, they begged for mercy at the same time. Roar! Yi Xian, can you stop now? In just 2 short breaths, you have already killed 2 middle-stage desolate elders. No matter what your reason is, this should be enough. If it is for resources, we can give up everything and let you take it away, except for our clansmen and ancestral lands. But if it is just to vent your anger, is the death of 2 middle-stage desolate elders not enough to calm your anger? If you don't like the Heavenly Tao Alliance, we can represent the alliance of 10,000 races to withdraw and join the Magic Hall instead. That's right. Back in the first universe of the 3 main starry skies, we, the Hell Ant clan and the Space Rat clan, had formed an alliance with you. We have old friendships between us. In the ancestral lands of the alliance of 10,000 races, there are still many powerful beings and desolate elders in hibernation. If we join the Magic Hall, we will definitely be a powerful force that can greatly increase the strength of the Magic Hall. Think about it. Don't continue to be so crazy. If we join forces, both sides will benefit. There will be more benefits. Roar. Facing the 2 old fellows begging for mercy, Bao Yuan did not even bother to reply. He raised his head and roared. His gaze swept across and landed on the Space Rat clan's desolate elder. If these 2 old fellows knew what Yi Xian's true intentions were, they probably wouldn't have begged for mercy like this. In the end, they would still die. Before they died, they were still so humble, but they still couldn't change the outcome. It was completely meaningless. It was simply stifling. Bang! An earth-shattering sound was heard. In the flame sphere that covered 10 billion miles, the energy raged even more violently. Almost at the same time Bao Yuan glanced at Huang Zun of the Void Rat clan, the 8 figures moved at the same time. In the blink of an eye, they arrived around Bao Yuan and threw a punch, the flesh and blood exploded, and a bloody mist filled the air. However, it only lasted for less than half a breath before it was put away by Bao Yuan with a wave of his hand and sent into the farmer god cauldron in his body. In the blink of an eye, the 3rd desolate sovereign had perished, and only this old fellow from the hellish ant clan remained. Screech, Yi Xian, don't push me too far. This is a sealed space. It's only 10 billion kilometers away. Originally, he still had a glimmer of hope in his heart. He thought that he and the old monster Huang Zun from the Space Rat clan had lowered themselves and were willing to give up everything, even bringing the entire alliance of 10,000 races to join the Magic Hall. If nothing unexpected happened, they should be able to find a chance to survive. But at this moment, as the old monster Huang Zun from the Space Rat clan was killed by a single punch, his heart was finally filled with despair. A bloody light flashed in his eyes, and the aura emitted from this old fellow's body instantly became berserk, becoming incomparably chaotic. Since they were all going to die, then before they died, they had to at least let their opponents suffer a little. Otherwise, they would truly be unwilling. At this moment, he did have the thought of self-destructing. Moreover, it was to self-destruct both his divine soul and physical body at the same time. As a mid-stage 6th-order desolate sovereign, if he were to disregard everything and simultaneously self-destruct both his divine soul and his physical body, the terrifying energy that would erupt in that instant could be imagined. According to his estimation, even if he couldn't severely injure his opponent, he would at least be able to injure him slightly. In this way, he would at least be satisfied. Self-destruct? It doesn't matter. Just as he finished speaking, the voice of Bao Yuan's divine sense rang out. Unfortunately, even if you self-destruct, you won't be able to hurt me. Whoosh! Swish, swish, swish. Almost at the same time, an incomparably sharp sound of breaking through the air rang out. Although the figure of Bao Yuan stood still, the other 2 Blood Sea clones, the 4 heavenly kings, and the old pig demon, a total of 7 figures, moved together. In the blink of an eye, they arrived around the hell ant Huang Zun. Without any hesitation, they opened their arms and punched out. No, bam. This scene happened too quickly. The infernal ant, Huang Zun, was caught off guard. He didn't even have the time to self-destruct. He raised his head and let out a shocking roar. 7 gigantic fists with majestic power that made one's hair stand on end had already landed on his body. In the blink of an eye, his entire body, which was tens of thousands of miles long, directly exploded into a rapidly spreading scarlet blood mist. With a wave of his hand, the violent ape, who was standing in the distance, released an incomparably majestic and formless chi force. It swept over, absorbed into his body, and sent into the cauldron. At the bottom of the volcano in the central region of space, the blood essence condensation began. At this point, this battle came to an end. In less than 10 breaths of time, the 4 desolate elders from the space mouse, the hell ant, the giant ferocious, and the evil spirit slime were completely killed. Their bodies exploded into a bloody mist, and their souls were destroyed. They were taken away by Yi Xian and sent into the Shenong cauldron. Previously, after the end of the great battle in the primordial chaos void, the number of desolate sovereign blood essence in Yi Xian's hands had already reached 6. Now that he had killed 4 more desolate sovereigns in this battle, he only needed to refine the majestic blood mist formed by their bodies into blood essence. At that time, the total number of desolate sovereign blood essence in Yi Xian's hands would reach a total of 10. If he did not consider other materials, once he successfully refined them, Yi Xian was confident that he could produce 6 level 30 Heavenly Dao treasure pellets. However, the Heavenly Dao treasure pellet was too shocking. It was impossible to refine it in the primordial chaos void because it was suppressed by the Heavenly Dao. If he wanted to refine the Heavenly Dao treasure pellet, he had to go to the primordial chaos void. However, even if he could successfully refine the level 30 Heavenly Dao treasure pellet there, he had to go through the baptism of the primordial chaos void's laws after the pellet was refined. It was hard to predict how many would be left after 6 pellets were refined. Even Yi Xian was a little nervous about this. In fact, even if the desolate sovereign blood essence was enough, and even exceeded his expectations, he was still unable to refine the level 30 Heavenly Dao treasure pellet. This was because there was still one more important material that had not been deduced. In other words, the pill formula of the level 30 Heavenly Dao treasure pellet was still a little unclear. The last material is definitely no trifling matter. If there are no accidents, it is very likely that it will not be deduced in the primordial chaos void. Upon thinking of this, Bao Yuan's eyes flashed with a cold glint as a look of worry appeared on his face. This is because in the primordial chaos void, the Heavenly Dao realm is the highest realm. Due to the suppression of the Heavenly Dao, it is absolutely impossible for the core material to successfully refine the level 30 Heavenly Dao treasure pellet to exist here. Since it does not exist, how can it be deduced successfully? This last step can only be completed in the primordial chaos void. Chapter 4930. Walala, phew. With a thought from Yi Xian, the 9-colored fireball that enveloped the surrounding void, sealing an area of 10 billion kilometers, instantly collapsed, turning back into a 9-colored sea of flames. Following that, it rapidly condensed into a single point and was absorbed into Yi Xian's body with a wave of his hand. Turning around, the surrounding void was silent. Although this was the central zone of the Myriad Race Alliance's stellar domain, there was not a single trace of experts from the various races in sight. Previously, the fireball formed by the 9-colored sea of flames had enveloped a vast void that spanned 10 billion kilometers, trapping the 4 desolate supremacies from the spatial rat, hell ant, giant ferocious, and evil spirit slime races within, preventing them from escaping. But in fact, this 9-colored sea of flames did not block out sound. When they were killed one after another, the roars and pleas of the 4 old guys were all heard by the experts of the alliance of 10,000 races in the surrounding stars. Including the fact that they had perished, it was also immediately known. These were 4 extremely powerful primordial supremacies, but in less than 10 seconds, they were completely annihilated. Even their bodies exploded into a bloody mist. Their bodies and souls were destroyed, and they were absorbed by the magic hall's master, Yi Xian. Such terrifying power and iron-blooded killing methods instantly shocked the entire vast stellar domain. At that moment, in the various inhabited stars of the myriad race alliance's stellar domain, countless experts from the various races of the first universe were prostrated on the ground. Their bodies were trembling, and they did not even dare to breathe. Some of the weaker existences had already fainted from fright. However, this was not shameful. Against 8 powerful peak desolate supremacies and half-step heavenly Tao realm existences, even the dozen or so mighty figures of the primordial era that still existed in this stellar domain did not dare appear. No matter how terrible the performance of the other experts was, it was still reasonable. Roar. Roar. Screech. Why is it so quiet? What happened here? Where's the magic hall's master? Where's Yi Xian? Rumble. At that moment, from the depths of this stellar domain, a shocking roar suddenly sounded. There was also the sound of divine perception. Accompanied by the rumbling of thunder in the void, it rapidly spread out. A cold light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. With a wave of his hand, the skeleton body and black fog body appeared. The 4 heavenly kings and pig spirit moved and stood to his left and right. The 8 peak desolate supremacies were once again lined up in the void. Then, they looked into the depths of the stellar domain. All of a sudden, several powerful auras appeared out of thin air. They were all paragons of the ancients, and their numbers were still increasing. When the Heavenly Law Alliance was first established, the 3 great alliances that had formed the Heavenly Law Alliance had each built a directional wormhole in the depths of the star domains that each of them occupied. Once any of the Heavenly Tao Alliance's forces were in trouble, the upper echelons of the other 2 forces, and even their regular armies, would be able to rush to their aid immediately. Just now, the news of the Master of the Magic Hall's arrival had clearly been spread by some of the upper echelons of the Myriad Races Federation. Therefore, the primordial supremacies of the Star Alliance and the Human Race Federation had arrived one after another. They had indeed come quickly enough, but in the end, they were still a step too late. Yi Xian had already expected this. With 8 against 1, he killed them one by one. In a short 10 breaths of time, everything was over. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At this moment, the existence that had descended from the wormhole in the deepest part of the star field had clearly captured Yi Xian's aura. At the same time that the voice of the divine sense fell, a faint sound of breaking through the air rang out. One figure after another shot out from the depths of the star field with a shocking momentum. They were very fast. They were not far from Yi Xian to begin with. In just a few breaths, they entered Yi Xian's line of sight. Among the 2 forces that formed the Heavenly Tao Alliance, the Star Alliance was the first to arrive after receiving the news. Because at this moment, the 5 figures that had just entered Yi Xian's field of vision were clearly acquaintances of Yi Xian. Moreover, they weren't ordinary acquaintances. They'd already been beaten up several times, and every time, they'd be beaten up until they fled in a sorry state, like stray dogs. Among the 5 figures, the leader was a demonic beast named Unicorn. It was tens of thousands of miles long, and its whole body was surrounded by raging demonic flames. It looked extremely powerful. It was the Scarlet Unicorn. Its cultivation strength had now reached the 8th order of the ancients. It was only one step away from reaching the 9th order perfection, the peak of the desolate supremacy. Beside it, there was a fellow who was only half a figure behind. It was also tens of thousands of miles long, but it was extremely narrow and long. Its whole body was pitch black, and there was a billowing demonic aura that was as black as ink surging out of its body. This fellow was the 9 netherworld demon crocodile. Its cultivation strength was the same as the Scarlet Unicorn. It had also reached the 8th order desolate supremacy. It could be said that it was extremely powerful. Behind the 2 of them, the other 3 figures were flying side by side in the void. They were the desolate supremacy old monster, the 9-headed blood dragon, the azure rock, and the blood-devouring war lion from the former top 3 clans of the second universe. The 9-headed blood dragon and the azure rock had just broken through and entered the desolate supremacy realm before entering the void of this desolate world fragment. When Yi Xian fought with them last time, The cultivation strength of these two old guys was only at the first-order desolate supremacy realm. But now, they were already at the second-order desolate supremacy realm. Moreover, their auras were extremely solid. They must have broken through a long time ago and were not far from the third-order desolate supremacy realm. As for the blood-devouring warlion, in fact, he had not entered the true desolate supremacy realm. He was just a desolate ancient supreme. However, at this time, he had obviously activated the bloodline ability of the 9 transformation of the wild lion. Now, the cultivation aura that was emitted from his body had reached the 6th-order desolate supremacy realm. He was only one step away from entering the late 7th-order desolate supremacy realm. Compared to the 9-headed blood dragon and the azure rock, he was much stronger. Everyone was already familiar with each other, but even these 5 old guys only knew that Yi Xian had 3 Blood Sea avatars and 2 electronic avatars. The last time he went to the Tianji clan, Yi Xian only brought 2 electronic avatars. Therefore, in their impression, there were only 5 powerful peak desolate supremacies in the magic hall. But at this moment, there were 8 peak desolate supremacies in front of them, lined up in a row. The 2 additional electronic avatars and the old pig demon were completely out of their expectations. Because of this, when the bloody unicorn, the 9 hell demon crocodile, the 9-headed blood dragon, the azure rock, and the blood-devouring war lion came from the deepest part of the star domain in front of them and quickly approached, the 5 old guys glanced over and were stunned at first. Then, their expressions changed drastically and they gasped at the same time. I was wondering who it was. It turns out that they are all old acquaintances. A cold smile appeared on Bao Yuan's face when he saw this scene, and a wisp of ridicule and disdain slowly formed on the corners of his mouth. However, the words he spoke clearly revealed a wisp of indolence that was dense to the point of being impossible to disperse. Long time no see. Fellow Taoists. How have you been? Chapter 49-31. Seeing the 5 silhouettes in the distance, a cold smile appeared on Bao Yuan's face. A hint of mockery and disdain slowly appeared at the corner of his mouth. Even the words that came out of his mouth clearly revealed a thick sense of laziness. I was wondering who it was. So it's an old acquaintance. Fellow Taoists, how have you been? Upon hearing this, the faces of the scarlet unicorn, 9 netherworld demon crocodile, 9-headed blood dragon, azure sky rock, and blood-devouring battle lion instantly turned dark. The master of the magic hall actually had 4 electronic doppelgangers, and all of them were half-step into the heavenly Tao realm at the peak of the supreme of the ancient stage 9. In that case, in addition to his 3 blood sea doppelgangers, he alone represented 7 half-step heavenly Tao realm experts. How were they supposed to compete? He was practically immortal. Unless it was the heavenly Tao realm Heaven's legacy beast that D had fused with the power of the entire heavenly Tao realm, who could be his match? Furthermore, it had only been a short time since they last met, and this fellow had gotten another black-skinned old pig from somewhere. Although it looked a little unreliable and had a long pig nose that almost reached the sky, its cultivation level was not to be underestimated. Including him, there were now 8 half-step heavenly Tao realm experts in the magic hall. This level of strength had far surpassed the Heavenly Tao Alliance. If not for the fact that there were still some mighty figures and ancient desolate supremacies in the ancestral lands of the various clans that formed the Heavenly Tao Alliance, the entire Heavenly Tao Alliance simply did not have the qualifications to compete with the magic hall. Swish! Swish, swish, swish. Right at this moment, in the direction of the distant star domain's hinterland, an extremely sharp sound pierced the air again. Turning around, a total of 7 silhouettes were coming together. The 7 silhouettes all looked like normal humans, but there were clearly only 4 of them who were real humans. Among the other 3, D-Air was a mechanical electronic life form. Although the other 2 had transformed into human appearances, the aura that emanated from their bodies was as violent and majestic as the ferocious beasts in space. The 2 of them looked to be around 60 years old. One was in a black robe, while the other was in a white robe. The white-robed man's complexion was as dark as the bottom of a pot, while the black-robed man's complexion was as white as jade. It was quite an interesting contrast. If he was not mistaken, those two old fellows must have come from the former headquarters of the 10,000 Luo Federation, the Temple of Glory, one of the three factions of the present human federation. Their true form was that of a feral star. As for their cultivation, they were all in the seventh order venerable desolate realm. Not bad, they had all entered the late-stage venerable desolate realm. Other than D-Air and the two elders who had transformed into ferocious beasts, the other four were all real humans. There were 3 men and 1 woman, and they all looked to be in their 60s. These 4 people should be from the Eternal Dynasties Su Laogu and the 10 Absolute Celestial Palaces Tianju Palace. In terms of cultivation strength, the 4 of them were all late-stage Desolate Supremes. They were all in the 7th level of this realm. Among the 7 of them, 6 of them were late-stage Desolate Supremes. Although D-Air was only in the first order venerable desolate realm, he had the automaton race in his hands. Tens of millions of his people fused into 2 gigantic automaton beasts. Their cultivation strength had even surpassed the 7th order Desolate Supremes, reaching the peak of the 9th order, half a step into the heavenly path realm. Therefore, although D-Air's cultivation strength was the weakest among the 7 Desolate Supremes of the Human Federation, in reality, D-Air was the one who took the lead. Obviously, he was the one who made the decisions among the 7 of them. Of course, part of the reason was because the other 6 Desolate Supremes did not like worldly affairs and did not care about worldly affairs. After the 6 of them brought the immortal 9 stars, Tianju Palace, and the Temple of Glory to this chaotic world fragment, they had not shown themselves. To the outside world, it was said that they were carrying out some important arrangements. However, this time, they had suddenly descended and appeared together for the first time. It was unknown whether it was because the so-called important arrangements had been completed, or because they had realized the great crisis facing the alliance of 10,000 tribes, so they temporarily put this matter aside and rushed over together with D-Air. At this moment, with the arrival of the 7 Desolate Supremes, the Heavenly Path Alliance's Desolate Supremes had reached 12. Unfortunately, this was meaningless. So what if it was 8 against 12? If they really fought, they would still not be a match. After all, the 8 Desolate Supremes on the Magic Hall's side were all half-step Heavenly Path Realm Desolate Supremes. Of course, in this situation, although 7 of the 12 Desolate Supremes were ferocious beasts, if they were killed, Yi Xian would instantly obtain 7 Desolate Supremes' blood essences. Oh, right, excluding the blood-devouring war lion, there were only 6 Desolate Supremes. But that was just a thought. It was impossible for it to become a reality. In the situation of 8 against 12, not to mention the 2 late-stage 7th order old monsters from the Temple of Glory, even the initial stage 9-headed Blood Worm and Azure Sky Rock would be difficult for Yi Xian to kill. It was basically impossible. At the very least, in the current situation, it was absolutely impossible. Therefore, Yi Xian was not interested in the upcoming battle with these old guys. Even he, who had the advantage in terms of combat power, was not interested. The Heavenly Path Alliance's side that had arrived one after another. Naturally, the 12 Desolate Supremes did not need to be mentioned. In fact, the 12 of them did not look good at the moment. Their mood was extremely heavy, because ever since they arrived, they had not seen the 4 Desolate Supremes from the Space Rat, Hell Ant, Giant Ferocious, and Evil Spirit Slime races. Even when they searched with their divine sense, they could not find any trace of them. On the contrary, there was a faint fishy smell in the air. Moreover, the energy fluctuations did not seem to have completely calmed down. All of this indicated that a shocking battle had just happened here. If that was the case, since the battle had ended and the master of the Magic Hall was still here, looking very relaxed, it was easy to imagine what had happened to the 4 Desolate Supremes from the Space Rat, Hell Ant, Giant Ferocious, and Evil Spirit Slime races. Those were 4 powerful Supreme Ancients. When the Star Alliance and the Human Federation received the news of the sudden change in the Alliance, they immediately rushed over through the directional wormhole in the depths of the Star region. The total time from beginning to end was definitely not more than 100 breaths. In such a short period of time, all 4 exalts of the primordial era had perished, and it was even to the extent that the battlefield had been cleaned up as if it had been licked clean. Merely this alone allowed one to determine how terrifying the joint forces of these 8 half-step Heavendao experts were. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the 12 desolate supremes from the Heavenly Path Alliance who were standing in a row 10 billion miles away from the opposite side of the void subconsciously turned their heads and exchanged glances. Although there was anger in their eyes, the expression on their faces clearly showed a deep sense of helplessness. Sigh. Shaking his head and sighing, it was D-Air who stepped forward. His gaze swept over the crowd and landed on Bao Yuan. He laughed bitterly. Little friend Yi, you've really played me until I don't know whether to laugh or cry. Chapter 49-32. The words, little friend Yi, immediately reminded Yi Xian of the days on the Immortal Star. Imperial Preceptor D-Air clearly wanted to play the emotional card. Unfortunately, Yi Xian did not intend to pay attention to him at all. The world had changed. Even the Immortal 9 stars had all moved to this piece of chaos void. What was there to talk about in the past? Moreover, even at that time, Imperial Preceptor D-Air and the Immortal Emperor might not have taken care of Yi Xian. To put it bluntly, this emotional card was not only wishful thinking on D-Air's part, but also shamelessly trying to curry favor with him. Clan leader D-Air, I don't seem to be that close to you. It's better not to mention little friend Yi. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Bao Yuan's face immediately showed a touch of coldness. His eyes fell on D-Air as he slowly said, we're all sensible people. It's better to be direct. Is there any point in playing these twists and turns? He clearly did not give them face and even slapped them in the face. The others' faces immediately darkened. The aura in their bodies surged, ready to attack at any time, but they were forcefully suppressing themselves. What? Do you want to fight? Bao Yuan's eyes flashed, and his face revealed a ferocious expression. He raised his right arm and waved. Come. There are 12 of you. I'll only send 6 people. 1 against 2, 1 against all of you. Little friend Yi, you must be joking. In the current situation, there's no need for a big battle between our Heavenly Dao Alliance and your magic hall, right? D-Air was obviously very shrewd. Facing Yi Xian's slap in the face, he was not embarrassed at all. He still had a kind smile on his face. Halfway through his words, he suddenly changed the topic. By the way, little friend Yi, where are the 4 friends from the Space Rat, Hell Ant, Giant Ferocious, and Evil Slime clans? How did they disappear in such a short time? Why ask when you already know the answer? Yi Xian had never liked this kind of old fox. Since the other party liked to pretend, he would expose them. As soon as D-Air finished speaking, Bao Yuan rolled his eyes and replied unceremoniously, you're 1 step too late. Those 4 old guys have already been killed by me. I was going to visit the Star Alliance again. Speaking of this, a bright light flashed in Bao Yuan's eyes. He raised his hand and pointed at the 9-headed blood dragon, Cyan Sky Rock, and the other 2. These 5 old fellows were the second target. Unfortunately, you guys rushed over before I could move. This was too arrogant. He actually dared to say such words in front of them, completely ignoring them. It was as if in his eyes, the 9-headed blood dragon and the other 5 desolate venerable old monsters were clearly prey that could be slaughtered at will. Screech. Ruthless, ruthless, ruthless. Most people wouldn't be able to withstand such humiliation, let alone Supreme Huanggu. Just as Bao Yuan finished speaking, the 5 old fellows raised their heads and roared at the same time, especially the Crimson Unicorn, the 9 Hell Demon Crocodile, and the blood-devouring War Lion. After all, the Crimson Unicorn and the 9 Hell Demon Crocodile were now late-stage desolate venerables. They were full of confidence. Although they couldn't defeat the half-step heavenly way at the great perfection of rank 9, they wouldn't die. If they were careful, the possibility of being seriously injured was not high. Although the blood-devouring War Lion hadn't reached late-stage desolate venerable, the War Lion clan had a fiery temper. At this time, such a strong reaction was expected. On the other hand, the 9-headed blood dragon and the Cyan Sky Rock were too weak. They were only early-stage desolate venerable. If they were unlucky and encountered a half-step heavenly way at the great perfection of rank 9, not to mention being seriously injured, they might even die. On the other hand, because these 2 old fellows had been abused by Yi Xian many times, It had already left a psychological shadow in their hearts that couldn't be erased. Therefore, at this moment, even if they were humiliated in public, their faces were full of indignation. However, they didn't dare to roar too loudly and felt a little guilty. "Awoo, could it be that you're still not convinced? Come, 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 I'm the pig tyrant of the magic hall. I'm the number 1 pig under the head." Seeing this scene, the pig spirit jumped out on the spot. He stood on his hind legs and put his left front paw on his waist. His right paw pointed at the 5 of them, including Bloody Unicorn and the 9 Gloom Demon Alligator. His long pig nose almost pierced the sky. With a face full of arrogance, he said, "If you're not convinced, then come up. I, Pig Spirit, will take on the 5 of you and kill all of you." "Damn this black-skinned pig, you're too arrogant. I've seen arrogant people, but I've never seen such an arrogant person. I can't hold it in anymore. Roar, roar." Bloody Unicorn, the 9 Gloom Demon Alligator, and the blood-devouring War Lion couldn't hold it in anymore. At the same time, they roared loudly and were about to rush out. The atmosphere in the void instantly became tense. A great battle was about to break out. "Everyone, please calm down." At the critical moment, D-Air spoke again. He turned his head to look at the blood-colored Kirin, the 9 Gloom Demon Crocodile, and the others. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. "I'm sure all of you are aware of the current situation in this void. Even if the Heavenly Law Alliance and the Magic Hall don't go to war, many years later, we'll all face extremely dangerous situations. At that time, once the Heavenly Law beast that fused with the entire Heavenly Law clan recovers from its injuries and comes out of seclusion, it won't be good news for us. No matter whether his first target is the Magic Hall or the Heavenly Law Alliance, there's no need to say. Everyone understands that Di's goal is to dominate one side. No matter whether he first destroys the Magic Hall or the Heavenly Law Alliance, the remaining side will be his next target. Under such circumstances, we don't have much time left. A few years will pass in the blink of an eye. If the Heavenly Law Alliance and the Magic Hall start a war again, any losses will worsen the situation that we'll face in the next few years. Speaking of this, D-Air's eyes flashed and his expression became serious. He turned to look at Bao Yuan and sighed softly. "Little friend Yi, no matter what your motive was for killing the 4 fellow cultivators from the Space Rat, Hell Ant, Giant Ferocious, and Evil Slime clans from the alliance of 10,000 clans, we are not willing to investigate, because there's no meaning to it. Even if the Heavenly Law Alliance and the Magic Hall have a grudge, the previous killing should be enough to smooth things over. Little friend Yi, it's said that there's no time like the present. Today, it's rare that the 12 Baron Supremes of the Heavenly Law Alliance are gathered here. I'm willing to be the mediator and resolve the grudge and misunderstanding between the Heavenly Law Alliance and the Magic Hall. You and I are both existences in the Baron Supremacy realm. If there's anything you want to say it openly. If there's no possibility of cooperation, at least you can say it openly. That way, you can avoid another killing in the future. Everyone, this is what I mean now." D-Air turned to the Crimson Unicorn, the 9 Netherworld Demon Crocodile, and the other Baron Supremes of the Heavenly Law Alliance. His expression was rather sincere. "I wonder, what do you think?" Looking at this posture, it seemed that he really had the intention to negotiate. This obviously caught Yi Xin off guard. He frowned slightly and fell into deep thought. Chapter 49-33. In the space opposite them, the Bloody Unicorn, the 9 Netherworld Demon Crocodile, and the rest of the 11 Desolate Supremes fell into deep thought after hearing D-Air's words. D-Air was right. Currently, the situation in the Eldritch World Fragment was extremely grim. The enmity between the Heavenly Dao Alliance and the Tianji clan was unresolvable. Previously, in the 3 main dimensions of the galaxy, they had fought against each other for tens of thousands of years. Under such circumstances, they were indeed unwilling to and should not provoke such an incomparably powerful monster like the Devil Hall. Although the relationship between the Heavenly Dao Alliance and the Magic Hall was extremely tense, there was no enmity that could not be resolved. Furthermore, since the start of the war, whether it was before or after the establishment of the Heavenly Dao Alliance, the Heavenly Dao Alliance had always been at a disadvantage. On the other hand, the magic hall had never been at a disadvantage. Therefore, according to D'Air's words, as long as the higher-ups of the Heavenly Tao Alliance could consider the big picture and forget about the previous enmity, there would be no problem in resolving the enmity in today's peace talk, even if they could not form an alliance with the Magic Hall. After all, since the start of the war, the Magic Hall had always been at an advantage. Resolving the enmity was not unacceptable to the master of the Magic Hall, Yi Xian. After all, he was also facing the huge threat of the Heaven's Mystery Beast coming out of seclusion in a few years' time. The space fell into silence. Everyone was deep in thought. For a moment, it was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. The atmosphere was imperceptibly suffocating. "All right, we can talk. After all, I've killed enough desolate supremes." After a moment, Bao Yuan nodded and agreed to the peace talk. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Just as he finished speaking, Bao Yuan suddenly waved his hand. In an instant, the 3 Blood Sea avatars, including Bao Yuan himself, collapsed at the same time, turning into a majestic blood rain that sprinkled in the air. In the blink of an eye, they merged together and condensed into a single point. Immediately after, this weak blood light suddenly flickered, and a human figure appeared out of thin air. It was Yi Xian's original body. At the same time, the 4 heavenly kings on the left and right also turned into 4 rays of light and shot towards Yi Xian. In the blink of an eye, they drilled into his forehead and disappeared. All of this took a long time to describe, but in reality, it happened in an instant. Only a breath's worth of time or so had passed. 6 of the 8 half-step Heavenly Tao experts that had been lined up in the void had disappeared in an instant. Only Yi Xian and the old pig spirit remained. However, at this moment, Yi Xian was in his normal human form, while the pig spirit's body was millions of miles long. It was incomparably huge and looked extremely out of place. Yi Xian didn't say anything, but he turned to look at Old Pig. The latter understood and snorted. Then his huge body shrank rapidly. In just 2 or 3 breaths, he had turned into a burly man of the human clan. His skin was dark and shiny, and he wore a long robe that exposed his chest. There was a sense of arrogance in his rough appearance. Seeing this scene, the high-level members of the Heavenly Tao Alliance were startled at first, but then their expressions relaxed. At least Yi Xian had expressed his willingness to negotiate and had even revealed his true appearance. For them, this kind of attitude was already giving them a lot of face compared to the usual arrogant style of the master of the Magic Hall. Among the 12 people, the 7 desolate venerable old monsters from the Human Clan Alliance were originally in human form, so there was no need for them to change. However, the 5 desolate venerable old monsters from the Star Alliance were in their bloodline true bodies. At this moment, their bodies were more than millions of miles long, which was very incompatible with the current atmosphere. Obviously, this was extremely inappropriate. After exchanging glances, the 5 desolate venerable old monsters from the Star Alliance, such as Scarlet Unicorn and 9U Demon Crocodile, also changed their forms at the first moment. They turned into human forms, and the atmosphere in the void instantly became harmonious. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Seeing this scene, a smile appeared on D'Air's face. With a wave of his hand, some spiritual fruits and wine jugs instantly shot out and landed in front of everyone, floating in the void. Fellow cultivators, this is the spiritual wine that this old man personally brewed. Even the spiritual fruits are extremely rare. Before entering this void, I picked them from a life star in a fragmented small void. Today, I'll present them to you. Yi Xian glanced at him from the corner of his eyes. He was not interested in the spiritual wine and spiritual fruits in front of him. Although these things were not considered good, compared to the similar resources in Yi Xian's hands, they were obviously not enough. They were more than 1 grade lower. Although the people present were all desolate venerables, Yi Xian was a fierce existence in the Hongmeng Void. At least half of the ferocious beast forbidden grounds and remnant star fields on the right bank of the Milky Way had been explored by him. The spiritual wine and spiritual fruits that he collected were all top-grade items. Compared to him, D'Air was far from enough, however. Although he was not interested in these spiritual fruits and spiritual wine, there was no need to hit a smiling person. since they were going to negotiate, there was naturally no need to hit them in the face. Therefore, although Yi Xian did not look at the spiritual wine and spiritual fruits floating in the void in front of him, he immediately sat cross-legged in the void. He did not say much, but his eyes swept across Air and the others on the opposite side, showing that he was waiting to see how they were going to carry out this peace talk. This kind of attitude, compared to the usual arrogance of the master of the magic hall, was no different than the difference between heaven and earth. However, in fact, Yi Xian's eyes revealed a touch of vigilance and even hostility. The people present were all desolate venerables with keen divine senses, so naturally, they all felt it. At this time, the 12 desolate venerables of the Heavenly Tao Alliance also sat cross-legged in the void 10 billion miles away. The others did not say much. They turned their heads and exchanged glances, frowning slightly, as if they were thinking and muttering. It seemed that they did not have much hope for this so-called peace talk. As for Air, although he also felt the vigilance and hostility in Yi Xian's eyes and attitude, he did not care. He glanced at him and smiled slightly. This time, he did not beat around the bush. He immediately spoke and asked directly, "Little friend Yi, since we have already sat down to negotiate, why are you still so vigilant against me?" To be honest, whether it was at the beginning or after entering this fragment of the void of the untainted land, I don't seem to have any deep grudges with you, right? This was very important. Air still felt a little puzzled about Yi Xian's hostility. Therefore, if this problem was not explained clearly, it would be difficult for the so-called peace talk to really carry out and bring about any practical meaning. It's not only against you, but also it's the same for me. In short, I don't trust you mechanical electronic life forms. The other party went straight to the point. Yi Xian did not plan to, and there was no need for him to hide. As soon as Air finished speaking, he immediately curled his lips and said lightly, "Because Xinghua is not dead yet." Chapter 49-34. What? That's impossible. What a joke. How could Xingbo not be dead? That was tens of thousands of years ago. Speaking of which, when I came out of seclusion, I saw him from afar. This person was obsessed with the spread of human technology. At that time, the 10,000 Luo Federation had not been established, and there was no immortal dynasty. If this person's cultivation was not strong, how could he live until now? Yi Xian, we are sincere in sitting down and negotiating with you. You suddenly brought up Xingbo to talk about this matter. It's completely unrelated. You even said that he's fine. Don't you think that's a bit too much? If you don't want to talk, just leave. It's ridiculous for you to play with us like this. As soon as Yi Xian finished speaking, the 12 barren supremacies from the Heavenly Tao Alliance exploded. The Scarlet Unicorn, the 9 Phantom Demon Crocodile, the 9-headed Blood Dragon, the Azure Rock, and the Blood-Devouring Lion from the Star Alliance were fine. Although they had heard of Xingbo, they did not know much about him. However, the 7 barren supremacies from the Human Federation were different. They were either from the 2 camps of the human race or from the Temple of Glory, which represented the former 10,000 Luo Federation. They were very familiar with Xingbo, the pioneer of human technology. Moreover, as barren supremacies, they had lived for countless years. However, they were either in seclusion or in hibernation to recover. Although they had never met, they were very familiar with Xingbo's name. Among them, there were even 2 old men who had seen Xingbo from afar tens of thousands of years ago when they came out of seclusion. As for Air, he was a mechanical artificial life created by Xingbo. With Xingbo's illustrious reputation in the human clan, it was as if he was a spiritual symbol. Now that Yi Xian had just sat down to negotiate, he actually pulled him out for no reason. These old fellows were naturally enraged, and for a moment, their faces all changed color. Even Air, who had been smiling before, pulled a long face this time. His face was very gloomy. Although he did not shout, it was obvious that he was forcibly restraining himself. Seeing his reaction, Yi Xian had a rough idea of what was going on. As for the reactions of the others, he did not care at all. His gaze was fixed on Air's face. He shook his head and sighed. "It seems that you were also kept in the dark. The outside world has always said that betrayed the human clan and killed its creator, Xinghua. Now it seems that The one who was really abandoned by Xinghua is obviously you, Di Er, and Di is his choice. Little friend Yi, you've gone too far. Seeing that Yi Futian was still going on like this, Di Er's expression became more and more unsightly. He could no longer hide his displeasure. With a flick of his sleeve, he was about to get up. Forget it. Since little friend Yi is not interested in negotiating, let's drop this matter. However, the more he acted this way, the happier Yi Xian became. At this point, they had already spoken. Soon, they would get to the part that he really wanted to know. Yi Xian naturally would not give up and let Di Er leave. Haven't you ever wondered why your mechanical beast was suppressed by the heavenly Tao and failed to break through to the true heavenly Tao realm, but Di succeeded? With a grin, Yi Xian continued, at that time, I was at the scene and saw it clearly. Although you were not there, I'm sure you could have guessed the situation afterward. Haven't you ever doubted it? Upon hearing this, not only Di Er, but everyone was stunned at the same time. Those present were all primordial sovereigns. Naturally, they understood the situation of this eldritch world fragment void. This place included the three main planes of the starry skies, as well as other fragments of the void where life had flourished and no life had flourished. In fact, all of them had been formed by the explosion of the primeval age after the great battle that had erupted in the primeval age. To put it bluntly, they were all void fragments of the eldritch world. Originally, although these void fragments had remnants of the power of the laws, they were not controlled by the eldritch world. The so-called eldritch worlds will seem to have fallen into a deep slumber, but now, as the new primordial era was about to begin, the eldritch world that had yet to truly end was about to descend. Only after the eldritch world completely came to an end and returned to its original state could the new primordial era truly begin. Therefore, whether it was the current three main starry skies of the world or this eldritch world fragment void, the eldritch worlds that had remained dormant for countless years was gradually awakening. The biggest change brought about by this awakening was that the heaven and earth spirit energy in these void fragments became more active. At the same time, the feeling of being controlled by the eldritch worlds became clearer and clearer. And now, the unexpected incarnation of the eldritch worlds will, in other words, the celestial eye, could use most of the awakened eldritch worlds to control this eldritch world fragment. Naturally, it was the same situation in the other void fragments as well, such as the current three main starry skies. The reason why the two human factions and the Temple of Glory had moved all their core ancestral grounds here was because they sensed the changes in the three main starry skies. If there were no accidents, when the will of the untainted heavenly way fully awakened, all the fragments of the void would gather together again, causing the untainted world of the past to reappear. From then on, the untainted world that had yet to truly end would completely end. That would be the end of the previous primordial era, and the new primordial era would begin anew. Of course, that moment had yet to come, and there was still some time. Even now, although the eldritch worlds had yet to fully awaken, most of it had already awakened. With that portion of the heavenly will's power, the celestial eye that was the incarnation of the eldritch worlds was enough to suppress any existence that wanted to reach the heavenly realm. That was the suppression of the heavenly will. Under such suppression, no living being could truly take that step forward and become a heavenly realm existence like the celestial eye. Back then, the mechanical behemoth that Di Er had fused with the entire mechanical race's power had actually reached the true heavenly realm. But at the final juncture, the primeval heavens I had descended, triggering the eldritch worlds to suppress it, easily killing everything and causing Di Er's mechanical race to fail in their attempt to reach the heavenly realm. Ever since then, the desolate supremacies of the various large factions understood one thing. It was impossible for anyone to successfully step into the true heavenly Tao realm in this place. But later on, there was an accident, and that was Di. He had also fused with the entire Tianji race's power, and the celestial beast that he had fused with was slightly weaker than the mechanical beast that Di Er had fused with. But Di had actually succeeded. This was simply inconceivable and unreasonable. Even if Yi Xian didn't mention this matter, Di Er and the others already had a fox heart in their hearts. At this moment, when they heard him suddenly mention this matter with Xing Bo, they were all shocked. Chapter 49-35. To be honest, Di used all the remaining official members of the Tianji clan to fuse with the Tianji beast. Before it advanced, it was even slightly weaker than the mechanical beast you fused with. Turning his head to look at the shocked Di heir, Yi Xian nodded and said, "But he succeeded. That Tianji beast successfully stepped into the true heavenly Dao realm. It did not even suffer any substantial damage from the heavenly Dao lightning tribulation. Otherwise, it would definitely not have been able to recover in just a few years. The reason for this is very simple. It is because the heavenly Daos I was going easy on him. The so-called heavenly Dao lightning tribulation was just a cover-up, a formality. You were not present at that time, so you only had doubts. If you were present and saw everything, you would definitely be as clear as I am." Having said that, Yi Xian did not say anything else. The void fell into silence. Including Di heir, the 12 desolate supremes who were 10 billion miles away were all aghast and shocked. After a full half an hour, Di heir had roughly digested this shocking information and regained his composure. At this time, his face was still full of shock, but the doubt in his eyes was stronger than before. He stared at Yi Xian for a few seconds before he said in a muffled voice, "All right, what you said is indeed reasonable. Now, let's assume that what you said is the truth, but what does all this have to do with Xing Bo? Even if Primeval Heavens I really colluded with Di and secretly went easy on him, allowing Di's Tianji beast to successfully step into the true heavenly Dao realm, it cannot prove that Xing Bo is related to this, much less prove that he is still alive." Whoosh! Before he could finish his words, Yi Xian had already curled his lips and shook his head. At the same time, he waved his right hand and instantly shot out a beam of light. Whoosh! The beam of light shot out, and in the blink of an eye, it spread out in the right void 10 billion miles away. With a strange sound like splashing water, a light screen appeared. Before anyone could react, some images appeared on the light screen. It was a very ancient void. Even though it was just a recorded image, one could feel an incomparably ancient and heavy aura. There were clearly several figures in the void in the image. One of them was Xing Bo, and there was also the Primeval Heaven's Eye and the Netherworld Furnace. At this moment, the Primeval Heaven's Eye in the image suddenly shone with a brilliant green light. A green energy beam shot out from the heavenly Dao's eye, which was even larger than a star. It shot up into the sky, and in the blink of an eye, it was extremely far away in the void above their heads. Rumble, hiss, a world-shaking rumble resounded, and then it was followed by the extremely clear sound of ripping. A rift had been torn open in the primordial void high above them, but it wasn't dark and gloomy. Instead, a wisp of dreamlike starlight poured out from within. It was also at this moment that Xing Bo, who was sitting cross-legged on the other side of the void, suddenly stood up. A smile appeared on his face, but his eyes were shining brightly. He turned his head and glanced at the souls of the 3 people and 1 beast who were standing in the void in the distance as if they were spectators. He nodded slightly, and then glanced at the netherworld furnace that was covered with countless blood-red runes. This old man's plan of stealing the heavens is finally left with the last step. As he spoke, his eyes shifted and fell on the Primeval Heaven's Eye. Then he said, "Don't hesitate. Don't worry, after this old man goes in, this old man will find a way to enter the ancestral planet. As long as I can do this and get that thing, I can take all of you in. The new primordial void era is about to begin. This is your last chance. Otherwise, when the new primordial void era begins, all existences in the last era will be turned into dust. Even if you were the will of the heavenly Tao in the primordial void era, it will be the same. You don't have time and opportunity. Only by joining forces with this old man can we make the last fight." Whoosh! The last sentence seemed to have an effect. As soon as Xing Bo finished speaking, the Primeval Heaven's Eye shot out another beam of cyan light. But this time, it didn't shoot into the sky, but toward the netherworld furnace. In the void, an extremely sharp sound broke through the air. The cyan light was so fast that it reached the outer wall of the netherworld furnace in the blink of an eye and directly penetrated the furnace. The second sound broke through the air almost in the next moment. This time, it was even sharper and resonated with the void. A low buzzing sound that made one's divine soul tremble was heard. At the same time, the countless blood-red runes on the outer wall of the netherworld furnace suddenly lit up and then extinguished at the same time. The aura of the furnace became dim. But a beam of cyan light shot out from the mouth of the netherworld furnace. The beam of light was only about half an inch in diameter. It was insignificant, but the light was extremely bright. It was obviously a dark blood-green color, but it was impossible to look at it directly. Its speed was even faster. It seemed that just as it shot out from the mouth of the netherworld furnace, it had already reached the void crack high in the distance. Xingbo didn't hesitate at all. His figure flashed and disappeared without warning. He turned into an even fainter beam of gray light and followed closely behind the beam of cyan light that shot out. Finally, another sharp sound broke through the air and disappeared in a flash. That extremely thin beam of cyan light, along with the gray light that was Xingbo's figure, entered the void crack high in the sky in the blink of an eye. It directly shot into the light screen of the primordial void law that shrouded the Milky Way star field. A small hole was instantly pierced through the seemingly thin light screen. The energy of the beam of cyan light was exhausted and it directly disappeared. And the faint light that was Xingbo's figure also smoothly passed through the light screen and rushed in. It was too fast. In less than a 10,000th of a second, the small hole that was pierced through by the cyan light screen was closed again. And at this moment, the void crack that was torn apart by the beam of cyan light shot out by the primeval heavens I was also slowly self-repairing and quickly closing. Whoosh! At this point, the image in the light screen disappeared. Along with the strange sound of water splashing, the light screen on the right side of the void 10 billion miles away once again condensed into a point and turned into a light beam that shot toward Yixian. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared from between his eyebrows and disappeared. At this time, in the void 10 billion miles away, D-Air and the other desolate elders from the Heavenly Tao Alliance all had their mouths wide open. Their eyes were wide open, and their eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. At this moment, the shock in their hearts was so great that they even forgot to breathe. The 12 desolate elders, without exception, all felt as if they had just been struck by lightning. Their minds were roaring, and their entire bodies were completely petrified. At this time, Yixian let out a long breath and said slowly, "The image that you saw just now was secretly recorded by me using a secret technique to hide my aura while hiding in the dark." Chapter 49:36. The image you saw just now was secretly recorded by me using a secret technique to conceal my aura while I was hiding in the dark. The line swept across the 12 desolate supremacies of the Heavenly Tao Alliance who were dumbstruck from the immense shock. Yixian heaved a sigh of relief and shook his head. Following that, he slowly said, "The void in the image isn't here. It's the primordial chaos void. Behind the rift that the primeval heaven's eye's first cyan pupil beam pierced through is the Milky Way stellar domain. The Milky Way stellar domain is also in the primordial chaos void. Over there, both sides of the Milky Way are surrounded by countless ancient factions. They are all forbidden grounds for ferocious beasts and remnant stellar domains. They have been waiting to enter the Milky Way stellar domain for countless years. Now, the Milky Way stellar domain is enveloped by a thin membrane of the primordial chaos laws. Even Heavenly Tao realm existences are unable to force their way in. Therefore, there was the scene in the image. Back then, Xinghua and the primeval heavens I suffered huge losses. The followers of Xinghua were all primordial supremes, but they self-destructed and used the power of the netherib furnace. Finally, the primordial Heavenly Tao used all its strength to pierce a weak hole in the membrane that enveloped the Milky Way stellar domain. At the critical moment, Xinghua successfully entered. Having said that, Yixian swept his gaze across the group of Heavenly Tao Alliance's desolate supremacies who were still in a daze. After a slight pause, he continued, "You heard it yourself. Xinghua's goal was to steal the heavens. I still don't know what this so-called stealing the heavens refers to, but one thing is certain. Xinghua's final destination is the Mother Planet. The Mother Planet is the origin of the primordial chaos world in this primordial chaos era that is about to end. It is said that Xinghua is a native life form on the Mother Planet. Back then, when the Great War broke out, the Great Wasteland world was torn apart, and the Mother Planet flew away together with the Milky Way star field where it was located, never to be found again. Presumably, Xingbo and the primeval heavens. I only found the Milky Way star field in the great chaos void later on. In fact, Xingbo has another identity. He is the mysterious guest from the mother planet in the legends of this chaos world fragment. I'm sure everyone has heard of this legend. His 5 followers are also closely related to some of the races and forces in the 3 main planes of the starry skies. For example, the demons are the descendants of one of his human followers. For example, the original body of the Blood Mosquito clan's Mad Mosquito Emperor is the descendant of the ancient mosquito beside him. After saying so much, I presume that all of you have already become suspicious and vigilant towards Xingbo's scheme, right? Since he is a guest from the mother planet and has so many connections in the 3 main planes of the starry skies, he even created the Heaven's Legacy race and the Machinery race. However, in the eyes of the current human race, he is just a human technological pioneer who is like a saint. Furthermore, he was so tragically killed by the artificial intelligence D that he created. Tisk. How melodramatic. However, who would have thought that D had always been his spy in the current starry skies? This point is proven by the fact that the primeval heavens I went easy on him and allowed D's Heaven's Legacy beast to step into the heavenly Tao realm. Everyone, this is the truth of everything. Do you have any other questions? After saying the last sentence, Yi Xian turned around again and looked at D Air and the others who were in the void billions of miles away. A faint smile appeared on his face, and he did not say anything else. Silence. A deathly silence. A few minutes passed after Xian finished speaking, but the 12 desolate Zun old monsters from the Heavenly Tao Alliance didn't react at all. Everyone's mouths were wide open. Their expressions were aghast, and their gazes were straight. The shock in their hearts was obvious. Who would have thought that this old man would be deceived for tens of thousands of years? After a long time, D Air sighed faintly. It was as if he had suddenly aged more than 10 years. The expression on his face was incomparably lonely. The one he had his eyes on was still D. After all, that was the first mechanical electronic life he created. These words sounded like he was reminiscing, but in fact, it was no different from expressing his stance. It showed that he was completely unaware of everything that had happened. He had always been kept in the dark about everything regarding Xingbo. This was a must. This was because Yi Xian's video had already proven everything. Xingbo was not dead, and he was colluding with the primeval Heaven's Eye. Furthermore, the traitor DE that the outside world knew was actually fake. He had always been Xingbo's confidant. If even D was like this, then what about D Air? This was a question that Yi Xian had thought about before, but until now, he had not been able to confirm it in his heart. Similarly, at this time, after learning all of this, it was impossible for the other 11 desolate elders not to have the same doubts in their hearts. Even if they did not ask, they had unknowingly become vigilant towards D Air. They would observe him later. D Air obviously also realized this point. However, since the other desolate elders did not ask, he was not in a hurry to explain. However, he had to express his stance, so he had these sentimental words. But, unfortunately, no one could be sure if these words were true or false. Even Yi Xian still harbored suspicions towards D Air. Naturally, there was no need to mention the other old monsters of the Heavenly Tao Alliance. They had just learned of such a shocking conspiracy and were in an extremely sensitive state. Any doubts would be imperceptibly magnified. Actually, in my heart, I am inclined to believe that clan leader D Air is innocent. Seeing that the void fell into silence again, the eyes of the bloody unicorn, 9U demon alligator, and the other 11 desolate elders of the Heavenly Tao Alliance all flashed as they pondered. Yi Xian smiled faintly and turned to look at D Air as he spoke. Slightly after a pause, he continued again, "However, whether you have nothing to do with this or not, it is not something that can be determined with just a few words from you or from me. If you want to prove your innocence, or to make me believe that you are innocent, clan leader D Air, you must at least show some sincerity." At this point, Yi Xian's eyes flashed and the topic of discussion suddenly changed. The corner of his mouth slowly outlined a very playful and mysterious smile. For example, everything related to the devouring system in my body? Heh, the devouring system was created by you, and you secretly spread it out. The second patriarch of the D family should know all the secrets and truth about it, right? Tun laughed. Devouring system? Suddenly hearing this extremely unfamiliar word, the bloody unicorn and the other desolate elders of the Heavenly Tao Alliance who were 10 billion miles away froze at the same time. A blank expression appeared on their faces, but the suspicion in their eyes instantly became stronger. A few almost subconsciously, everyone turned to look at D-Air at the same time. Their eyes were all fixed on him. Please remember the domain name of the book. Chapter 4937. Looks like you've already realized its problem. Hearing Yi Xian's words, D-Air was startled. Then, he shook his head and smiled bitterly. That's right. The devouring system was indeed created by me, and I secretly spread it. To put it bluntly, it's actually a source seed of mechanical and electronic life. However, that's not all. It's also integrated with the most advanced biological intelligence technology. After the devouring seed is spread out, it wanders in the void. It's just a crystal particle the size of a speck of dust, but it has a powerful function. When it encounters a living creature of flesh and blood, it can immediately give a variety of index evaluations and then give a comprehensive score. Those who reach the standard will be chosen as the host. Like a parasite, it will quietly enter the living creature's body. Then, like a larva of a mayfly, it will enter the sea of consciousness of the living creature's brain and merge with the sea of consciousness. Only then will it be officially activated. After it's officially activated, the devouring system will be unsealed step by step as the host grows. When the host falls, it will also completely dissipate. Because of this, I spread a total of 10 billion devouring seeds, but 99% of them perished with the death of the host. After countless years, I've only recovered about 10 million. Recovered? At the mention of this word, Yi Xian's eyes flashed coldly. He immediately asked, when will it be recovered? Under what conditions will it be recovered? After it's recovered, what will happen to the host? The devouring system can help the host devour all energy, but this is only the surface of its name. As the host grows step by step and reaches a certain height, the true essence of the name of devouring will be revealed. D-Air nodded as if he had accepted his fate. He then said, at that time, the system's seed hibernating in the depths of the host's sea of consciousness will devour everything of the host, including the power of the spirit and the physical body. Once this ultimate devouring is carried out, the host will be turned into ashes, and the devouring seed will activate the preset ultimate mode and directly return to the headquarters of the mechanical tribe. As for their function, it's used to nurture self-aware members of the mechanical tribe. After a returned devouring seed goes through subsequent cultivation, it can finally transform into a mechanical electronic consciousness and become a true member of the mechanical tribe. The Heaven's Legacy race only has a little more than 10 million members, but our machine race has more than 100 million members. Nearly 20% of them came from this. However, the devouring seed that I've created isn't perfect yet. There are some aspects that can't be accurately predicted. For example, the final condition for devouring is one of them. Some of the devouring seeds that returned to the machinery tribe were activated when the host was only at the universe realm. They then devoured the host and returned to the machinery tribe. Some don't activate the ultimate devour until the host becomes a Star Lord, and some are in the immortal state. Over tens of thousands of years, among the 20 million devouring seeds collected by the automaton base camp, the one with the strongest foundation is also the one with the strongest cultivation of the devouring host, a primordial great being. I see. Hearing this, Yi Xian finally understood the gist of it. As he muttered softly, a look of realization appeared on his face. However, the conditions for the passive activation of the ultimate devour were not controllable. There were strong and weak conditions. Therefore, it was understandable that the devour seed was still dormant in his sea of consciousness even though he had reached the supreme of the ancients. Matter in fact, he was not the only one in this situation. He thought. There must be many great beings with devour seeds in their bodies who were still safe for the time being. As for their cultivation, there must be some who were strong and some who were weak. For example, Fallen Demon Prince, Zhao Lingyang, Unfettered Z, and Fairy Inxia, who had lost to Yi Xian in the system's competitive mission, were now in the Human Federation, and all of them had reached the universe supreme level. However, the Devour systems in their bodies had not activated the ultimate Devour, which was why the 4 of them were still safe and sound. They were still unaware of the crisis. To be honest, I've already sensed the Devour seed in your body back then, but I didn't point it out or explain it. It was indeed selfish of me. Now that I think about it, I'm really ashamed. Seeing that Yi Xian was deep in thought, Air, who was opposite him, showed an awkward expression. After a few words of explanation, he changed the topic and said, "Now that the matter is out in the open, I hope you can forgive me for my selfish intentions and don't take it to heart. With your current cultivation level, since you know that the Devour seed is dormant in the depths of your sea of consciousness, it shouldn't be difficult for you to find it. Its core is actually a translucent crystal. You can try to find it. After you find it, wrap it with your spirit energy and move it out of your body. Everything will self-destruct. You don't have to worry about this. I've already found the crystal you mentioned, and I've also set up some warning signs." Pursing his lips, Yi Xian continued, "Even if you didn't tell me everything today, I would still be safe and sound. As long as it has any strange movements, I'll be able to detect it immediately, but..." At this point, Yi Xian's eyes flashed and he changed the topic. "If you want to take back the Devour seed, that's fine. However, it's been in my body for so long, I can't not pay any rent, right? In short, you can keep the Devour seed. However, I hope that you can separate the interstellar coordinate jumping ability from the system's title and give it to me. This request shouldn't be too much, right?" This was precisely Yi Xian's goal. At his current height, the other abilities of the devouring system were practically useless, including its powerful deduction ability. Without it, at most, Yi Xian would just have to spend more time and effort when he deduced the next step. Only the interstellar coordinate jumping ability from the system's title was still very important to Yi Xian. After all, he had imprinted 1 or 2 interstellar coordinate points in this eldritch world fragment, the 3 main starry skies, and even the primordial world fragment. Even the interstellar coordinate jumping ability was lost, then all his previous efforts would go down the drain. It was really a pity. From his point of view, his mere request was not too much to Air. In fact, he was deliberately going easy on Air. There was no reason for him to refuse. However, what surprised Yi Xian was that as soon as Yi Xian finished speaking, Air, who was 10 billion miles away, opened his mouth wide. His face was full of confusion. Staring at him, he said in a daze, "What system's title? What interstellar coordinate jumping ability? The 10 billion Devour seeds that I copied didn't have these functions set up? Could it be?" After that, Air sucked in a breath of cold air. His expression instantly changed. Please remember the domain name of this book. Chapter 4938. What system title? What interstellar coordinate jumping ability? The 10 billion Devour seeds that I copied didn't have these functions. As soon as Xian finished speaking, Air, who was in the void 10 billion kilometers away, opened his mouth wide. His face was filled with confusion. Below in an instant, he seemed to have thought of something as his expression changed. He sucked in a breath of cold air and exclaimed, "It can't be that coincidental, right? The thing that entered your body was the Devour source seed that Xingbo left behind?" When the words devouring source seed entered his ears, Yi Xian was dumbfounded on the spot. He had a bad feeling in his heart, and this was almost a conditioned reflex. Dan Fan was related to Xingbo, so he was extremely vigilant right now. Furthermore, he was quite fearful. That old fellow was too sinister and mysterious. It was no wonder. How could an existence that could collude with the primeval heavens I and B on equal footing be a good person? What happened? In fact, when Xingbo entered the Milky Way star sector to steal from the heavens, Yi Xian felt like the primeval heavens I was being used by him. Even the primeval heavens I couldn't beat that old man. One can only imagine how terrifying he was. Looks like that's really the case. When he saw Yi Xian's reaction, Air seemed to have confirmed it as well. He sighed and said, "It's all this old man's fault. At that time, there were too many ordinary devouring seeds, and I was the one who personally did it. I was so busy that I accidentally dropped the pile of devouring source seeds into the pile of finished products. They were exactly the same. I didn't notice it at that time. It was only when I spread the devour seeds out that I realized the devour source seed was gone. Stop. When D-Air finished speaking, Yi Xian impatiently interrupted him. He waved his hand and said, "I'm not interested in that. What I want to know now is what happened to that devour source seed. What's the difference between it and the 10 billion ordinary devour seeds you copied?" That devouring source seed was obtained by Xing Bo. He died, disappeared. Now it seems that his so-called death was just an illusion. Halfway through, D-Air corrected his slip of the tongue and seemed to be gnashing his teeth in anger. After pausing for a moment, he continued, "After he disappeared, I discovered this devouring source seed. I've studied it for thousands of years, but I've only scratched the surface and couldn't understand its essence. At that time, this old man was in a hurry to increase the number of official members of the machine race, so I did not continue researching the devouring source seed. Using what I had already researched, I began to imitate the normal devouring source seed. Every time I made a batch, I would immediately spread them out. Not only to the 3 main planes of the universe, I even entered the turbulent void and some black holes to spread the imitation of the ordinary devouring seeds. During that time, for nearly 10,000 years, this old man seemed to have gone crazy and personally imitated 10 billion ordinary devouring seeds. Although it took a lot of effort, the results were not bad. At least in these years, close to 20 million official members of the machine race were born because of this. That's almost 1/5 of them. However, compared to that devouring source seed, the ordinary devouring seeds that this old man imitated only had 70% of its functions at most. For example, the system title you mentioned earlier and the interstellar coordinate jumping ability attached to the title. This old man has never heard of it before. Damn it. Through you, old bastard, I still fell into Xingguo's trap in the end. Xingguo sneered. Hearing this, Yi Xian understood everything. His face darkened, and he immediately gritted his teeth and muttered hatefully. According to his guess, this so-called devouring source seed was most likely deliberately left in D-Air's hands by Xing Bo. Of course, there was no way to determine Xing Bo's true purpose now. Perhaps he just wanted to use this devouring source seed to trick D-Air or something else. However, all of this was no longer important. What was important was that the one who was tricked in the end was Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian had already found this devouring source seed in his sea of consciousness. Furthermore, he had wrapped it tightly with his divine sense and mind power, paying close attention to it. Once there was any movement, he would be able to sense it immediately. D-Air had just said that even he had not fully understood this devouring source seed. After studying it carefully for over 1,000 years, he had only scratched the surface. Essence, the ordinary devouring seeds that he imitated only had 70% of this devouring source seed's functions at most, or even less. Just this point alone was enough to show how powerful this devouring source seed was. It should be known that D-Air was a true electronic mechanical life form. Furthermore, he was the second electronic mechanical life form in this world that Xing Bo had created. In this aspect, he had an inherent advantage. However, even after studying this devouring source seed for over 1,000 years, he still could not fully understand it. Just this point alone was enough to show how complicated and mysterious it was. At this moment, Yi Xian once again felt an intense sense of dread. He almost impulsively took this devouring source seed out of his sea of consciousness and threw it as far away as he could. However, in the end, Yi Xian restrained this impulse because this was not the wisest choice. On the surface, it seemed like he had been tricked by Xing Bo using this devouring source seed. However, Yi Xian had already found it after all. Furthermore, he had made some arrangements. From this point of view, this devouring source seed might be able to reverse the situation and become a condition and method that Yi Xian used to deal with Xing Bo. At least, this was completely possible in theory. After all, Yi Xian himself had electronic clones in the form of electronic mechanical life forms, and there was more than one of them. However, it was obviously not easy to achieve this. Putting everything else aside, at the very least, they had to figure out the true details of this devouring source seed first, right? Well, D-Air clearly did not know about all of this. The credibility of his words was still very high. Although Yi Xian did not perform a soul search on him, as a desolate supremacy half-step heavenly Tao realm expert at the great perfection of the 9th stage, his divine senses were extremely sharp. Furthermore, there would not be too much of a discrepancy. However, although Dr. did not know, there was one person who was extremely likely to know everything. At the very least, he was definitely the only existence in this primordial world fragment who was extremely likely to know the true details of the devouring source seed. He was thinking. At this point, a cold glint flashed in Yi Xian's eyes as he instantly made a decision. Patriarch Dr. Let's stop talking about the devouring source seed here. As for the devouring source seed, I'll personally negotiate with Xing Bo in the future. As he spoke, Yi Xian turned to look at Dr. the bloody unicorn, and the 9 netherworld demon crocodile who were in the void 10 billion kilometers away. He suddenly changed the topic and said, "Everyone, are you really planning to wait until the Heaven's Legacy beast comes out of seclusion in a few years before passively defending? In my opinion, rather than that, why don't we join forces to attack the Heaven's Legacy star domain now? While he's down, take his life." Please remember the domain name of this book. Chapter 49-39. The negotiations between the Magic Hall and the Heavenly Tao Alliance are still ongoing in the Myriad Races Alliance's star domain. Everyone, are you really planning to wait until the Heaven's Legacy beast comes out of seclusion in a few years before passively defending? After putting aside the matter of devouring the source seed, Yi Xian glanced at the 12 desolate supremes from the Heavenly Tao Alliance who were 10 billion kilometers away. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he suddenly said, "In my opinion, rather than that, why don't we join forces and attack the Tianji star domain now? While he's down, we'll take his life." Hearing this, the Heavenly Tao Alliance's upper echelons were all shocked. After taking in a cold breath, they cried out softly, "SSS, taking the initiative to attack the Tianji star domain? Isn't this a little too radical? After all, DE has fused with all the official members of the Tianji race and turned into a Heaven's Legacy beast that's 400 million kilometers long. That's a true Heavenly Tao realm existence. This old man feels that Taoist Ye's suggestion is reasonable. That's right. Since Primeval Heaven's Eye is deliberately going easy on him, the Heaven's Legacy beast won't be seriously injured from the desolate supremacy lightning tribulation. Our previous estimation of a few years might be greatly discounted. If that's the case, why don't we join forces and attack the Tianji star domain before he comes out of seclusion? Although we can't kill the Heaven's Legacy beast, we can definitely worsen his injuries. This is equivalent to buying more time for us. In addition, the Tianji race's mechanical battle beasts and battleship army should be completely wiped out. When that happens, DE will be alone with only one Heaven's Legacy beast. He probably won't be able to do anything. It'll be more convenient for us to guard against him. In the end, the group of desolate supremes from the Heavenly Tao Alliance quickly reached a consensus. After reaching a conclusion, they all turned to look at Yi Xian. Since that's the case, this matter is settled. After reaching a conclusion, Yi Xian stood up and turned to leave the Myriad Races Alliance's star domain. Everyone, go back and prepare. The Magic Hall is rather far from the Tianji star domain. The generals are the first. The 3 alliances can gather in the Human Federation's star domain before the Magic Hall's army arrives. Once the Magic Hall army arrives, we can force together, swish. Oh? As his voice faded away, Yi Xian and the old pig demon disappeared into the distance, disappearing into the void. In the void, the 12 desolate venerables of the Heavenly Law Alliance looked at each other. Soon, they gave orders to the almighty figures of the Myriad Races Alliance who were lying in wait in the distance. Half of the 12 powerful beings of the primordial era from the Myriad Races Alliance will stay behind to guard the star field, while the rest will lead the main force and enter the space wormhole immediately to gather at the Human Federation. Shio! Swish, swish, swish. After the order was given, the 12 desolate sovereigns didn't stay any longer. They entered the wormhole one after another, returning to the Star Alliance and the Human Federation respectively. Scarlet Unicorn, 9 Serenity Demon Crocodile, and the other desolate supremacies of the Star Alliance would also gather the main forces of the Star Alliance and rush to the Human Federation through the wormhole. Boom. Rumble. After the desolate supremacies of the two alliances left, the star field of the Myriad Races Alliance was immediately filled with earth-shattering rumbles of thunder. The main forces of the Myriad Races Alliance were gathering. Soon, they would rush to the Human Federation through the wormhole in the depths of the star field to gather. After returning to the Magic Hall, Yi Xian immediately sent out his voice, enveloping the entire boundless forbidden land of Rising Sunday. He summoned the higher-ups of the Magic Hall for a meeting. Swish. Swish, swish, swish. Not long after, in the void where the cave star was located, a series of sharp sounds of breaking through the air could be heard. Looking around, there were 6 Blood Dragon, Zhao Dong, Xian Nan, Sun Shi, Li Bei, Elder Sang Ji, and other powerful beings of the remnant people. With Green Cow, Yuling Long, Long Ao, Gong Jun, Howling Moon Mastiff, 3-Clawed Dragon, Long Shan Tang, Blood Dragon Ancestor, Green Rock Ancestor, and the titled Emperors of the Blood Dragon, Green Rock, and Battle Lion clans could all be seen. When Yi Xian summoned them, the higher-ups of the 6 armies of the Magic Hall naturally didn't dare to be negligent. Those who weren't in seclusion all rushed over at once. Among them were the Sangji remnant tribe of the remnant people, more than 20 titled emperors of the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun, and the representatives of the nomadic army, including 3-Clawed Dragon and Long Shan Tang. Finally, there were more than 200 titled emperors of the 3 armies of the Blood Dragon, Green Rock, and Battle Lion clans. Also, there were 9 powerful beings of the primordial era from the 3 races, 3 powerful beings of the Remnant People Alliance, and the black-robed desolate supremacies. Other than that, the immemorial porcupine, the immemorial turtle, and the higher-ups of the 10,000 evil army were all gathered on the River Legion side. Commander Mosquito Butcher, Naples, Devil King Mo Wentian, Demon King Mo Wentian, Dark Tortoise Tribe Leader Ming Jiao, Mad Mosquito Monarch, Old Man Xinyuan, Old Man Duanmu, Abbess Bodhi, and other small sects and clans upper echelons were all present. Everyone, ever since the establishment of the Devil Palace, although there have been endless wars, a true all-out war has never appeared. Wait a moment. After all the higher-ups of the Magic Hall had gathered, Yi Xian glanced at everyone and slightly nodded. After pausing for a while, he continued, "But today, our Magic Hall's army will move out in full force to conquer the Tianji Starfield. Among the 6 armies, the Sky River Army and the Beast Army will stay in the Forbidden Land of Rising Sunday. The other 4 armies will all move out. Among the desolate supremacies, Old Pig and I will lead the army. Black Robe and Porcupine will stay behind to guard the Magic Hall. In addition, the Corpse Ancestor, Hunkue, and the other 6 will come out soon." Oh. As soon as he finished speaking, the immemorial Porcupine immediately raised his head and howled. He jumped out and said unhappily, "I won't do it. I just learned the 9 transformations of the Demon Pig. It's rare for me to have the battle power of a desolate supremacies. I was planning to go out and have some fun, but I'm left here to guard the house." Bang. Before he could finish, Yi Xian kicked him back. He rolled his eyes and said, "I'm giving orders. I'm not asking for your permission. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll immediately lock you up in the volcano in the Shenong Dingyang domain. Oh, I won't accept this hegemony." The immemorial Porcupine looked sad and angry. He raised his head and roared, but he didn't dare to show his head again. He shrunk his neck and retreated to the back. If he was really locked up in the volcano in the treasure cauldron space, he might really get sick. How could he be free and happy outside? Mosquito Old Devil 2, Naples, the Devil King Mo Wentian, the Demon Uncle, the Dark Turtle Clan leader Ming Jiao, the Mad Mosquito Emperor, and the other higher-ups of the Sky River Army wanted to step out and volunteer to fight. When they saw this scene, they were stunned. After exchanging glances, they all shook their heads and smiled bitterly. They took back the steps that they had just taken. The reason why Yi Xian decided to let the Sky River Army stay in the base camp was obviously because of his consideration. Compared to the other 5 armies, the cultivation of the higher-ups of the Sky River Army was slightly weaker. This battle was extremely dangerous. It was indeed not suitable for them to participate. They still needed time to truly grow. Please remember the domain name of this book. Chapter 4940. Forbidden Land of Rising Sun. An earth-shattering explosion took place. The entire forbidden area was in an uproar because of it. Yi Xian and the old pig spirit stood in the air in front of the Immortals' cave star. Behind the two of them, the commander of the vicious beast army, the green ox, Yu Linglong, the dragon stallion, the black wind tiger, the howling moon mastiff, and the others could be seen. This included the commander of the Heavenly River Army, Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher, Naples, Devil King Mo Wen-Tian, Demon King Imperial Uncle, Dark Turtle Tribe Leader Ming Jiao, Mad Mosquito Emperor, Old Man Shenyuan, Old Man Duanmu, Abbess Bodhi, and other higher-ups of small and idle forces and families. They all stayed behind. At this moment, he was standing in the void, watching as the other four armies left the border. Behind them were countless ferocious beasts and demons from the War Kraken Army, Celestial River Army, Victorious Return Army, and countless great beings from the Dark Turtle Clan and Blood Mosquito Beast Clan. They would stay in the forbidden land of Rising Sun and wait for Yi Xian to lead the army back. In front of him, 4 of the 6 armies of the Demon Hall were already in formation after a day of gathering. They gathered in the depths of the forbidden land of the Rising Sun. At this moment, following Yi Xian's order, countless ferocious beasts roared within the 4 enormous armies. Countless battleships and battleships roared in unison, and the rumbling sound of kinetic energy cabins started resounded throughout the sky. The first army to set off was the Remnant Army, which was composed of the Sangji tribe, the Remnant tribe in the forbidden land of Rising Sun, and the Remnant Alliance. However, this time, the most powerful commander, the black-robed Huang Zun, didn't go with the army. He stayed in the forbidden land of Rising Sunday. The commanders were Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei, as well as the 3 supreme beings from the Remnant Alliance. There were close to 200 higher-ups in the entire army, and all of them were Universe Knights or above. More than half of them were Universe Knights, more than 100 of them were Universe Knights, more than 40 Universe Masters, and 24 Universe Supremes. There were hundreds of billions of survivors in the army, and there were tens of billions of battleships of all shapes and sizes. They were spread out in the void, which was a shocking sight to behold. Following closely behind the Remnant Army was the Nomadic Army. The Nomadic Army was actually the captive army from before. The entire Nomadic Army was made up of masters from the 3 main planes of the current starry sky, including the human race, the second universe, and even the third universe. Some of the servant clans of the first universe, as well as the powerhouses of the former Wan Luo Federation. The current commanders were the 3-clawed Flood Dragon, Longshan Tang, and the other members of the council who were originally captive. The number of soldiers in the army was the largest, with a total of over 1 billion. The warships were the best of the best, and without exception, they were all large fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters. Tens of millions of ships. There were also a lot of giant fortresses with a diameter of 1 million meters, which could be seen everywhere in this enormous fleet of battleships. Then, the captive army drove out of the forbidden land of the Rising Sun. They were made up of captives from the Blood Flood Dragon, Green Rock, and Battle Lion clans. The current commanders were Blood Dragon Ancestor, Green Rock Ancestor, and 11 supreme beings from the Primordial Era. The senior officers were all from these 3 races, and there were hundreds of Universe Knights and above. The total number of soldiers in the army was over 20 billion, and there were all kinds of battleships and fortresses, as well as smaller fortresses with a diameter of 50,000 meters. Finally, there was the All-Evil Army, and its commander was Immemorial Turtle, who was already a level 2 supreme being. Among the 100 million space beasts in the army, there were dozens of Universe Supremes, hundreds of Universe Masters, and 200 to 300 Universe Knights. As for the Undying Emperors, there were even more than 1,000 Emperors. Excluding the Almighties and Desolate Supremacies, the current 10,000 Evil Army was definitely the most powerful army among the 6 armies of the Demon Palace. The entire army took almost half a day just to drive out of the forbidden land of the Rising Sun. This was enough to show how huge the four armies were. After that, Yi Xian and Old Pig rushed out of the Forbidden Land. With a wave of their hands, the four armies moved at full speed and rushed toward Milky Way sector. In the void space far away from the Forbidden Land of the Rising Sun, the various powers from the void space fragment of the ancient era had stationed scouting fleets to keep a close eye on the Magic Hall. They were keeping a close eye on the situation in the Magic Hall, so that they could get the information as soon as possible and make a decision accordingly. The corresponding decision was made. Now, Yi Xian and Old Pig were personally leading the four armies of the Magic Hall. This scene was immediately seen by the scouting fleets of the various powers lying in wait in the void space. After a brief moment of sluggishness, countless cries of shock rang out from all the scout fleets like a tidal wave. My God, what happened? The master of the Magic Hall is personally leading the army and charging out of the Forbidden Land of the Rising Sun. What a terrifying army formation. This time, even if the Magic Hall did not mobilize all of its forces, at least half of its regular army has been mobilized. Is this the prelude to an all-out war with the Heavenly Law Alliance? It might not be the Heavenly Law Alliance. Don't forget, there is another powerful force in this direction, and that is the Tianji clan. This time, the Magic Hall has mobilized almost all of its forces and launched a punitive expedition. Their target might be the Tianji clan, SSS. Shocking news. The master of the Magic Hall, Yi Xian, is finally going to war with the Tianji clan. This matter is very strange. I wonder how the Heavenly Law Alliance will react. Hurry up and spread the news. The three great powers in this void space might be going into an all-out war. This is no small matter. If we are not careful, it will cause a huge disaster. Small powers like us must be prepared, or else we might be implicated. Boom! Rumble. Amidst the cries of alarm, the scouting fleets from the various small and medium-sized powers immediately activated their kinetic energy cabins and rushed towards their respective clans and powers. 2 days later, outside the Human Federation star field. Just like the Magic Hall, the Human Federation was one of the main members of the Heavenly Law Alliance, one of the three great powers in this void space. Outside the star field that the Federation occupied, there were also scouting fleets from various small and medium-sized powers. At the same time, they did not get too close to the star field. All of them were quietly lying in wait, paying close attention to everything that happened here so that they could report to the clans and powers behind them as soon as possible. 2 days ago, the Magic Hall's army had already been mobilized from the Forbidden Land of the Rising Sun. Most of the higher-ups of these small and medium-sized powers had already received the news, but the scouting fleets that were sent out were still unaware. Rumble. At this moment, an earth-shattering rumble suddenly rang out. An enormous object that no one had expected suddenly rushed out from the interior of the Federation star field. It was truly too enormous, exceeding everyone's expectations. Its diameter was close to 100 million kilometers, and it was incomparably huge. The instant this enormous object rushed out from the giant space wormhole, the entire boundless void space fell into a deathly silence. All of the scouts who had witnessed this scene with their own eyes had their mouths wide open. At the same time, they sucked in a cold breath, and their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. After a few seconds, someone cried out involuntarily, "What happened? The Human Federation actually mobilized an immortal star?" Please remember the domain name of this book. Chapter 49-41. What happened? The Human Federation actually sent out the immortal star? That's the core ancestral ground of the Immortal Dynasty, one of the three great powers of the Human Federation. Ever since it came to this piece of space, it has been hiding in the deepest part of the star domain. Even when we were fighting against the Tianji clan, it didn't show up and just stayed behind. And today, the immortal star actually rushed out of the Federation's star domain. This is clearly the prelude to something shocking. This old man has a very bad feeling. Something big is about to happen. Hiss! Look, behind the immortal star. There seems to be another big guy rushing out. Seeing the immortal star rush out of the Federation's star domain, after a short moment of silence, the first exclamation broke the silence. In an instant, the void was filled with shocked cries, covering the sky and earth like a raging tide. Boom! Rumble! Before the overwhelming cries of shock and astonishment could be heard, a second big guy rushed out of the Federation star sector that had just charged out of the imperishable star. It was also a star, only slightly smaller than the immortal star. Clearly, it was one of the 9 satellites around the immortal star. In the blink of an eye, 2 stars rushed out of the Federation's star domain, shocking everyone. They thought they were in a dream because there was no sign at all. It was too sudden. In fact, this was not the end. Rumble. After the first satellite rushed out, in less than 30 minutes, the second satellite also rushed out, heading towards the immortal star that had already drifted to the right side of the star domain. This scene was so shocking that it once again stunned the countless experts in the surrounding space. Their mouths were wide open, and once again, their eyes almost popped out of their sockets from their sockets, and what happened next made everyone collectively speechless. In the end, they were almost numb. The stars that rushed out from the Federation's star region ahead were all very familiar. They were all the satellites that surrounded the undying star in the void. There were originally 8 such satellites around the immortal star. With the addition of the immortal star, there were exactly 8 satellites around the immortal star. The 9 satellites were originally in the third universe's science and technology camp's universe void, standing in a 3-dimensional 9-palace formation. Later, when they arrived in the void fragment of this universe, they immediately entered the depths of the Federation's star domain and never appeared again. Now, as the immortal star rushed out, there were exactly 8 satellites that rushed out of the Federation's star domain. They were the 8 satellites around the immortal star domain in the third universe's science and technology camp's void. In a short time, the 8 satellites rushed out of the star domain and gathered around the immortal star that was the first to rush out. In the formation and position in the void were exactly the same as in the void of the third universe's science and technology faction, showing a 3-dimensional 9-palace pattern. The entire process was witnessed by the scout fleets of the various small and medium-sized forces in the void far away. The 9 immortal stars rushing out of the Federation at the same time was an unimaginable event. The entire universe fell into a deathly silence. Inside the various scout warships, every elite scout from various factions was utterly shocked. And yet, they did not know that what they were seeing was not the end. It was far from whoosh, rumble. Just as all the scouts and experts in the surrounding void were dumbfounded, another earth-shattering rumble of thunder came from the depths of the Human Federation's star domain. A giant object stormed out of the star area in front of tens of thousands of people. However, it wasn't a star. It was a massive palace that wasn't much smaller than the immortal star. It was like a colossal continent that stretched across the stars, its entire body silver white and emanating a searing radiance. After a brief moment of dead silence, some of the scouts in the distant void quickly recognized the origin of this giant palace. Cries of surprise rang out like a tide again. Legend had it that the Senate of the 10,000 Net Federation headquarters was a colossal silver palace the size of a star. It was also known as the Temple of Glory, but no one had actually seen it before. In fact, there had never been a conclusion whether it really existed or was just a myth, until the Temple of Glory descended upon the primeval fragment of the primeval realm that the matter was finally confirmed. But after that, the Temple of Glory never appeared again, just like the 9 immortal stars. And now, just as the 9 immortal stars rushed out of the Federation's star domain, the colossal palace that resembled a celestial continent reappeared. Everything was exuding a thick and bizarre presence, leaving the scouts of various factions in the distant void doubting that they were hallucinating. At that very moment, they all realized that something big was about to happen. Even if they could not wait to return to their factions and races, they forced themselves to hold back. After all, they wanted to know if the Sky Jew Palace would follow suit, and even more so, they wanted to know what the 3 factions of the Human Federation were up to, even moving out from their core ancestral grounds. Tianju Palace was the first palace of the Tenju Celestial Palaces. Although the Tenju Celestial Palace was only a cultivation sect, its position was unique. Although it was not like the everlasting dynasty in name, it commanded the entire cultivation camp and dominated the entire cultivation camp. However, in fact, its position as the supreme overlord of the cultivator faction had already been established. The ancestral grounds of the Tenju celestial palaces were located in the first palace, also known as the Sky-Ju Palace. The palace master of the Sky-Ju Palace was the highest leader of the entire Tenju celestial palaces. The Tenju celestial palaces were all located in different environments. There was one. Some were colossal celestial bodies, while others were vast continents floating in the void, with a square sky and a square earth. However, the Sky-Ju Palace had never appeared before the eyes of the world. It was only recently that it descended upon the primeval realm fragment together with the 9 immortal stars and the Temple of Glory that the world finally knew its form. Whoosh! As everyone watched, another gray shadow rushed out from the depths of the planetary system occupied by the Human Federation. This time, there was no rumbling sound of thunder. However, when the gray shadow rushed out, it carried an incomparably sharp sound of breaking through the air. It was extremely ear-piercing, and its speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it had already stopped in the void outside the star domain. The Sky-Ju Palace. The 9 immortal stars and the Temple of Glory stood side by side. In that very moment, everyone was stunned. Their mouths slowly dropped open, a stunned look appearing on their faces while their eyes were filled with bewilderment. The one that rushed out of the Federation's planetary system was indeed the Sky-Ju Palace. It was neither a celestial body like the 9 immortal stars nor a colossal continent like the Temple of Glory. Although it was equally colossal and resembled a celestial body, no one could see what was inside at all. There was only a hazy gray shadow that stood silently in the void like a gray black hole. Please remember the domain name of this book. Chapter 49-42. In the short time it took for a stick of incense to burn, the originally peaceful human race Federation star domain had undergone a shocking change. The 3 major factions that formed the Federation had all driven their core ancestral grounds out of the Federation star domain and lined up in a row in the void outside the star domain. This scene was too shocking, foreshadowing that the Human Race Federation would make a major move this time. They would either start a war with the Heaven's Legacy race or go on a punitive expedition to the Magic Hall. Moreover, this war would either not start, or it would be incomparably tragic once it started. After all, the 3 major factions of the Human Race Federation had all driven out their core ancestral grounds. This was clearly the prelude to a major battle. Although they were extremely shocked, the scouting fleets of the various factions in the void did not leave, because the rumbling sounds in the Human Race Federation star domain were still ongoing. Clearly this was not the end. Rumble. In the next instant, an enormous army charged out from the depths of the Human Federation's star domain. What was this? This army did not only consist of various warships and fortresses, but also some incomparably large space beasts. There were about 10 billion warships and fortresses in the army, and there were also 10 billion space beasts charging out with them. The insignia painted on these 10 billion warships and fortresses were clearly from the Myriad Race Alliance, one of the 3 major factions of the Heavenly Tao Alliance. 2. The 10 billion army took half a day to charge out of the star domain, but they did not go far. They were spread out in a vast array in the void to the right of the Human Race Federation star domain's core ancestral grounds. This scene caused the scouts of the various factions in the void to be shocked once more. Such a large warship and beast formation was probably more than half of the Myriad Race Federation's fighting force. Just what had happened? Roar. By the time they came back to their senses, a shocking roar came from the depths of the Human Race Federation's star domain. Following the roar, 5 terrifying auras enveloped the entire void. Swoosh. Swoosh. Before the roar fell, an incomparably sharp sound of breaking through the air rang out. 5 figures rushed out from the depths of the Human Race Federation's star field in succession. All of them were enormous starry sky ferocious beasts. Their bodies were millions of kilometers long, and they were like small stars. The aura of cultivation that emanated from their bodies was extremely terrifying, and they were actually all at the primordial Exalt realm. These 5 figures were none other than the Scarlet Unicorn, the 9 Hell Demon Crocodile, the 9-headed Blood Dragon, the Azure Sky Rock, and the Blood-Devouring Lion. As the armies of the Human Federation and the alliance of 10,000 races gathered in front of the battlefield, the last of the 3 forces that made up the Heavenly Law Alliance, the Star Alliance, finally showed up. Of course, Unicorn wasn't the only desolate sovereigns in the Star Alliance. In behind the 5 of them, the earth-shattering rumbles continued. A terrifying army that was even bigger than the army of the alliance of 10,000 races was rumbling over from the depths of the Human Federation's territory. This army belonged to the Star Alliance. In the past 2 days, they had gathered in the Star Alliance's territory. Then, they quietly arrived at the Human Federation's territory through a directional wormhole in the depths of the Star Alliance's territory. Now that the war was imminent, and both the Human Federation and the alliance of 10,000 races were on the move, they naturally wouldn't stay any longer. They followed closely behind the Scarlet Unicorn and the other 4 desolate sovereigns, rushed out of the Star Alliance's territory, and spread out in the void to the left of the immortal 9 stars. This army was also composed of all kinds of warships, fortresses, and ferocious beasts from various races of the Second Universe. There were more than 20 billion warships and fortresses, which was twice the size of the alliance of 10,000 races, and there were also more than 10 billion ferocious beasts. The size of the army was shocking when the entire army of the Star Alliance rushed out from the depths of the Star Federation's territory. Another half a day had passed. From the moment the immortal star first rushed out from the depths of the Star Alliance's territory to the moment when the armies of the Human Federation, the alliance of 10,000 races, and the Star Alliance were all gathered. They lined up outside the Star Federation's territory, stretching to the end of the horizon. It took almost 2 days. During these 2 days, the scouting fleets of various forces that were lying in wait in the distant void only sent a few warships to the forces and races behind them to urgently report the shocking changes outside the Human Federation's territory. However, the main body of the scouting fleets was left behind. Now, all the higher-ups of the scouting fleets had realized the seriousness of the matter and made a judgment. The Heavenly Law Alliance was going to attack the Tianji clan. This was obvious. This was because the fact that the 3 alliances that formed the Heavenly Law Alliance each had a fixed space wormhole deep in the Star Alliance had long been an open secret. If they weren't going to attack the Tianji clan, why would the armies of the alliance of 10,000 races and the Star Federation gather outside the Human Federation's territory through the directional wormholes deep in the Star Alliance's territory? After all, the Tianji clan was more than 100 billion miles away from the edge of the Human Federation's territory. However, what they didn't expect was that the Heavenly Law Alliance wasn't the only force that was going to attack the Tianji clan. Because, just a few hours after the armies of the Human Federation, the alliance of 10,000 races, and the Star Alliance had assembled in the void outside the Federation's star field, an earth-shattering roar was heard from the void far to the right of the Heavenly Tao Alliance's rear. Demon! The 4 major armies of the palace had arrived. They were divided into 4 small camps and lined up in a row in the void, covering the sky and the earth. For among the major armies, there were hundreds of billions of survivors in the remnant army. There were tens of billions of battleships of all shapes and sizes. They were spread out in the void, making for a shocking sight. The Nomad army also had a large number of soldiers, more than 1 billion in total. Their warships were of the highest quality. Without exception, they were all large fortresses with diameters of more than 100,000 meters. There were tens of millions of them. There were also a large number of giant fortresses with diameters of more than 1 million meters. They were like stars that could be seen everywhere in the enormous warship army. The captive army of the Blood Flood Dragon, Green Rock, and Battle Lion clans had all kinds of warships and fortresses, as well as small fortresses with diameters of more than 50,000 meters. 10,000 The Demon Army had close to 100 million ferocious beasts. At a glance, they were all extremely powerful. All in all, the 4 major armies of the Magic Hall had mobilized a total of 40 billion battleships, more than 10 billion battleships, fortresses, and fortresses. In addition, There was also an elite army of ferocious beasts that numbered more than 100 million. Compared to the three major powers of the Heavenly Law Alliance, it could be said that they were evenly matched. Such a scene was beyond everyone's expectations. In the scout fleets of the various powers in the distant void, all the scouts opened their mouths wide. Their eyes were dull, as if they were petrified. They were all scared silly. Short. In just a few days, the Heavenly Law Alliance and the Magic Hall, of the three major powers in the Void Fragment, had all gathered their armies and were about to join forces to attack the Tianji clan. Please remember the domain name of this book. Chapter 49-43. In the Void, the three factions that formed the Heavenly Dao Alliance had all moved their core ancestral grounds out of the Federation Star region and lined up in a row outside the Star region. The immortal 9 stars of the Human Federation, the Sky Extinction Palace, and the Temple of Glory were in the center. The battleships and feral armies of the Sky Alliance and the Myriad Races Alliance were on the left and right, facing the Tianji Star region that was 100 billion miles away. Right at that moment, the 4 armies of the Magic Hall also appeared from the right. Looking at the direction this massive army was heading, it was clear that they were also heading towards the Tianji Star region. Everything was enough to explain everything. Far away, in the scout fleets from the small and medium-sized forces, countless scouts trembled violently. Their expressions changed abruptly as they gasped one after another. Then, they exclaimed involuntarily, "Something big is going to happen." The Heavenly Dao Alliance is actually working with the Magic Hall to attack the Tianji Star region at the same time. They are clearly planning to wipe out the entire Tianji race. 2 of the 3 giants are working together. This time, the Tianji Star region is going to be flattened. That's right. This outcome is unavoidable. Even if the Tianji Beast, who is the strongest in the Void Fragment, is fine, the fate of the entire Tianji Star region has already been decided. They won't be able to escape the fate of being wiped out. That's not the key. The key is still the Tianji Beast. The master of the Magic Hall, Yi Xian, is arrogant and unruly. He disdains to form alliances with others, but this time he is working with the Heavenly Dao Alliance. It's clear that even he is afraid of the Tianji Beast. Just this point alone is enough to prove the Tianji Beast's strength. The final outcome of this battle is hard to predict. Although the Tianji Star region is going to be lost, many of the upper echelons of the Magic Hall and the Heavenly Dao Alliance are going to die. After all, the Tianji Beast is a true Heavenly Dao realm elite. Even if old monster Huang Zun pays the price of his life, it's still unknown if he can kill it. Boom. 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 After the Heavenly Dao Alliance and the Demon Hall finished assembling, the higher-ups of the Heavenly Dao Alliance and the Demon Hall finally gave the order and set off at the same time. The 3 factions of the Dao Alliance approached from the front. Meanwhile, the Magic Hall's army, which was originally gathered from the right, moved diagonally from the side. Space as far as the eye could see, the void was densely packed with battleships, fortresses, star fortresses, battleships, as well as all kinds of enormous space beasts. Even as far as the eye could see, there was still no end to it. The distance of 100 billion miles in the void was not close, but it was not too far either. The entire army rushed forward, and in less than a day, the army at the front of the army had already approached the edge of the Tianji Star region. Star region of Tianji Star region was star region star region star region star beasts star region had already known what was happening. This celestial mystery beast was formed by merging all the official members of the celestial mystery clan together, including D, who was the clan leader. Sukkotherefore 4, the Heaven's Legacy beast was currently in seclusion in the depths of the Heaven's Legacy star field to recover. In the entire vast Heaven's Legacy star field, not a single official member of the Heaven's Legacy race remained. But the Heaven's Legacy race was a race of mechanical and electronic lifeforms. Even without an official commanding them, the entire Heaven's Legacy race army was still able to conduct its defense and battle in an orderly fashion. D had already made arrangements for all of this. He had preset programs for all kinds of breakthroughs. At this moment, such a massive army was approaching the Tianji Star domain, an astonishing lineup. The command center of the Tianji race army had already predicted that this unforeseen event would be of the highest caliber. In order to deal with an attack of the highest level, all the battleships, star fortresses, and mechanical battle beasts of the Heaven's Legacy race were all deployed. At this moment, they were rumbling toward the Heaven's Legacy star field from the depths of the Heaven's Legacy star field. They covered the sky and covered the earth, extending as far as the eye could see. In terms of numbers alone, they were not inferior to the combined army of the Heaven's Legacy Alliance and the Magic Hall. After all, D had been devoting himself to building the Heaven's Legacy race's mechanical army. He had accumulated too much over the years. Buzz, boom, rumble. At this moment, on the left side of the star field in front of the Heaven's Legacy race, an order was issued by the command center of the Heaven's Legacy race army. In an instant, the entire vast void was filled with a buzzing sound like a tide. This was the sound of the cannons of hundreds of billions of battleships charging at the same time. The void was densely packed with battleships and star fortresses of the Heaven's Legacy race. At this moment, a huge rumbling sound rang out. Hundreds of billions of battleships and countless cannons fired at the same time. Countless energy light pillars of different diameters shot forward from different angles. Finally, they gathered together and formed a terrifying energy light pillar that was so wide that it made people tremble in fear. This energy light pillar was pouring down on the Heaven's Legacy race army that was approaching from the front. Swish! 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 At this moment, countless sounds of breaking through the void rang out from the right side of the Heaven's Legacy star field. Streaks of light continuously rushed out from the Heaven's Legacy star field. Their momentum was majestic, and their numbers were overwhelming. There were hundreds of billions of them. After these streaks of light rushed out from the star field, they immediately stopped at the edge of the Heaven's Legacy star field. They were actually small metal spheres, and their surfaces were suffused with a metallic luster of different colors. However, there were also giant fortresses among them. It was just that their shapes were strange and ferocious, and they had the characteristics of different ferocious beasts. After those small metal spheres stopped abruptly in the void, a low buzzing sound and mechanical grinding sound could be heard coming from within them. Accompanied by these strange sounds, the shape of the spheres rapidly changed. In the end, they transformed into space beasts of different shapes. They were all tens of millions of miles long, and they were as big as small stars. Their surfaces were suffused with a faint metallic luster. They were just like mechanical ferocious beasts of different shapes. And there were at least hundreds of millions of such mechanical ferocious beasts, and the auras they emitted were extremely terrifying. All of them were above the undying realm. There were also many of them were emperors and emperors. Some of them had even larger bodies, and the auras they emitted were at the level of Universe Supremes, Universe Masters, and Universe Supremes. This was the Heaven's Legacy race's mechanical battle beast army. At this moment, they rushed out from the right side of the Heaven's Legacy star field and completed their transformation. After entering battle mode, they immediately charged toward the Magic Hall army that was charging diagonally from the right. Roar! Almost at the same time, one of the four armies of the Magic Hall, the All-Evil Army, charged forward under the command of Yi Xian. As for the remaining People Army, the Nomadic Army, and the Captive Army, they lined up in a row in the void. All of the battleships and battleships were fully charged. Suddenly, an earth-shattering roar could be heard from the left side. The 9 undying stars, who were at the forefront of the Heaven's Legacy Alliance army, charged out at the same time. At the same time, an earth-shattering roar could be heard. It was clearly the voice of the Undying Emperor. 9 Palace Star Array. Activate. Please remember the domain name of this book. Chapter 49-44. 1. Following the Immortal Emperor's roar, the immortal 9 stars that were shooting forward came to an abrupt halt in the void. Immediately after that, the positions of the 9 stars rapidly changed. The enormous stars were extremely agile at this moment. Not only were they fast, but they were also as smooth as flowing water. It was as if they were small, nimble battleships. In just half a breath's time, the 9 stars had completed their formation, forming a nine-palace formation. The immortal star was in the center, and there were exactly 8 immortal satellites in a circle around it, maintaining the same distance from each other as they surrounded and protected it. The moment the formation was formed, the 9 stars suddenly came to a halt. Immediately after that, they started to rotate again. The 9-palace star formation was obviously centered on the immortal star in the center. At this moment, the immortal star was only rotating slowly. However, the 8 immortal satellites that surrounded and protected the immortal star in the void also started to revolve around the immortal star in the center at the same time as they rotated. As the rotation of the 9 stars unfolded, they quickly harmonized with each other, forming a formless star field around them. A deep buzzing sound could be heard as a thin layer of light blue light screen appeared in the void, enveloping an area of 10 billion square kilometers. It firmly protected the immortal 9 stars, as well as a large number of Heavenly Law Alliance's battleships, star fortresses, and ferocious beasts around them. This layer of light golden light screen seemed like a defensive barrier, but it was obviously not as simple as it seemed. By this time, the Heavenly Law Alliance and the Magic Hall took the initiative to attack. They had only just met, but they took the initiative to raise a defensive barrier. This was simply too shocking. Whoosh! At this moment, the energy beam formed by the battleships, fortresses, and star fortresses on the left side of the Tianji star field was already in front of them. The front end of the terrifying beam of light had already touched the light golden light screen that enveloped the immortal 9 stars. Along with a crashing sound that sounded like a huge wave, this layer of light golden light screen suddenly shone brightly. The front end of the terrifying beam of light first caved in, but it did not shatter. However, immediately afterward, a strong rebounding force suddenly appeared. Under the loud buzzing sound, the pale golden film that had just sunk in suddenly launched a strong reflection, or rather, a reflection. In short, the terrifying beam of light that was trying to tear apart the light golden film suddenly rolled back. Boom. Rumble. 10 billion li away, in the Tianji star domain, the Tianji race warship and the Star Fortress army at the very front were caught off guard, and they had no way of dodging the beam of light from the ship cannons that were rolling back at them. Only in just a breath or so, a large number of battleships and star fortresses at the forefront were enveloped by the terrifying beam of light. At least 10 billion of them were caught in the devastating area of the beam of light. The incomparably sturdy battleships were torn apart like paper, exploding with loud booms. Psst, psst, psst. It was still the first wave of battle between the two armies, but it was so tragic from the beginning. In the scout fleets of the various small and medium-sized forces that had retreated far away in the void, countless scouts were all trembling violently. Their faces changed in horror, and the sound of them gasping rang out like a tide. Boom, boom, whoosh. At this moment, on the left side of the Magic Hall army that was approaching from the right side of the Tianji star domain, following Zhao Dong's order, tens of billions of battleships of the Remnant Army also launched the first salvo at this time. The battleships of the Remnant of the Desolation era had an advantage over the technological battleships of the current Starry Sky, and that was, the battleships of the Remnant battleships were activated in the form of an array field instead of the kinetic energy compartment of the battleships. For example, in this way, the energy beam of the battleships, except for some special projectile energy bombs, basically all of the battleships shot out in a straight line. However, the attack beam condensed in the form of an array field inside the battleships could be adjusted at will and shot out in a parabola state. In this way, they avoided the legion of beasts that had just rushed out in front of the army, and directly fell behind the Tianji race's mechanical warbeast army in a parabola shape. Boom. Rumble. Nearly 40 billion battleships of different sizes and shapes shot out at the same time, the parabolic beam of energy enveloping an area of tens of billions of miles. Their speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, they had already reached the rear of the mechanical battle beast army, causing an earth-shattering explosion. With just one strike, at least several billion mechanical beasts of different sizes and levels exploded. The vast space within a radius of over 10 billion miles was completely turned into a sea of fire. Show. It was at this moment that a gray figure rushed out of the Heavenly Law Alliance's army that was closing in on them. He was so fast that he passed by the Nine Palaces star formation, which had been activated by the immortal 9 stars, and reached the front line. This time, there was no rumbling sound of thunder, but this gray shadow rushed out with an incomparably sharp sound of breaking through the air. It was ear-piercing, and its speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it had abruptly stopped in front of the void. It was the first core palace of the 10 ultimate celestial palaces of the human race, the Sky Ultimates Palace. The Sky Ultimates Palace was not a planet like the 9 stars of immortality, nor was it a huge continent like the Temple of Glory. Although it was also incomparably huge like a planet, it was impossible to see what was inside it. However, there was only a hazy gray shadow, like a gray-black hole, standing silently in the void, exuding an incomparably mysterious and strange aura. Almost in the next instant, an incomparably deep buzzing sound rang out. At the same time, from this hazy gray shadow that was as huge as a planet, there seemed to be a murmur that could be faintly heard, "Sky Ultimates." Whoosh! As soon as the voice fell, the hazy gray shadow that was like a star began to spin like a vortex. At first, it was very slow, and as the gray light flowed, it gave people a blurred feeling. However, soon, the rotation of this hazy gray shadow that was as huge as a planet began to increase wildly, and in the short span of 3 breaths, it completely turned into a huge gray vortex. At that moment, a strange crashing sound like waves suddenly rang out, and a majestic suction force that could make one's hair stand on end spread out from the gray shadow that had turned into a vortex. It radiated invisibly, instantly enveloping the vast void that was almost 20 billion miles wide. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh! As this formless and terrifying suction force appeared in the void without warning, enveloping an area, a large number of Tianji clan warships and star fortresses in the area were instantly sucked in as if they had encountered a giant whale sucking in water. Even the full power of the kinetic energy cabin was useless. Like falling leaves in a raging tide, they were sucked into the gray vortex, turning into bubbles and disappearing without a trace. Please remember the domain name of this book. Chapter 49-45. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh! Following the activation of the Sky Absolute Vortex, an invisible and terrifying suction force appeared in the void without any warning, enveloping an area. In an instant, a large number of Heavenly Fate clan battleships and star fortresses in the void seemed to have encountered a giant whale sucking in water. Even if the kinetic energy cabins were at full power, it was useless. All of them were sucked in like fallen leaves in a raging wave. They entered the gray vortex, turned into bubbles, and disappeared. This scene was too shocking. The hazy gray shadow was only the size of a star, but in an instant, it swallowed everything within tens of billions of miles in the void. The Heavenly Fate clan destroyed at least tens of billions of battleships and star fortresses because of this. Just based on this point, it could be proven that the Sky Absolute Palace in the form of a hazy vortex must have another world inside, forming a small world of its own. Otherwise, how could such a large number of Heavenly Fate clan battleships and star fortresses fit inside? Obviously, these battleships and star fortresses swallowed by the hazy vortex of the Sky Absolute Palace must have turned into scrap metal without exception. Such terrifying lethality was simply comparable to the combined attack of an army of battleships. It was actually the core ancestral land of the 10 absolute heavenly palaces of the human race's true cultivation camp. Only such terrifying power was worthy of its status. For in the surrounding void, in the scout fleets from the various small and medium-sized forces, countless scouts and experts trembled violently again. Their expressions changed drastically as they gasped. Yet, no one exclaimed because this shocking scene appeared too quickly and too many times. First, it was the 9-palace star array of the immortal 9 stars, followed by the stunning volley of 40 billion battleships of the Magic Hall's remnant army. Before they could react, the Sky Absolute Palace in the form of a hazy vortex suddenly launched such a terrifying and destructive attack, everyone was caught off guard. Their minds were roaring and didn't stop for a moment, but their eyes couldn't take it. Other than gasping, they didn't know how to react. Whoosh! Rumble! Just at this moment, an earth-shattering rumble of thunder sounded from the Heavenly Tao Alliance's camp again. 1. This behemoth rushed out from the Heavenly Tao Alliance's army under the gazes of thousands of people. This time, the behemoth that rushed out was neither a star nor a battleship. It was a giant palace that was not much smaller than an imperishable star. It was like a gigantic continent spanning across the starry sky. Its entire body was silvery white, and it emitted a blazing brilliance. Its appearance instantly caused a short period of deathly silence in the void. However, there was a blazing light in his eyes, and he was looking forward to it. The colossal palace that resembled a star was none other than the Temple of Glory of the former 10,000 Reapers Federation. It was said that the Senate of the 10,000 Luo Federation headquarters was a silver palace as large as a star, and was known as the Temple of Glory. However, no one had ever truly seen it before. Even whether it truly existed or was just a myth had never been determined. Not long ago, this legend was finally confirmed when this huge palace, which was as big as a continent in the starry sky, arrived in this fragment of the untainted land. The myriad Luo Federation only existed in name now. The various races of the second universe had long since disobeyed its orders and withdrew from the Federation. For example, currently, among the various large races and factions in the myriad Luo Federation, only the two great human factions remained. However, even the core upper echelons of the two great human factions had never underestimated the myriad Luo Federation or looked down on them because of this. Indeed, for the two human factions, the so-called rallying power of the myriad Luo Federation to the various races of the second universe did not matter at all. Human. What the leaders of both factions truly valued was the Senate of the myriad Luo Federation. In other words, it was the silvery white palace that spanned across the void like a continent. The Temple of Glory was in fact the Senate of the myriad Luo Federation, and the foundation of the Federation. As long as it existed, the true depth and strength of the myriad Luo Federation would not be weakened at all. Be that as it may, even the leaders of both human factions had never seen the true might of the Temple of Glory with their own eyes. After all, there was no telling how many cultivation resources the two human factions and the races of the second universe had provided since the founding of the Federation of Luo. Those resources were all used by the Senate of the myriad Luo Federation to recruit the old monsters of unaffiliated cultivators from the stars. Those old monsters were all stationed in the Senate, becoming the so-called elders of the Federation of different levels and cultivation. As time passed, no one knew how many champions of the stars were hibernating or slumbering within the silvery white Temple of Glory. One thing was certain. The elders of the Federation who had the right to reside within the Temple of Glory that resembled a colossal planet were at least above average immortal tier. Beings such as realm lords who had not even reached immortal tier did not have the right to set foot inside at all. As for the most powerful beings slumbering in the depths of the Temple of Glory, it was said that there were no less than 3 paragons of the ancients, but they would not awaken from their slumber so easily. In other words, even if it was merely a temple, the Temple of Glory was exceedingly mysterious and frightening, and no one would dare to underestimate it. Even more so. As for Yi Xian, he was extremely looking forward to this palace that was like a continent in the starry sky. At this moment, as it rushed out of the enormous black hole and descended into the void of the great desolate world, the gazes of countless human Federation experts converged on it. Even Yi Xian, who was in the command center of one of the nomadic legion's star fortresses, turned towards it by reflex, secretly wondering what level of cultivation the most powerful being who had awakened within the mysterious silvery white temple was. At the same time, they were looking forward to seeing if the Temple of Glory could unleash a devastating blow of devastating power like the immortal 9 stars and the Sky End Temple. Or rather, they were curious to see what form that blow would take to descend upon the Heaven's Legacy camp. That was when the Temple of Glory, which had just rushed out of the Heaven's Path Alliance's encampment amidst everyone's attention, abruptly emitting a dull hum. Along with the hum, the voice of an old man could be heard muttering softly as if he was sleep-talking. Glory, purification. Even as his voice trailed off, 9 sections of the Temple of Glory that resembled a celestial continent suddenly lit up, with a milky white sphere of light each spanning millions of miles in diameter appearing in each section. The moment it appeared, it shot out like a cannonball, moving so quickly that even space itself was torn apart. In the blink of an eye, it had traversed hundreds of billions of miles of space, landing directly behind the Heaven's Legacy warships and the star fortresses. Boom! At the first moment, it exploded with a loud bang. Qua, boom, boom. As these 9 balls of light exploded, a milky white wave instantly appeared in the void and surged forward. It was as if it wanted to cleanse the haze in the void, instantly drowning the tens of billions of Heaven's Legacy race battleships and star fortresses. Please remember the domain name of this book. Chapter 49-46. Whoosh, whoosh, 9 luminous orbs shot out from the Temple of Glory at breakneck speed, exploding in the center of the Tianji clan army in the blink of an eye. In that instant, milky white waves appeared in the void and surged forward in all directions, as if they were trying to cleanse the haze in the void. In an instant, they drowned the tens of billions of Heavenly Fate clan battleships and starships. What happened next was silent, but it shocked all the experts on the battlefield, regardless of whether they were in the Heavenly Tao Alliance's army, the Demon Hall's army, or the various small and medium-sized factions' scout fleets that were lying in ambush in the distant void. The experts all subconsciously sucked in cold breaths as their bodies trembled violently. The Temple of Glory's so-called glorious purification was merely an amalgamation of energy. Even if it exploded into a milky white ocean in space, it would still be the same. That was why the milky white waves that blanketed the skies and earth dispersed completely after surging for billions of miles. As this ocean dissipated, everything in the void was revealed once more. Tens of billions of Celestial Legacy race warships and star fortresses could be seen, but all of them were silent and motionless. Even the rumbling of the kinetic energy cabins had disappeared. These 10 billion Tianji race battleships and star fortresses seemed to have turned into ghost ships of the netherworld in the blink of an eye, completely motionless. It was clear that this so-called glorious purification had instantly dispersed all the energy within the battleships, stripping them clean. Although the Tianji race AI robots within the battleships could be said to be a sea of them, without the support of energy, they were like a pile of broken copper. They were nothing more than scrap metal, completely losing the ability to continue fighting. This attack is quite interesting. Against the Tianji clan's AI army, it's simply half the work and half the effort. Even Yi Xian was nodding repeatedly at the sight, giving a rather high evaluation. More importantly, although this wave of attack had instantly dispelled the enemy's combat ability, it didn't destroy any warships. When we return to collect the spoils, we can instantly claim them for ourselves. The Tianji clan's army will gain billions of warships and starships. Roar! Screech! Boom! Rumble! Just as he finished speaking, all of the mecha beasts in front of the magic hall suddenly raised their heads and roared. Following the angry roar, an earth-shattering roar rang out like a tide, instantly enveloping the entire void. During this time, it was also accompanied by the sound of machinery breaking in, to the point that it made one's hair stand on end. Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he turned to look. In his line of sight, there were close to 100 billion mechanical battle beasts of different sizes and shapes in the void. However, all of them looked similar to various kinds of ferocious beasts in the starry skies. At this moment, just like D-Air's mechanical clan, they began to transform in an instant. This scene was like the combination of Transformers. The members of the mechanical clan of different sizes gathered in groups of 2s and 3s, and quickly merged together. The different numbers of mechanical battle beasts merged into one in just a few breaths. In the blink of an eye, the number of mecha battle beasts that numbered close to 100 billion were reduced to just over 10 billion. Their numbers had been reduced by 90%. However, the mecha battle beasts that appeared now were not only larger in size, most of them even larger than ordinary stars. Their forms had also changed. Although they were still ferocious beasts in the starry skies, they were more ferocious. Although they were formed by the fusion of different numbers of mecha battle beasts, they were all one. There was not a single trace of fusion or splicing. It was as though they were born this way. This scene was truly spectacular. At a glance, there were more than 10 billion mecha battle beasts that had just been fused. Basically, every single one of them had the bloodline characteristics of various kinds of ferocious beasts in the starry skies. This meant that their defense and attack abilities were also more diverse and stronger. They might even have special abilities like the Bug Clan and some other special kinds of ferocious beasts in the starry skies. Besides that, after the fusion, the cultivation level of these 10 billion gigantic mecha battle beasts also increased by a large margin. Previously, the weakest ones were at the Sector Lord level. However, after the fusion, the strongest ones were at the level of the Sector Lord level. The weakest ones were at the level of ordinary undying beings. There were even quite a few Universe Knights, Universe Masters, and Universe Supremes among them. Roar! 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 As the fusion was completed, the mechanical army of the Divine Legacy clan, whose individual combat power had skyrocketed, all raised their heads and roared angrily. The 10 billion terrifying mecha battle beasts roared and charged towards the all-evil army as though they did not care about their own lives. A shocking battle instantly unfolded. This time, it was a close combat. The moment the battle began, a large patch of space was dyed red. This scene made Yi Xian frown. These 10 billion mecha battle beasts did not have bodies of flesh and blood. Their bodies were all made from special alloys and the remains of ancient life forms. In other words, the blood mist that permeated the space was clearly from the space beasts of the all-evil army. With a frown, Yi Xian extended his deific consciousness. His expression immediately darkened. From his investigation, he found that the all-evil army had suffered quite a few losses. Although it was only a single clash, this sort of close combat was the most ferocious of all. And the 10 billion mecha battle beasts of the Divine Legacy clan were not only strong, they did not fear death. Some of the mecha battle beasts even launched a suicidal attack. As soon as they got close, they immediately self-destructed. Devastating energy shrouded the void. Although the astral beasts in the army of evil had extraordinary cultivation bases and were ferocious by nature, they were still made of flesh and blood. Under such a large-scale self-destruction, they could not withstand it. Because of this, even if they did not die on the spot, injuries were inevitable. In fact, in the blink of an eye, the number of space beasts that were caught off guard and killed by the Divine Legacy clan's mecha battle beasts' self-destruction numbered in the hundreds of thousands. Although the all-evil army had more than 100 million space beasts, the loss of a few 100,000 space beasts was not great. But if this continued, it would definitely be shocking. Moreover, the Divine Legacy clan was losing fresh lives, while the Divine Legacy clan had only lost a few lifeless ones. This was the Divine Legacy clan's AI mecha battle beasts. No matter how one looked at it, it was not worth it. Immediately order the beast army to retreat. A cold light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes as he turned around to look at the primordial turtle. He sneered, "You want to fight with this highness? You're dreaming." The primordial turtle was in a panic. Hearing this, it was relieved and immediately ordered the all-evil army to retreat. On the side, the commander of the nomadic army, Green Ox, patted his chest and said, "Why don't we go?" After decades of fleeing in space, the nomadic army's battleships are all as slippery as loaches. If they want to self-destruct and drag us down with them, there's no way, no need. Yi Xian shook his head, but a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This kind of retaliatory counterattack is best left to the 4 heavenly kings. Please remember the domain name of this book. Chapter 49-47. Whoosh! Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xian abruptly waved his hand. In an instant, 4 rays of light shot out, directly passing through the wall of the starship and appearing in the void of the universe 10 billion kilometers away. Welcome! The storm expanded and turned into 4 giant mantis-winged battle beasts, each with a size of 50 million miles. They stood in a straight line, and their basic forms were exactly the same. They stood on their hind legs, and their mantis wings were as sharp as blades. There was only a slight difference. Yet, these minute differences were clearly due to the fusion of 4 different war drums. The 4 war drums were located in the chests of the 4 mantis-winged warbeasts. It was also because of their fusion that the 4 mantis-winged warbeasts had different patterns on their chests. They were like emblems. From left to right, the emblems on the chests of the 4 mantis-winged warbeasts were a purplish-gold void soldier ladle, a ferocious one-horned weeping soul beast head, a gray slime, and a blood-red blood mosquito beast. They were clearly the characteristics of the 4 major kinetic races of the 4 war drums. Although, there were only 4 figures, and they weren't overly large. Among the more than 10 billion Heaven's Legacy race mechanical warbeasts in the void, there were many existences that were larger than them. However, the cultivation auras that emanated from the 4 heavenly kings were too terrifying. They were all at the perfected supreme of the primordial era, which was equivalent to a half-step heavenly Tao realm. Ever since the start of the war, the Heaven's Legacy race, the Heavenly Tao Alliance, and the Magic Hall had only sent out their conventional combat forces. Even the mighty figures of the primordial era had never appeared. Yet, now, the Magic Hall had suddenly sent out 4 half-step Heavenly Tao realm existences. It immediately attracted everyone's attention. Heavens, it was fine for the Tao Alliance. At the very least, the upper echelons had seen the 4 heavenly kings before. However, in the scouting fleets of the various small and medium-sized factions, this was the first time all the scouts were seeing the 4 heavenly kings gathered together. When they suddenly saw this scene, their bodies trembled violently as their eyes emitted an intense glint. These were 4 half-step heavenly Tao realm existences. It was obvious how terrifying their might was. Everyone was looking forward to their combined attack. They imagined how terrifying the destructive might of this attack would be. Roar! 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 At that moment, countless astral beasts in the 10,000 evil legion had already retreated. However, the more than 10 billion Heaven's Legacy race mechanical warbeasts in front of them did not stop. They roared as they gave chase. Roar! At that moment, Heavenly King Void and Heavenly King Blood Mosquito, who were in the middle of the 4 heavenly kings, raised their heads and let out a shocking roar. At that instant, the soldier ladle insignia on Heavenly King Void's chest suddenly lit up and shone brightly. The tens of millions of soldier ladles in the 1,000 beehive nodes of the Void Battle Claw began to move under Heavenly King Void's command. There were a total of more than 1,000 beehive nodes with a diameter of 3,000 meters. Inside each node, there were tens of thousands of void soldier ladles guarding them. They were using all their strength to activate the unique biological frequency of the soldier ladles. These unique biological frequency were channeled out under the guidance of the soldier ladles in each beehive node. More than 1,000 beehive nodes had more than 1,000 river-like biological frequency streams. All of them, they all followed the pipeline and rushed to the core node of the core circle, and then gathered into one. Finally, with the sudden roar of the Void Heavenly King, this terrifying and mysterious biological frequency was like a tsunami pouring out of his mouth in an instant. Hum! Hum! An invisible shockwave roared out. This majestic and terrifying biological frequency directly caused the void to tremble. It gave people the illusion that the entire vast and boundless star field was trembling under this sudden high-frequency buzzing. Accompanied by a terrifying air-breaking sound that was sharp enough to tear apart the sky, everyone was temporarily deafened. In the void, an invisible tide like an ocean of stars suddenly leaked out, turning into an invisible force that could topple mountains and overturn seas. In an instant, it completely enveloped the vast void in a radius of hundreds of millions of miles in front of the Void Heavenly King. Ryup, rumble, clear tearing sounds that were as dense as rain resounded everywhere. This vast void hundreds of millions of li away was instantly torn apart inch by inch. As far as the eye could see, a large amount of void turbulence gushed out. In some of the larger void rifts, a large amount of void turbulence even formed a void vortex that resembled a black hole. Countless mecha beasts were swept away by the void vortex's endless storm and tide, but they were like paper under the crushing force of the void vortex. They were instantly reduced to ashes and scattered ashes. It was just a simple attack. To be precise, Heavenly King Void only let out a roar of anger. But the mechanical beasts of the Tianji clan lost more than 2 billion in an instant. This scene was like the wrath of the heavens, causing people's souls to tremble. But this was only a part of this wave of attack. Among the 4 Heavenly Kings, besides Heavenly King Void, Heavenly King Blood Mosquito also let out a shocking roar. The latter's chest was fused with the Blood Mosquito battle staff. The color of the Blood Mosquito battle staff was a dark red that leaned toward black, like dried blood, giving people a very heavy feeling of oppression. There was nothing unusual about this Blood Mosquito war doll. It looked exactly the same as the other 3 war dolls. However, the core node of the 9th circle, which was the smallest inside the mouth of the horn, was different from the other thousands of honeycomb nodes. The front half of this core node was densely packed with incomparably sharp alloy spikes. At first glance, this core node was like a huge alloy porcupine. Although only the side of the core node facing the horn was filled with alloy spikes, the number was extremely shocking. They were too densely packed. After the last modification, the total number exceeded 100 billion. Moreover, the hardness of these alloy spikes was also extremely shocking, exceeding 100,000 meters in diameter. They were several times the material of the main body of the Starry Sky Fortress. These alloy spikes were all created by mixing in some special mineral or crystal. Each one was 100 zhang long. If thrown out like a spear, under a certain angle, it could pierce through battleships, fortresses, and even Starry Sky Fortresses. It was simply like playing with toys. This was something that the forging system specially made according to the characteristics of the Mosquito clan. Roar! Xiu xiu xiu! The next moment, as Heavenly King Blood Mosquito took a step forward, he did not hesitate at all. He immediately raised his head and let out an angry roar. In front of his chest, the intense high-frequency vibrating sound produced by the wings of a mosquito beast came instantly. Like a beehive, countless densely packed tiny holes appeared. An invisible blood-colored mosquito wave spurted out from within, radiating forward. Please remember the domain name of this book. Chapter 49-48. At this moment, as Heavenly King Blood Mosquito angrily roared and stepped forward, the millions of vicious mosquito beasts in his chest flapped their wings in unison. The entire void trembled as if they were resonating with each other, if it weren't for the fact that they had all restrained the high-frequency vibrating power and gathered it together from the beehive nodes to the core node of the 9th circle. If they had spread out, the entire void would have been stirred up and trembled violently at this moment. This invisible shockwave was amplified by the special shape of the war drum. When it left the largest outer ring of the war drum, it had already blown out creases in the void. Among them, there were also countless giant alloy spears forged from special materials. They could even pierce through stars, let alone these Heaven's Legacy race mechanical war beasts. It was simply unstoppable. The speed of this wave of attacks was extremely fast, and as it shot out, a layer of invisible ripples appeared in the void. In the blink of an eye, it had already traveled over 10 billion miles, directly coming into contact with the mechanical battle beasts in front of it. Boom, boom, rumble. Shockingly loud explosions rang out in an instant, one after another, densely packed, covering the sky and covering the earth. Giant fireballs appeared in the void for tens of billions of li caught off guard. Almost none of the mechanical war beasts were able to avoid this strange bombardment. With just a single strike, all the mechanical beasts within a radius of 10 billion miles were blown apart, turning into giant fireballs that exploded in all directions. A corner of the vast void was illuminated as if a large number of stars had self-detonated. The power was world-shaking, and a large area of the battlefield was once again cleared. In just these 2 strikes, the Void Heavenly King and Heavenly King Blood Mosquito had destroyed billions of mechanical war beasts. These were all giant war beasts that had been fused together. There were only a little more than 10 billion of them, and now more than half of them had been destroyed. The entire Heaven's Legacy race mechanical warbeast army had been crippled because of this. The 4 Heavenly Kings' attacks all had different characteristics. This was caused by the 4 great war drums that had fused with the 4 Heavenly Kings. Of these 4 great war drums, The void drum possessed the power of the void, the weeping soul drum possessed the power of the void, and the time drum was even more terrifying. It could unleash the time tide that was related to the time law of the universe. This is the power of the three war drums was invisible. The void war drum only had a single ripple in the void, while the weeping soul war drum only had a terrifying cry that could destroy souls. The tide of time that was triggered by the time war drum was actually a kind of invisible power of law. When it exploded, there was a slight flash of golden light that disappeared. Once again, the weeping soul war Allah's weeping soul howl had little effect on the Heaven's Legacy race's AI warbeast army. This included the tide of time. Although the tide of time could cause the body of these mechanical battle beasts to age instantly, it was still not a fatal blow. Therefore, this time, the four heavenly kings moved together. Although the heavenly king of the void and the heavenly king of the blood mosquito activated the battle llama power in their chests to attack, the heavenly king of the void and the heavenly king of the blood mosquito attacked together. But however, Ti-Hun heavenly king and Time heavenly king did not do the same. Roar! At that moment, as heavenly king void and heavenly king blood mosquito simultaneously unleashed their war drum's power, heavenly king Tear Soul and heavenly king Time suddenly raised their heads and let out a shocking roar. Immediately following that, a cold glint flashed in their eyes. With a shake of their shoulders, they instantly charged towards the billions of Heaven's Legacy race's mechanical battle beasts that were gathered 5 billion kilometers away. In the blink of an eye, they were already in front of them. Bang! Rumble! A distance of more than 5 billion kilometers was nothing to Heavenly King Tear Soul and Heavenly King Time, who had perfected Desolate Supremacy Level 9 cultivation. At that moment, they had descended into the midst of the mechanical battle beast army. The first thing they did was to circulate their inner strength and attack at the same time. He did not circulate the weeping soul war drum and time drum that had fused into their bodies. Instead, they directly attacked with a pair of extremely hard alloy fists and the pair of razor-sharp mantis wings on their backs. However, their power was just as astonishing. After all, they were all perfected Desolate Supremacy's Level 9, supreme existences that were half-step Heavenly Tao realm existences. Instantly, a deafening rumble sounded. Two supremacies with terrifying half-step Heavenly Tao behemoths charged into the enemy army. With a wave of their fists, they were unstoppable. A corner of the void trembled violently. This was a one-sided massacre. A large number of mechanical battle beasts exploded into fireballs. Roar! Screech! At the same time, the Heavenly King of the Void and the Heavenly King of the Blood Mosquito, who had just completed a battle llama attack, raised their heads and roared. Then, their figures shot forward, turning into streaks of light that followed closely behind, charging into the Tianji clan's army of mechanical battle beasts 10 billion li ahead. Just a moment ago, Heavenly King Void and Heavenly King Blood Mosquito had activated the Void War Drum and Blood Mosquito War Drum in their chests to deliver a full-powered attack. Now, the kinetic forces within the War Drum were already in a weakened state. Although with their present cultivation level and life's natural order, the duration of this weakened state was very short, far from what it was before. However, at the very least, Heavenly King Void and Heavenly King Blood Mosquito would not be able to activate the War Drum's power to launch a similar attack for the next few hours. Therefore, the two of them now rushed out and entered the center of the mechanical battle beast army. Just like Heavenly King Crying Soul and Heavenly King Time, they used a pair of giant alloy fists and the sharp mantis wings on their backs to launch a melee attack. In fact, this was enough. This Heaven's Legacy race's mechanical battle beast army originally had more than 100 billion soldiers, but after a round of bombardment from the 40 billion battleships of the remnant army, they had lost some, and only had a little more than 100 billion soldiers left. Then they began a strong fusion. Although the mechanical battle beasts that appeared increased in size, their cultivation level also increased greatly. Even the ferocious evil army was caught off guard and suffered a small loss. However, their numbers were sharply reduced to more than 10 billion soldiers. Just now, after Heavenly King Void and Heavenly King Blood Mosquito had activated the War Drum in front of their chests to deliver a full-powered attack, more than half of the 10 billion powerful mechanical battle beasts were destroyed. Now, more than half of the void in front of them was empty. There were only slightly more than 4 billion giant mechanical battle beasts left. Although 4 billion giant mechanical battle beasts sounded like a lot, it was nothing to the 4 heavenly kings who had perfected rank 9 desolate supremacy cultivation levels. In other words, they were half-step heavenly Tao realm existences. By when the 4 heavenly kings punched out, boundless power wreaked havoc. At least tens of millions of mechanical battle beasts were destroyed, exploding into giant fireballs. The 4 of them joined forces and charged into the remaining mechanical battle beast army. It was like tigers entering a pack of wolves. The battle instantly turned one-sided. This was clearly the rhythm of annihilation. Please remember the domain name of this book. Chapter 4949. Roar. Screech. Rumble. As Heavenly King Crying Soul and Heavenly King Flowing Time charged out and blasted apart tens of millions of Heaven's legacy race mechanical war beasts with a single punch, Heavenly King Void and Heavenly King Blood Mosquito, who had just completed their first attack, raised their heads and bellowed. Immediately following that, they transformed into beams of light and charged into the Heaven's legacy race mechanical war beast army 5 billion kilometers away. Over here, due to Heavenly King Void and Heavenly King Blood Mosquito's terrifying full-powered attacks, more than half of the Heaven's legacy race's 10 billion powerful mechanical war beasts had been destroyed. More than half of the void in front of them was empty. There were only slightly more than 4 billion gigantic mechanical war beasts left. Yet, the 4 heavenly kings were all desolate supremacies, half-step heavenly Tao realm existences. Their punches were filled with boundless might. It could be said that every strike destroyed tens of millions of mechanical war beasts, turning them into gigantic fireballs. When the 4 heavenly kings joined forces to charge into the remaining mechanical war beast army, it was like a tiger entering a pack of wolves. The battle in the vast void on the right side of the Heaven's Legacy star domain turned one-sided in an instant. Just the 4 heavenly kings' attacks were enough to ensure the annihilation of an entire region. There was no question that this Heaven's Legacy race army of mechanical war beasts, which had originally numbered more than 100 billion, had been reduced to a little more than 10 billion through the fusion process. However, their individual strength had soared, and they were quickly wiped out. This was to be expected. Although the mechanical war beast army was massive in scale, and the combat beasts' cultivation levels were even more astounding after the fusion, they were only a conventional combat force. They did not even have self-awareness, so they were not considered official members of the Heaven's Legacy race. They were only relying on DE's preset level of defense and counterattack as a conditioned reflex. Such a situation was something that ordinary primordial era mighty figures would not be able to handle. Furthermore, the ones attacking them at the same time were the 4 desolate supremacies, half-step heavenly Tao realm existences. The Heaven's Legacy race's battleship fleet formation was just too massive. Just the right side of the void had more than 100 billion mechanical war beasts. At the deeper regions of the Heaven's Legacy star domain, another massive battleship fleet quickly sailed out. There were also quite a number of them, more than 100 billion. Boom! Rumble. As the Heaven's Legacy race warships charged forward, they immediately gave the order to attack. A series of earth-shattering booms rang out, and beams of energy beams of varying diameters shot out from the opposite side of the void. Although there were a lot of them, hundreds of billions of them, there were still a lot of them. But on the one hand, it was because the distance was still too great, tens of billions of li. On the other hand, it was because this Heaven's Legacy race army had warships of varying sizes. There were even stellar warships that were 3,000 meters long. This is, at this level of battleship, even the energy beam of the main cannon couldn't reach a distance of tens of billions of miles. Moreover, it was far from being able to. Therefore, even though this round of bombardment in the void tens of billions of miles away seemed to be magnificent and majestic on the surface, in fact, after reaching billions of miles away, the originally overwhelming energy beams had already become sparse. At least 40% of them had been reduced. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian, who was currently in the control cabin on the top floor of a star fortress, suddenly curled his lips and muttered softly, Is the conventional combat force of the Heaven's Legacy race finally running out of steam? If so, the Heaven's Legacy beast will be forced to appear soon. At this point, he no longer hesitated and immediately waved his hand. In an instant, he ordered the 4 legions behind him to attack. Roar! Screech! Almost at the next moment, following Zhao Dong's order, the tens of billions of battleships of the Heaven's Legacy race army also fired their first volley. Boom! Rumble! Nearly 40 billion battleships of different sizes and shapes fired at the same time, and the parabolic energy beams that shot out enveloped the vast void of tens of billions of li. Their speed was very fast, and in the blink of an eye, they fell behind the army of mechanical battle beasts in the distance, causing an earth-shattering explosion. With just one blow, at least billions of mechanical battle beasts of different sizes and levels exploded, turning the vast void of tens of billions of li into a sea of fire. Roar! Roar! At the same time, the countless space beasts of the All-Evil Legion also raised their heads and roared. One more than 100 million space beasts, all of them with terrifying cultivation bases and astonishing auras, at this moment, under the order of the immemorial tortoise, they roared and charged into the void as if they did not care about their lives. A great battle instantly broke out. This time, it was still a close-range fight, and as soon as the battle began, earth-shattering explosions came from the void. The previously fused Heaven's Legacy race army of mechanical battle beasts had indeed caught the All-Evil Legion off guard and caused them to suffer a small loss. But it was also because of this that the countless beasts of the All-Evil Legion were riled up. At this moment, under the order of the immemorial tortoise, they immediately set their eyes on the warships of the Heaven's Legacy race. In the blink of an eye, they were extremely close and directly wreaking havoc. They either directly smashed the warships with their flesh and blood, or used their skeletal wings and giant tails to forcefully pull them away. Compared to those powerful mechanical battle beasts, these ordinary warships of the Heaven's Legacy race were not only much weaker, but because of their size, they were not suitable for close-range combat. The 100 million space beasts of the All-Evil Legion instantly closed in. Even if each space beast only attacked once and destroyed one warship, in total, they would have destroyed more than 100 million warships. Losing more than 100 million warships in one attack was simply unheard of. The entire army only had a little more than 100 billion warships of various types, so they would not be able to last for long. Moreover, in addition to the Remnant Legion and the All-Evil Legion, among the 4 armies of the Magic Hall, the Nomadic Army and the Captive Army had also charged out at the first moment. The Nomadic Army's combat strength was the most complicated. There were space beasts and battleships of the Remnant Legion. Apart from that, there were also large space fortresses with diameters of 100,000 meters and large star fortresses with diameters of 500,000 meters and 1 million meters. As for the Captive Army, although they didn't have such massive star fortresses, they were basically all small fortresses and fortresses of various sizes. Their numbers were so great that it was shocking. Compared to the mecha battleship army of the Heaven's Legacy race, they were far inferior. With this, the 4 great armies of the Demon Palace moved out at the same time. All of them poured out, and in less than half an incense stick's worth of time, the space on the right side of the Tianji Star region had been completely charred. The space was filled with the remains of various battleships and mechanical war beasts that had exploded. But this was only the beginning. With the advance of the 4 armies of the Magic Hall, the time when the entire Heaven's Legacy star field was scorched earth was probably not far away. Please remember the domain name of this book. Chapter 4950. It wasn't just the battle at the right side of the void that the Magic Hall was in charge of. In fact, the battle at the front of the Tianji Star region that the Heavenly Dao Alliance was in charge of was just as tragic. Clang. Of course, the tragedy here was only referring to the Tianji race's battleship army. After all, they were just conventional forces, and they were only attacking according to preset procedures. Against the powerful attacks of the Heavenly Dao Alliance, they would never be able to resist. From the very beginning, they had been retreating bit by bit, hiss, with a low humming sound. The Temple of Glory, which had just charged out of the Heavenly Dao Alliance's encampment and completed its first attack, suddenly let out another low humming sound as everyone looked on. The old man's low voice sounded as if he was sleep-talking. Glory, purification. Even as his voice trailed off, another 9 sections of the Temple of Glory that resembled a celestial continent abruptly lit up. A milky white sphere of light that was millions of miles wide appeared in each section, and shot out like a cannonball the moment it appeared. Its speed was so fast that even the void was instantly torn apart. In the blink of an eye, it crossed hundreds of billions of miles of the void and directly landed behind the Tianji race's battleships and the Star Fortress army, exploding at once. Boom, boom, boom. As the 9 spheres of light exploded, milky white waves instantly appeared in the void and surged forward in an overwhelming manner. This scene was so shocking that it was filled with a divine sense of beauty. It was as if the waves were going to cleanse the haze in the void, instantly drowning the tens of billions of Tianji race's battleships and the Star Fortress army. Everything that followed was the same as before. It was as if it was a duplicate. The milky white energy spread out like waves. It was silent, but it once again stunned all the elites in the battlefield. None, regardless of whether it was the Heavenly Law Alliance's army, the Demon Hall's army, or the experts in the various small and medium-sized factions' scouting fleets that were lying in ambush in the distant void, all of them couldn't help but gasp. Their bodies shook violently. The 9 milky white spheres of light were merely in the form of energy. Even if they exploded into a milky white ocean in the starry skies, they remained the same. However, as the ocean dissipated, everything in the void appeared once more. The image was incredibly bizarre. More than 10 billion Heaven's Legacy race warships and starships could be seen, but all of them were silent and motionless. Just like the last attack, the 10 billion warships and even the rumbling of the kinetic energy cabins had vanished, as if they had become ghost ships in the netherworld. In an instant, all the energy in the battleships were completely dispersed. This sort of method was far too shocking, and although the Celestial Legacy race AI robots in the warship could be said to be a sea of them, without the support of energy, they were nothing more than piles of scrap metal, completely losing the ability to continue fighting. With just this one strike, the area directly in front of the Knowledge Star once again became a large empty void. Although there were still 10 billion battleships stopping in this void, they nevertheless seemed to be nothing. Noiselessly, they lost all threats. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Behind the Temple of Glory, a large number of light battleships shot out from the void like sharp arrows, deftly dodging the energy beams that were fired randomly in the void. In a short time, they had closed in on this ghost-like region. Then, a large number of human elites rushed out from these light battleships and directly into the 10 billion Tianji race battleships. In less than half an incense stick's worth of time, the Heaven's Legacy race AI robots that had lost their kinetic energy were all destroyed. Meanwhile, the concentrated energy blocks that these human experts had brought with them were quickly replaced, and the kinetic energy cabins were activated once more. Then, they turned around and attacked the Heaven's Legacy race. Roar. Screech. Screech. At the same time, behind the immortal 9 stars, Sky End Palace, and the Temple of Glory, the other 2 factions of the Celestial Alliance, the Star Alliance and the Alliance of 10,000 Races, moved out as well. The Alliance of 10,000 Races was formed by the slave races of the first universe, while the Star Alliance was formed by the races of the second universe. These races existed in all shapes and sizes, but more than 80% of them had the bloodline of the Pharaohs of the Stars. In this expedition against the Tianji race, the 2 alliances had not only sent out their battleships and Star Fortress armies, but also a large number of Pharaohs with extraordinary cultivation. And now, with the Star Alliance and the Alliance of 10,000 Races, who had been standing still behind the Human Federation's army, moved out, each sending out tens of billions of battleships and Star Fortress armies. Apart from that, there were also tens of billions of ferocious beasts formed by the various clans with extraordinary cultivation bases and strength. The 2 armies rushed out from both sides of the Human Federation's army as if they were 2 wings. In an instant, they each occupied a space of 20 to 30 billion miles in space, firing their cannons at the same time, roaring to the sky. Carrying a terrifying aura that could destroy heaven and earth, they rushed towards the Tianji galaxy. Boom. Rumble. From this moment on, the three alliances that formed the Celestial Alliance also moved out, just like the magic hall that was in charge of the right side of the galaxy. The forces of the two giants formed a pincer attack, closing in on the Tianji galaxy from both sides. Earth-shattering roars resounded once again. Boom. The Tianji race's battleships and star fortresses exploded into fireballs in the void. Some were big and some were small, but without exception, all of them were filled with a destructive aura as if the end of the world had arrived. Boom. The army was advancing. Although it was not very fast, its momentum was like pushing through dry weeds, and it was impossible to stop them. Although the two giants of the Magic Hall and the Celestial Alliance did not move out in full force, they sent out more than 60% of their forces, and all of them were elites. It was impossible for the machine race to have the ability to stop the advance of the Allied army with just their mechanical battle beasts, battleships, and star fortresses. The Tianji galaxy was vast and boundless. From the edge to the deepest part, there was a distance of more than 200 billion miles. Originally, there were a large number of abandoned stars scattered in this void. It had to be said that the Tianji race's construction ability was truly impressive. It had not been long since they had arrived in this chaos fragment void. However, as a matter of fact, all the abandoned planets in this vast void, which had a circumference of more than 200 billion miles, had been transformed by the Heaven's Legacy clan into star fortresses that were similar to star fortresses. Some of the star fortresses were huge and were built from abandoned stars. Although they had a major disadvantage, which was that they could not be moved, they were definitely the best choice for defensive void fortresses. For example, today, the Magic Hall and the Heavenly Dao Alliance's army were advancing. If they wanted to turn the entire Tianji galaxy into scorched earth, the void fortresses that were transformed from abandoned stars in this void had to be completely destroyed. Otherwise, they would not be able to continue advancing and force out the Tianji beast that was in seclusion to heal its injuries. Chapter 4951. Rumble. Roar, roar, roar. The entire Tianji star field was in chaos. The distance from the periphery of the star field to the deepest part, which was the territory of the Tianji race, was more than 200 billion kilometers. However, both the Heavenly Law Alliance's army, which was attacking from the front, and the Magic Hall's army, which was attacking from the right, had already entered the Tianji star field. However, furthermore, in just half a day, they had already advanced a distance of 20 to 30 billion kilometers. Everywhere they looked, they could see the scene of an intense battle. The void was filled with the remains of countless battleships, star fortresses, and mechanical beasts of the Tianji race. Although the three great factions of the Heavenly Law Alliance and the four great legions of the Magic Hall had suffered some losses, they were much lesser in comparison. The difference was so huge that it was almost negligible. This time, the Demon Hall and the Heavenly Dao Alliance had mobilized more than 60% of their elite troops. If they couldn't even wipe out a regular army that didn't include the official members of the Heaven's Legacy race, it would be too laughable. Furious roars, ruthless howls, and earth-shattering booms continued to ring out. The Heavenly Dao Union's three factions and the Devil Hall's four legions pressed in from the front and the right, pushing forward continuously. After advancing 20 to 30 billion kilometers, they had already entered the hinterland of the Tianji star field. In front, a large number of alloy fortresses the size of stars appeared. They were scattered in the void, and there was one every few meters. These void fortresses were indeed made of stars. The Tianji race had hollowed them out with countless robot armies and cast a layer of sturdy alloy on the surface. However, they looked so cold that it made people shiver. They had hollowed out half of the stars to install the cannons on the ships, and they could even shoot out terrifying star cannons. Boom! Right at this moment, from the front of the Tianji star field that the Heavenly Law Alliance was in charge of, an extremely low buzzing sound could be heard 10 billion kilometers ahead of the army. Although it was 10 billion kilometers away, everyone could hear it clearly, and it gave people a numbing sensation. Shio! In the very next instant, A black cannon energy beam that was over 10 million miles in diameter abruptly shot out from a void fortress that had been modified from a star. As soon as it appeared, it tore open a giant fissure in the void. Moreover, its speed was extremely fast. In less than half a breath's time, it had already traversed 10 billion miles of the void and arrived in front of the Heavenly Law Alliance's army. Directly in front of the pillar of black light was the Star Alliance's fleet of warships. Here, seeing this terrifying energy beam shooting towards them, the commander of this fleet was scared out of his wits. Countermatter energy beam cannon. The damned Heaven's Legacy race had actually hollowed out a star and installed a large antimatter light energy generator inside it. Moreover, it was most likely constantly operating and accumulating energy. Furthermore, this star could not be moved, so there was no need to consider other uses. It was just a cannon, a simple death ray cannon. This star had been turned into a giant antimatter death ray cannon. It was easy to imagine how terrifying its power was. In fact, even if one did not know all of this, just by looking at the black energy beam that had just shot out from the star and was 10 million miles in diameter, one would be able to judge its terrifying power. The tens of billions of warships that were charging towards the Star Alliance's army were instantly thrown into chaos. Like headless flies in the void, they dodged to the left and right. Their kinetic energy cabins were pushed to the limit, trying to avoid this terrifying black energy beam. Although time was tight, more than 90% of the warships and the Star Alliance managed to avoid it. After all, the distance of 10 billion miles in the void gave them some time to react. But the area covered by this black energy beam was too vast. With a diameter of 10 million miles, everything in its path was destined to be turned into ashes. Boom. Rumble. As the black energy beam crashed into the Star Alliance's warships and the Star Alliance's army, an earth-shattering explosion resounded through the void. Wherever the black energy beam passed, it didn't matter if it was a fortress or a stronghold. Even the 500,000-meter diameter and 1 million-meter diameter star fortresses were unable to withstand its terrifying destructive power. That one strike had destroyed at least 3 or 4 billion of the Star Alliance's fortresses and strongholds. More than a dozen of them had been damaged. They weren't completely destroyed, but for the time being they were out of action. They had no choice but to retreat to the rear. What was left of them was... This was only one wave of attack from a single star fortress. Matter in fact, after the first wave of attack, a deep buzzing sound that made one's scalp go numb could be heard from the star fortress 10 billion miles in front of them. This time, the frequency of the buzzing sound seemed to be more rapid than before. Obviously, this star fortress had the ability to launch the same attack again. However, this might require a certain amount of time, because it also needed time to accumulate energy. But in fact, in the hinterland of the Tianji galaxy, there were many star fortresses like this one. As far as the eye could see, there were star fortresses not too far away in the void. In the entire Tianji galaxy, which was more than 200 billion miles wide, there were at least 8,000 star fortresses like this, if not 10,000 of them. A single attack from a single star fortress had caused the Star Alliance to lose 3 to 4 billion warships and star fortresses of various types. If these star fortresses were not dealt with, even if the Heavenly Law Alliance and the Magic Hall combined forces pushed forward, in order to reach the deepest part of the Tianji galaxy, at least 70% of the two giants' armies would be destroyed in the end. This kind of loss was unacceptable to both Yi Xian and the Heavenly Law Alliance's higher-ups. When all was said and done, these star fortresses were merely constructed from abandoned stars. They were not official members of the Heaven's Legacy race. Using their life force to fight against these star fortresses that could be rebuilt at any time was not a good deal at all. As these thoughts flashed through Yi Xian's mind, a cold light flashed in his eyes. The 4 heavenly kings, who were wreaking havoc in front of the 4 armies, immediately raised their heads and roared in unison. Their bodies transformed into 4 streaks of light and shot forward. In the blink of an eye, they were already 10 billion miles away. Each of them chose a star fortress that was distributed in the void and waved their fists. At the same time, in the front of the Tianji galaxy, which the Heavenly Law Alliance was in charge of, the higher-ups of the 3 major alliances that formed the Heavenly Law Alliance also gave orders. In the blink of an eye, a large number of universe masters and universe supremes, as well as a small number of powerful beings from the primordial era, rushed out. Their targets were also the star fortresses in the void in front of them. Chapter 4952. As Yi Xian's eyes glinted coldly, the four heavenly kings raised their heads and roared in unison. Their bodies transformed into 4 streaks of light and shot out. In the blink of an eye, they were already 10 billion miles away. Each of them chose a star fortress that was distributed in the void and waved their fists. A shocking roar instantly reverberated. The 4 heavenly kings were desolate venerables, and they were half-step heavenly pathmasters. Even the stars were unable to withstand the power of their fists. In an instant, 4 star fortresses exploded and transformed into gigantic black fireballs. At the same time, in front of the Tianji star sector, the higher-ups of the 3 major alliances that formed the Heavenly Path Alliance had clearly given their orders. In the blink of an eye, a large number of universe masters and universe supremes, as well as a small number of powerful beings from the primordial era, charged out. Similarly, they also aimed at the star fortresses in the void in front of them. Even if it was a universe master, when he punched with all his might, he might not be able to turn Star Fortress into a black fireball like the 4 heavenly kings, but it would not be a problem at all to merely destroy the internal devices and equipment. 3. Although there were not many powerful beings from the primordial era in the Great Alliance, there were quite a number of universe masters and universe supremes. Now, all of them had charged out and chosen star fortresses as their targets. In a short period of time, hundreds of star fortresses had been destroyed. Behind them, the armies of the Heavenly Path Alliance and the Magic Hall maintained an even pace as they pushed forward. However, at this moment, hundreds of star fortresses in the void in front of them emitted extremely low buzzing sounds that made one's scalp go numb. The 4 heavenly kings and a large number of high-level battle forces of the Heavenly Path Alliance who were at the forefront of the void immediately became vigilant. Those who were slightly closer to them immediately charged toward the star fortresses that were emitting the buzzing sounds. With a wave of their fists, they either blasted the star fortresses into exploding black fireballs or paralyzed the internal devices, causing the buzzing sounds to stop. However, there were also a dozen star fortresses that had successfully launched their giant cannons before this calamity arrived. Boom, 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 boom. A dozen deep buzzing sounds rang out at the same time. Although they were separated by a distance of 10 billion kilometers, they still drilled into everyone's ears clearly, giving them a numbing sensation. Boom! Shio! In the next instant, more than a dozen black energy beams shot out of the star fortresses, each with a diameter of 10 million miles. They shot into the void, and as soon as they appeared, they tore open a huge fissure. They were extremely fast, and in less than half a breath's time, they had already traversed 10 billion miles and reached the front of the Heavenly Law Alliance's army and the Magic Hall's army. Boom! Rumble! The Heavenly Law Alliance's army was no longer in a state of chaos, as the 7 or 8 black light pillars pointed directly at them. A large number of ferocious beasts, battleships, and starships hastily retreated to the sides. No, but there were still a few that couldn't be avoided. The black beam of antimatter energy crashed into the Star Alliance's battleships and the Starfleet's forces. A deafening explosion rocked the void. Black wherever the black light pillars passed, no matter how big or small the Star Alliance's fortresses were, they couldn't withstand the terrifying destructive power. This attack destroyed at least 4 to 5 billion of the Star Alliance's fortresses. After all, more than a dozen black light pillars shot out at the same time, and 9 of them were aimed at the Heavenly Law Alliance's army. 6 of them were aimed at the Magic Hall's 4 major legions. However, on the other side, Yi Xian was the first to make a move. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and his figure disappeared from the command cabin on the top floor of the Star Fortress. He appeared in the void in front of the Magic Hall's 4 major legions. Shio! 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 At that time, he was only in the form of a 3-meter-tall devil ape. He didn't even show his enormous body that was 60 million miles long. Just like that, he stood in the void, and with a wave of his hand, the 4 black antimatter energy beams, which had a diameter of 10 million miles, were blocked by a powerful force. Suddenly, after pausing in the void for a moment, they were immediately pushed back. Moreover, they were pushed back even faster than when they came. In the blink of an eye, they were back in front of the 4 star fortresses from which they were shot. There was no suspense in what happened next. The 4 star fortresses exploded in an instant, turning into 4 huge black fireballs. After doing all this, Yi Xian didn't stay any longer. His figure flickered, and he disappeared from the void, returning to the command cabin on the top floor of the star fortress. Boom! At the same time, several of the primordial era experts in the Magic Hall's army rushed out. They didn't directly charge into the void like the 4 heavenly kings and bombard the star fortresses in the void. Instead, they simply stood guard in front of the Magic Hall's 4 major legions. A black pillar of light that was tens of millions of kilometers long shot out from the depths of the heavenly mystery star region in front of them. They would attack in an instant, even though they couldn't wave their hands like Yi Xian and cause the 4 black pillars of light to roll back. But it was still possible for one of the primordial era experts to forcefully repel a black light pillar with their full strength. Although there weren't many primordial era experts in the Magic Hall, they were more than enough to guard the void in front of the 4 major legions. In another direction, the higher-ups of the 3 major powers of the Heavenly Tao Alliance had also made some adjustments. More than 10 primordial era experts who had been swinging their fists at the star fortresses in front of the Heavenly Tao Alliance also retreated and stood guard in front of the 3 major legions of the Heavenly Tao Alliance. Thus, the overall situation on the battlefield was basically decided. Heaven. The mechanical beast army of the Machine Clan was completely annihilated. Although there were still more than 100 billion battleships and star fortresses left, they were constantly being bombarded, and their numbers were decreasing rapidly. These 10,000 star fortresses were the only ones capable of attacking the great army of Demon Palace and the Heavenly Tao Alliance. Although there were many of them, and their power was even more terrifying, under the combined attacks of the 2 great masters, the great beings of the primordial era, Universe Supreme Beings, and Universe Masters, their numbers were constantly decreasing. Time passed slowly, but the earth-shattering roars in the void never stopped. Time passed in the blink of an eye. In less than half a day, the terrifying armies of the 2 major powers of the Heavenly Tao Alliance and the Magic Hall had already entered the Tianji star sector and penetrated 30 to 40 billion miles. Thus Today, in just one day, the armies were pressing in from 2 different directions, and the distance they had advanced was another 100 billion miles. Then, looking ahead, the star sector that belonged to the Tianji clan's sphere of influence was less than 50 billion miles away. The star fortresses in the void were scattered, and there were less than 100 of them. Then, almost all of the battleships in the star sector had turned into fireballs or metal wreckage. Heaven. The mechanical beast army and battleship army of the Machine Clan had been completely annihilated. It could be said that the Tianji clan only had one Heaven's Legacy beast left, which was formed by the fusion of an official member of the Tianji clan and everything else had vanished into thin air, and it was no different from the annihilation of the Tianji clan. Chapter 4953. Boom! Rumble. 10 billion kilometers ahead, as the 4 heavenly kings attacked once again, the last 4 star fortresses in the void transformed into 4 gigantic black fireballs. A loud sound rang out in the sky. Soon after, in less than half an incense stick of time, this incomparably vast star domain suddenly fell silent. But the 3 armies of the Heavenly Tao Alliance and the 4 armies of the Magic Hall all stopped. The cannons of the battleships and star fortresses no longer boomed. The star beasts in the beast army also no longer roared. This was because the Heavenly Legacy race's battleships, star fortresses, and mechanical beasts could no longer be seen in the void ahead. As far as the eye could see, the void in front and behind the 2 armies was filled with burning fireballs of various sizes. Countless battleships, star fortresses, mechanical beasts, and star fortresses were floating in the void after they exploded. The Heavenly Legacy race's conventional forces had completely disappeared. More than 100 billion powerful mechanical beasts, 3 to 400 billion battleships and star fortresses, and nearly 10,000 star fortresses made from stars had all turned into nothingness. Now, the Heavenly Legacy race only had DE and a few million official members left. In addition to himself and the Heavenly Legacy beast that had fused with the Heavenly Legacy city, there was no one else left. From a certain point of view, the Heavenly Legacy race had actually been wiped out in this battle. All that was left was the lone Heavenly Legacy beast. Even though he was invincible in this primordial world fragment, he was all alone. No matter how much trouble he caused, he wouldn't be able to cause much of a commotion. In fact, although the Heavenly Legacy beast had yet to come out of seclusion and was still recovering from the injuries it had suffered during the Heavenly Dao lightning tribulation when it attempted to break through to the Heavenly Dao realm, the Magic Hall and the Heavenly Dao Alliance's armies weren't just destroying the conventional forces of the Heavenly Legacy race. Yi Xian, Di Er, and the rest of the upper echelons of the Heavenly Dao Alliance wanted to take advantage of the fact that the Heavenly Legacy beast had yet to come out of seclusion to join forces with all the old monsters, Huang Zun, and launch a sneak attack. Destroying the conventional forces of the Heavenly Legacy race was just a matter of convenience. If the sneak attack was successful, then the Heaven's Legacy beast, which was in the middle of healing, would be disrupted, and its injuries would most likely worsen. As such, he would not be considered a true Heavenly Dao realm existence. Even if his combat strength was invincible in the void fragment of the primordial desolate world and was infinitely close to the Heavenly Dao realm, as long as he had not completely stabilized himself in the Heavenly Dao realm, Yi Xian, Di Er, and the other desolate supremacies would not fear him. Even if they couldn't defeat him, they would still be able to stand against him if they worked together. This was the ultimate goal of Yi Xian, Di Er, and company. Before it recovered from its injuries, they wanted to aggravate the Heavenly Legacy beast's injuries. They wanted to nip its plans of stabilizing its cultivation in the Heavenly Dao realm in the bud. No ordinary forces were simply incapable of participating in a battle of this level. Not even the great powers of the primordial era were qualified to participate, let alone ordinary warships and dire beasts. Such as today, the conventional forces of the Heavenly Legacy race had been wiped out. Yi Xian, Di Er, and the other upper echelons of the Heavenly Dao Alliance immediately issued orders for their armies to retreat. The 3 armies of the Heavenly Dao Alliance and the 4 legions of the Magic Hall were not only retreating from the Heavenly Legacy star sector, but they were also retreating back to their respective star sectors. Following this, the ultimate battle with the Heavenly Legacy race would erupt. The desolate supremacies of the Magic Hall and the Heavenly Dao Alliance would join forces to attack the Heaven's Legacy beast. This vast and boundless Heavenly Legacy star sector would become a battleground. Boom! Hong! After the orders were issued, the 3 armies of the Heavenly Dao Alliance and the 4 legions of the Magic Hall began to retreat. In the void, the rumbling sound of the kinetic energy cabins being fully activated reverberated. Even the large number of Universe Masters, Universe Supremes, and Great Powers of the Primordial Era that had been dispatched by the 2 Great Powers to attack the Star Fortress in the Star Sector in front of them hurriedly retreated and returned to the fleets of their respective powers. After this, they would lead the armies of their respective powers back to their respective star sectors at the fastest speed possible. They would immediately set up defensive arrangements to prevent any accidents from happening in the battle in the Heavenly Legacy star sector, which would infuriate the Heaven's Legacy beast and cause it to rush over to wreak havoc and seek revenge. Xiao. 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 Just as the terrifying armies of the 2 great powers were retreating, a sharp sound of something breaking through the void rang out. Demon from the palace hall's side, only Yi Xian and Old Pig Demon rushed out. Both of them were only about 3 meters tall, and they had yet to reveal their bloodline true bodies. They stood side by side in the void with the 4 heavenly kings who had retreated from the front. It was the same for the Dao Alliance. The first to rush out were 5 figures. Among them, the leader was a Qilin demonic beast. It was tens of thousands of miles long, and its entire body was shrouded in raging demonic flames. It looked extremely powerful. It was none other than the Blood Qilin. Its cultivation strength had already reached the 8th level of Supreme Master of the Primordial Era. It was only one step away from becoming a peak Desolate Master, who was at the 9th level of perfection. Beside it, there was a fellow who was only half a figure behind it. He was also 10 million miles long, but he was extremely narrow and long. His entire body was pitch black, and there was a billowing demon aura surging out of his body. This fellow was the 9-secret demon crocodile. His cultivation strength was the same as that of the Crimson Unicorn. He had also reached the 8th level of Desolate Master. It could be said that he was extremely powerful. Behind the two of them, another 3 figures rushed out side by side in the void. They were the Desolate Masters from the top 3 races of the original Second Universe. They were the 9-headed Blood Dragon, the Cyan Sky Rock, and the Blood-Devouring War Lion. There among them, the 9-headed Blood Dragon and the Cyan Sky Rock had just broken through and entered the realm of Desolate Master before entering this chaotic world fragment void. Not long ago, these 2 old fellows were only at the 1st level of Desolate Master, but now they were already at the 2nd level of this realm. Moreover, their aura was extremely condensed. They must have broken through a long time ago. They were probably not far away from entering the 3rd level of Desolate Master. As for the Blood-Devouring War Lion, although he had not entered the real Desolate Master realm, he was only a Desolate Master. Viewed in the state of activating the bloodline of the 9 transformation of the Wild Lion, his cultivation strength was much stronger than that of the 9-headed Blood Dragon and the Cyan Sky Rock. Such as now, the cultivation aura emitted from his body had reached the 6th level of the Primordial Era. He was only one step away from entering the late stage of the 7th level. Following along with the appearance of the 5 Desolate Masters of the Star Alliance, in the same direction, in the distance, there were 7 other figures. They were coming together. They all looked like normal humans, but there were obviously only 4 of them who were real humans. In addition, there was another guy, D-Air, who was a mechanical life form. Although the last 2 had changed into human appearance, the aura emitted from their bodies was as violent and majestic as the ferocious beasts of the stars. Both of them looked to be around 60 years old. One was wearing a black robe, while the other was wearing a white robe. The white robe had a dark complexion, like the bottom of a pot, while the black robe was as white as jade. They looked quite interesting. They should be from the headquarters of the former Wan Luo Federation, which was one of the 3 major forces of the current Human Federation, the Temple of Glory. Their true form must be the ferocious beasts of the stars. But their cultivation strength was extraordinary. Both of them were already at the 7th level of the Primordial Era and had entered the late stage of this realm. Their cultivation was the same as the Blood-Devouring War Lion's 9 transformation of the Wild Lion. Chapter 4954. Among the 3 powers that made up the Heavenly Tao Alliance, the 4 awakened desolate venerable old monsters from the Myriad Races Alliance had all been killed by Yixin. Even the blood mist formed when their bodies exploded had been refined into 4 desolate venerable blood essences. Therefore, the desolate venerable old monsters that rushed out of the Heavenly Tao Alliance army were only from the Starry Sky Federation and the Human Federation. Among the 7 desolate venerable old monsters of the Human Federation, other than D-Air and the 2 beast-transformed old men, the other 4 were all real humans. There were 3 men and 1 woman, and they all looked to be in their 60s. These 4 people should be from the human clan's 2 camps, the Immortal Dynasty's Su Laoge and the Tenju Celestial Palace's Tianju Palace. Their cultivation strength was not bad, and they were all late-stage desolate venerables, at the 7th level of this realm. Just from this point, it could be seen that the Human Federation's overall strength was much stronger than the Starry Sky Alliance. Not only did they have 7 desolate venerable old monsters, 6 of them were late-stage 7th level desolate venerables. Even D-Air, who was only a 1st level desolate venerable, had a mechanical race under him. Once the tens of millions of people merged into a mechanical beast, their cultivation strength would surpass that of a 7th level desolate venerable, reaching the 9th level of perfection and half-step Heavenly Tao realm. It could be said that among the 7 desolate venerable old monsters of the Human Federation, D-Air's cultivation was the weakest, but in fact, D-Air's overall strength was the strongest. This could be seen from the fact that D-Air was the only one in the lead when the 7 of them joined forces to come here. Furthermore, the Heavenly Tao Union and the upper echelons of the Demon Hall had joined forces to deal with the Heaven Fate Beast released by the Heaven Fate Beast. Although quite a number of Desolate Supremacy experts had appeared, numbering more than 10, the Heaven Fate Beast had successfully entered the true Heavenly Tao realm. With just these forces, it was still unknown if they could inflict new injuries on him before he recovered from his injuries, even if they were to join forces. Under such circumstances, the master of the Magic Hall, Yi Xian's 3 Blood Sea avatars obviously would not hold back and would condense all of them later. While the 2 mechanical beasts that D-Air had merged with all the people of the machine race would appear again and participate in this battle, whoosh, whoosh whoosh whoosh. As expected, as D-Air's figure appeared, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and he immediately waved his hand. Down below in an instant, streaks of light shot out and began to gather in the void 10 billion miles in front of him. It was obvious that D-Air also had a treasure with a huge internal space. The entire enormous machine clan, which now had close to 80 million members, was being carried around by him. At this moment, because the final battle with the Heaven's Legacy Beast was about to begin, this mechanical tribe army was also summoned by D-Air. Boom! Rumble. As a large number of mechanical clansmen in the form of mechanical battle beasts shot out and landed in the void close to 10 billion miles away, an earth-shattering roar rang out like a tide, enveloping the entire void. D-Air immediately gave the order to the mechanical tribe army to start the fusion. After all, the mechanical tribe's mechanical beasts could not be formed in one fusion. They needed 7 fusions. Furthermore, it would take a considerable amount of time. If they waited until the army of nearly 80 million was deployed before fusing, there was clearly no need for that. For example, today, the mecha beasts that were summoned first immediately began to fuse as soon as they received the order. Sounds of grinding and grinding rang out from the void. All the members of the mecha race that were summoned gathered in groups of 2s and 3s, fusing and fusing with each other. Half an hour later, there was no more light shooting out from Di-Yi's hand. The Mech Clan battle beasts that were summoned by 66 in the void had also completed 2 fusions in this period of time. After the 2 fusions, there were originally more than 80 million mechanical battle beasts, but now, there were only slightly more than 800,000 of them left. However, without exception, all of them grew in size. The smallest one was almost the size of an undying star, just like a giant star. However, in terms of form, they were still space beasts, and they already had the characteristics of many types of beasts. As for their cultivation level, the weakest being was already an undying emperor. Among them, the most powerful being even had the cultivation level of a universe supreme, and there were quite a number of them, more than 1,000. However, this was still not the end. Following this, there were still several fusions. Boom, boom, boom. Following D-Air's order, the earth-shattering roar resounded in the void again, and there were even more mechanical battle beasts that were so dense that it made one's hair stand on end. The more than 800,000 mechanical battle beasts, like the previous 2 fusions, gathered in groups of 2s and 3s, and fused with each other. Compared to the first fusions in the Rising Sun Forbidden Land, today's 3rd fusions took slightly less time, but it still lasted for about 10 breaths. In the blink of an eye, the original 800,000 plus mechanical battle beasts that had gone through the second fusions were reduced by 90%. Now, there were only 80,000 left. However, every one of them was extremely huge, and their bodies were terrifyingly close. Similarly, they were in various forms of space beasts, and they were extremely ferocious. At first glance, they were like prehistoric monsters, and it was a ghastly sight. However, after the 3rd fusions, among the 80,000 or so mechanical battle beasts, the weakest one had reached the level of an undying emperor, and the strongest one had even reached the level of a great being of the desolate ancient era, and there were quite a number of them, more than 100. The next 4 fusions were even faster. After all, after the fusions, the number of mechanical battle beasts was getting smaller and smaller. However, during this period of time, D-Air must have practiced similar fusions many times. Compared to the time in the Rising Sun Forbidden Land, He must have become more familiar with them. However, in just a short while, the 7th fusions were completed. However, in the void, more than 80 million members of the mechanical clan had disappeared, and in their place were 2 extremely ferocious mechanical beasts. Although they were not as huge as the celestial mystery beast, which was 400 million miles long, they were about 300 million miles long, which was much bigger than ordinary giant stars. As for the aura of cultivation emitted from these 2 mechanical beasts, they were both at the level of a complete 9th stage desolate master, which was half a step into the heavenly path realm. At this point, in the opposite universe void, there were already 14 desolate master old monsters across the void. They were from the Star Alliance and the Bloody Unicorn, the 9 secret demon crocodile, the 9-headed blood dragon, the Cyan Rock, and the blood-devouring war lion. There were also 6 advanced stage old monsters from the Human Clan Federation, as well as DE and his 2 complete 9th stage mechanical beasts. However, he was afraid that Yi Xian's 3 Blood Sea clones hadn't been summoned yet. Including him, the old pig spirit, and the 4 heavenly kings, the number of old monsters in the sky had already reached 20. Among them, there were as many as 8 desolate master old monsters who were half a step into the heavenly path realm at the complete 9th stage. The magic hall already had 6 of them. Once Yi Xian condensed his 3 Blood Sea clones, the number of desolate master old monsters fighting the celestial mystery beast this time would reach 22. Among them, there were 10 desolate master old monsters who were half a step into the heavenly path realm at the complete 9th stage, which was close to half. However, the magic hall alone already had 8 desolate master old monsters. Their lineup was terrifying and luxurious. Chapter 4955. With a wave of D-Air's hand, he summoned nearly 80 million members of the machinery race and immediately gave the order to fuse. In a short period of time, the entire race fused and transformed into 2 nearly 300 million miles long. As for the mechanical behemoths whose strength had reached the 9th stage of desolate supremacy, which was equivalent to the half-step heavenly Tao realm, Yi Xian's eyes flashed coldly as he immediately took action. Whoosh! Along with a strange sound that was like a surging wave, the entire body of the violent starry sky ape that was only around 3 meters tall collapsed, transforming into a vast sea of blood that spread out, covering a distance of 10 billion kilometers in the blink of an eye. Roar! Screech! In the next instant, from 3 different directions of the vast sea of blood, shocking roars and violent howls sounded. Immediately after that, from the horrifying sea of blood, 3 massive figures rose from the ground. They were the 3 great demon bodies of the primordial demon ape. Split the other was the body of flesh and blood, which was the violent ape of stars, and the body of bones. There was no flesh and blood, only a purple-gold skeleton. It exuded an endless murderous aura and looked extremely ferocious. The last was the body of black fog. Although it was also in the form of a violent ape, its body was a black fog. Even its eyes were only 2 purple beams. It looked extremely strange, since, at this moment, the 3 Blood Sea avatars were instantly condensed. The cultivation aura emanating from their bodies was at the 9th stage of supreme desolate supremacy, which was equivalent to the half-step heavenly Tao realm. With this, just the magic hall alone had the combat strength of 8 desolate supremacies. The 3 Blood Sea avatars, the 4 heavenly kings, as well as the old pig spirit who had revealed his bloodline true body during this period of time. The 8 of them were all supreme existences at the half-step heavenly Tao realm. And opposite them in the void were the Star Alliance, the Scarlet Unicorn, the 9 Netherworld Fiend Crocodile, the 9-headed Blood Flood Dragon, the Azure Sky Rock, and the blood-devouring War Lion. The 6 old monsters at the late stage from the Human Federation, as well as DE and the 2 mechanical beasts at the peak of the 9th rank under his command. As far as the eye could see, there were a total of 22 desolate elders from the Magic Hall and the Heavenly Tao Alliance who were fighting against the Heavenly Mystery Beast. Among them, there were 10 half-step Heavenly Tao elders who were at the peak of the 9th stage, which was nearly half of them. The horror and extravagance of the display could be said to make one want to vomit. Even so, all the desolate Zune old monsters present still wore solemn expressions. Although no one made a sound, The entire void was shrouded in a layer of invisible haze, making it extremely oppressive. Looking back at the edge of the Tianji Star region, the Heavenly Dao Alliance and the Magic Hall's army were almost completely evacuated. After all, they were all evacuating, and the distance between them and the Tianji Star region wasn't too far. Roar! Roar! In the opposite void, along with a low and oppressive roar, the 5 desolate Zune old monsters, including the Scarlet Unicorn and the 9 Netherworld Demon Crocodile from the Star Alliance, all revealed their bloodline true bodies, which were at least 10 million miles long. The cultivation aura that was faintly emitted was so strong that it made people look askance. Among the 7 desolate Zune old monsters from the Human Federation, 2 of them had the bloodline of ferocious beasts in their bodies, and they also revealed their bloodline true bodies. One was a violent bear, and the other was a green jackal. Their bodies were 40 million miles long, which was only slightly smaller than Yi Xian's 3 Blood Sea avatars. The other 4 desolate Zune old monsters also took out their weapons and treasures. All of them were ancient treasures, and they poured out rays of light that shrouded their bodies. Even Di had a green jade ruler hanging above his head. This made Yi Xian a little surprised. He didn't expect that a mechanical life form like Di could use a treasure. He thought, this green jade ruler must have been specially modified by Di. As for its power and special effects, it was still unknown. He couldn't tell at all. While, on the side of the Heavenly Dao Alliance, the 4 heavenly kings didn't use their treasures. The old pig spirit also fought with 2 pairs of black hooves and a pigtail that was like a giant whip. Among the 3 Blood Sea avatars of Yi Xian, the body of flesh and blood, the violent ape, flipped his hand, and a big black stick appeared in his right hand. He carried it on his shoulder with one hand, looking free and easy and domineering. The Black Fog avatar was surrounded by a colorful ribbon in the form of energy. It was colorful, and it wrapped around its body and limbs a few times. It was clearly formed by the 9-colored flame sea in the Farmer God's Cauldron. Only from this point of view, the Farmer God's Cauldron was clearly assigned to the Black Fog avatar. Right now, it was only using the 9-colored flame sea in the cauldron. However, if it was necessary, the Black Fog avatar could use the cauldron, hold one of its legs, and use it as the flipping sky seal or a giant hammer to smash it down. It was the skeleton avatar, but it was empty-handed. This was also deliberately done by Yi Xian. This was because in this battle, the strongest attack that he could use at the most critical moment would be his skeleton avatar. The Heavenly Dao Alliance and the army of the Magic Hall have completely retreated from the Tianji Star Zone. As for the aura of the Heavenly Mystery Beast, I have also detected it. After half a day, Di Zhuan glanced in the direction behind him and quickly retracted his gaze. He swept his gaze across the group of desolate Zune old monsters who had already gathered in the void. As he spoke, he had already cast his gaze into the distance. He raised his finger and said, "In this direction, in the void 30 billion miles away, there is that inconspicuous black hole. The Heavenly Mystery Beast is hibernating inside." Di must have sensed everything that happened outside the black hole. However, now we have led the army into the Tianji Star Zone. It has been 3 to 4 days since then, and the entire Tianji clan has been wiped out. However, he still hasn't appeared. A cold light flashed in Dier's eyes. This situation is a little strange. If there are no accidents, the Heavenly Mystery Beast's injuries should be almost completely healed. Otherwise, he wouldn't be willing to pay the price of the entire Tianji clan army to grit his teeth and not come out. In other words, we don't have much time. Once he fully recovers and comes out of seclusion, the Heavenly Mystery Beast's cultivation will be as stable as the true Heavenly Dao realm. If we want to seriously injure him again, it will be no different from a fool's dream. The chances are less than 20%. At this point, Dier paused. He turned to the crowd and scanned them again. Then he continued, "Everyone, are you ready? If there are no problems, I will take action now." The 2 giant mechanical beasts of the Machine Clan will cast a secret technique and use a unique electronic frequency to attack the black hole in the void ahead. In this way, the Heavenly Mystery Beast will be forced to rush out and come out of seclusion ahead of time. Otherwise, the void inside the black hole will fall into chaos. In this situation, once we attack again, the black hole will collapse completely. He is hiding in the black hole. Once the black hole collapses, he will be banished into the void turbulence. Otherwise, his injuries will worsen due to the nomological power when the black hole collapses. The best choice is to force his way out. And this, to us, means that a great war is imminent. Chapter 4956. With the situation as they were, time was of the essence. Everyone was well aware of this. At such a time, there would naturally be no more objections. D-Air retracted his gaze and nodded silently. Immediately after, his gaze shifted to the small black hole tens of billions of miles away. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. Along with the others, their gazes converged. In the vast void, the atmosphere instantly froze, becoming even more oppressive and depressing. Extremely, there was a sense of nervousness that came at the slightest touch. Roar! Screech! Hum! In the next instant, at the forefront of the void, the two gigantic mechanical beasts that were nearly 300 million miles in size raised their heads at the same time and let out an earth-shattering roar and howl. Immediately after, there was an extremely low buzzing sound. Two strange sound waves that resembled rippling scales spread out from the two mechanical beasts' bodies. In the blink of an eye, they converged and surged toward the small black hole tens of billions of miles away. In the blink of an eye, they had enveloped the black hole. Although it was called a small black hole, its diameter was still about 500 million miles. This was only the entrance to the black hole. After entering, the space inside would definitely be even larger. However, this kind of void black hole had always been the most unstable. Even an ordinary energy explosion could cause a huge impact on the structure of the black hole. If things went wrong, the void would collapse. For example, in such a situation, even if the existence of the heavenly Tao realm was not in danger of survival, there was still the possibility of being seriously injured. If one was exiled into the endless void turbulence and could not find the way back, then the result would not be much different from a true death. This was already the case under normal circumstances. Now, the two mechanical beasts that were formed from the fusion of the entire mechanical race had attacked at the same time and used a secret technique to envelop the entire black hole entrance with a special electronic frequency. The situation was obviously worse. In the next moment, the originally stable black hole entrance channel suddenly rippled like fish scales. Furthermore, it was becoming more and more chaotic. There was also an extremely low buzzing sound that continued to be transmitted, and the frequency was becoming more and more rapid. If you still don't come out, this old man will attack. It was at this moment that D-Air, who had been silent all this while, had a cold glint in his eyes. The voice of his divine sense rang out and transmitted into the chaotic black hole in front of him. I'm sure you're aware of the situation outside the black hole. 22 desolate venerable old monsters, including 10 half-step heavenly Tao masters, have gathered here. In this battle, you will either face it head-on, be injured by the collapsing power of the black hole laws, or be directly banished into the endless void turbulence. There are only 3 choices. Moreover, you only have 3 breaths of time to consider. After 3 breaths of time, this old man will order these 2 mechanical beasts to attack with all their might. With one strike, this small black hole you are hiding in will definitely collapse. Screech! As soon as the voice of Tu's divine sense fell, an earth-shattering roar suddenly sounded from the small black hole tens of billions of miles away. This vicious howl was sharp and ear-piercing, like a large amount of extremely sharp and hard metals grinding together, giving people a feeling that their scalps were about to explode. Such as this metallic sound naturally came from the celestial mystery beast. In the vicious howl, there was endless resentment and a hint of fatigue that could be faintly detected. It was very obvious that this celestial mystery beast had not completely recovered from the injuries it had suffered in the heavenly Tao lightning tribulation. As such, there was no need to mention stabilizing its realm. Now, although he was already a true heavenly Tao realm expert, because his realm had not stabilized, his injuries from the heavenly Tao realm had not yet recovered. Therefore, even if the battle strength he could display could reach the true heavenly Tao realm, it would definitely be the weakest heavenly Tao realm existence in history. It was precisely because of this that the current DE was so unwilling. Even the shocking howl that he was forced to let out revealed a trace of endless resentment that could not be dispersed. No, just as D-Air said, no matter how unwilling he was, in the face of the current situation, he could only be forced to stop healing and force his way out of seclusion helplessly. No, otherwise, once the small black hole that he was hiding in was attacked and completely collapsed, the chaotic power of the void laws in the black hole would also cause him to be injured. Again? Or he would be directly exiled into the endless void turbulence. There was a high possibility that he would completely lose his path to the stars and would never be able to return. These two outcomes were unbearable for D. In comparison, he was more willing to fight with the 22 desolate Zune old monsters that had already gathered outside the small black hole. On one hand, it was due to his strong confidence in himself. On the other hand, this way, at least his fate would be in his own hands. As an existence that had stepped into the true heavenly Tao realm, he obviously would not have the slightest interest in a choice that did not allow him to control his own fate. Boom, 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 boom. Almost immediately after this vicious howl sounded, in the small black hole that was tens of billions of miles ahead, there was suddenly an earth-shattering explosion, the entrance of the small black hole, which was already in complete chaos under the special electronic frequency of the two giant beasts of the machine race, instantly exploded. Accompanied by a large number of void cracks, with the entrance of the black hole as the center point, rapidly spread out in all directions like a dense spider web. An incomparably huge figure also rushed out of the black hole. It was the celestial mystery beast that Yi Xian was extremely familiar with. This giant mechanical beast was the result of Di Yi's fusion with the remaining 8 million members of the celestial mystery race, as well as himself and the entire celestial mystery city. Back when Yi Xian had invaded the celestial mystery star domain, this giant mechanical beast had completely fused and attracted the heavenly Tao lightning tribulation. After being baptized by the blue lightning sea, it had officially stepped into the heavenly Tao realm. In this primeval chaos void, it was definitely the strongest existence. Just its body alone was 400 million miles long. It walked on 2 legs, had 3 legs and 6 arms, and its head was in the shape of a beehive with many facets. These facets were clearly cannon muzzles that could shoot out energy beams from all directions. Even in the previous battle, Yi Xian had not seen the giant beehive-like head of the celestial mystery beast use energy attacks in the short and hurried exchange. In fact, such a giant mechanical beast, whose body alone was 400 million miles long, did not need to use energy attacks from the ship's cannons. Even a simple punch would be enough to change the weather. At this moment, as its figure rushed out, the 22 figures that had been waiting in the void for a long time immediately rushed up. The 22 figures were all primordial supremes. Among them, there were even 10 desolate supremes who were half-step into the heavenly Tao realm at the great perfection of the 9th stage. Even so, when everyone joined forces to fight the celestial mystery beast, they still did not dare to hold back. From the celestial mystery beast's figure appeared, and everyone's eyes flashed coldly. The moment it rushed out, everyone had already activated the power in their bodies to the maximum. Chapter 4957. Roar. 22 primordial supremes? So what? In front of a true heavenly Tao realm, the so-called desolate supremes are nothing but ants. At that moment, the heavenly legacy beast, which had 3 heads and 6 arms and was over 400 million kilometers in size, raised its head and let out a thunderous roar as it flew out from the small black hole that had completely collapsed. A divine perception voice sounded from its body, exuding a supremely domineering aura that looked down on the world. So what if there are 10 desolate supremes at the peak of 9th stage, known as half-step heavenly Tao realm existences? Without reaching the true heavenly Tao realm, even half-step heavenly Tao realm existences will not be able to touch me. Today, all existences that have descended upon this world, without exception, will perish here. Boom! With a roar, the heaven's legacy beast, which was 400 million miles in size, took a stride forward and charged towards the 2 mechanical behemoths in front of it. Without any fancy movements, it raised the front 2 of its 6 metal arms, which were like pillars that supported the heavens, and smashed them towards the two mechanical behemoths' chests. Bang! Bang! 2 punches. Even though the punches were still 20 billion miles away, there was an earth-shattering explosion in the void. 2 black holes, each about 100 million miles in diameter, appeared in the void billions of miles in front of the two mechanical behemoths. This was clearly the result of a punch that was so violent that it directly blasted out a black hole in the void. Furthermore, these 2 black holes, which were only about 100 million miles in diameter, did not stay still in the void. They were actually moving at a very fast speed. At a glance, it gave people the feeling that behind these 2 small black holes, there were 2 majestic and endless terrifying existences. They were punching out like gloves. The 2 black holes, one on the left and one on the right, separated by about 5 to 6 billion miles in the void, were blasting towards the 2 mechanical behemoths of the mechanical race. If they were allowed to get close and explode in front of their chests, the 2 desolate supremes under Di's command, who were at the peak of 9th stage, would probably be severely injured on the spot, even if they did not die. If it had only been a single exchange of blows, 2 simple punches across space had been enough to heavily injure 2 half-step Heavenly Tao experts, and the other existences who were attacking from all directions in the void would have been scared out of their wits at the first instance. They would no longer have the heart to continue fighting and would immediately choose to turn tail and flee. In Yi Xian's opinion, among the 5 old fellows from the Star Alliance, only the blood-devouring lion was a little more unyielding, or perhaps a little more fearless. Therefore, its 4 old fellows, the Scarlet Unicorn, 9 Phantom Demon Crocodile, 9-headed Blood Flood Dragon, and Azure Sky Rock, would definitely be the first ones to turn and flee. This Yi Xian could be said to be extremely certain of this, because similar scenes had happened too many times. Previously, these 4 old fellows had only been abused by Yi Xian, and there was basically no danger to their lives. Even the most serious result was only serious injuries. But even so, they had already fled more than once. If today, they had encountered a heavenly mystery beast that could take their lives, a true existence of the Heavenly Tao realm, with their shameful past, it was absolutely expected that they would flee without a trace. If that was really the case, there would be no chance of severely injuring the heavenly mystery beast in today's battle. If such an ending were to happen, regardless of whether it was the 3 great alliances that formed the Heavenly Tao Alliance or the Magic Hall in the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun, what awaited them would be like the arrival of the end of the world. Yi Xian could not bear such an outcome. While, now, facing the frightening heavenly mystery beast, although he did not dare to guarantee that he could severely injure it, Yi Xian still had the ability to resolve the 2 small black holes that were aimed at the 2 mechanical beasts under D'Air's command. At the very least, he could help these 2 mechanical beasts gain as much time as possible to escape. Swoosh! As his mind raced, an extremely sharp sound broke through the air. The eyes of the Black Fog doppelganger, which was originally 10 billion miles away, flashed a cold light and directly teleported. In a flash, it traversed 10 billion miles and blocked the 2 mechanical beasts a billion miles away. At this time, the 2 small star holes that were attacking from the opposite side were less than 2 billion miles away from the Black Fog doppelganger. Swoosh! With the terrifying speed of the small black holes, they would be in front of the mechanical beasts' chests within 2 breaths. According to Yi Xian's calculations, with the 2 mechanical beasts' monstrous bodies that were close to 3 billion miles, they would need at least 3 breaths to completely avoid the small black holes. In other words, without the Black Fog doppelganger's help to buy them some time, the 2 mechanical beasts would definitely not be able to calmly avoid the 2 small black holes that were attacking their chests. Once they were blown up in front of their chests, even if they were not severely injured, they would not be far from it. Walala! It was also at this moment, as the Black Fog teleported, the 9-colored ribbon that was wrapped around its body a few times also completely collapsed at this moment. In less than half a breath, it had already turned into a vast and boundless 9-colored flame sea. It covered an area of 1 billion miles, blocking the 2 small black holes that were rumbling over on the other side of the 9-colored flame sea. Boom! Rumble! An earth-shattering explosion sounded in the next moment. In front of the line, the entire 9-colored flame sea that covered 1 billion miles of void space instantly surged with terrifying waves. That The two small black holes that were shooting toward them rushed into the flame sea. Although the energy was violent, under the terrifying power of the nine-colored flame sea, it was being consumed and devoured at a shocking speed. Until Yi's electronic consciousness, which was following closely behind the two small black holes, had no choice but to reluctantly stop at the edge of the nine-colored flame sea. Whether it was the divine consciousness of the flesh and blood creatures or the electronic consciousness of the mechanical and electronic life forms, once they touched the nine-colored flame sea, they would be devoured. For example, today's heavenly mystery beast was originally injured and had not fully recovered. Even if it was just a small amount of electronic consciousness, DE was not willing to make unnecessary sacrifices. Therefore, this attack could only come to an abrupt end. In an instant, the invisible consciousness that followed closely behind the small black holes retreated like a tide, and the two small black holes that had rushed into the nine-colored flame sea were more than half swallowed in a short time. The waves of flame sea that had just surged up quickly subsided. Walala, whoosh! At this moment, along with the earth-shattering sound like waves, the boundless nine-colored flame sea that had completely devoured the energy of the black holes also condensed in an instant, turning into an extremely long and narrow nine-colored ribbon. Agile like a snake, it once again wrapped around the huge body of the black fog doppelganger. Chapter 4958. Whoosh! Whoosh! Rumble! With a piercing sound, the nine-colored flame sea that had devoured the small black hole instantly shrunk back into a nine-colored ribbon that wrapped around the black fog body. At the same time, the two mechanical beasts formed by the fusion of all the mechanical race members dashed out and punched at the Heaven's Legacy beast from the left and right. The two mechanical behemoths were both desolate supremacies, half-step Heavenly Tao realm cultivators. Now that they punched out in anger, it was obvious how powerful they were. Although it was not like the Heaven's Legacy beast's previous attack where a small black hole with a diameter of over 100 million miles was blasted out and pushed forward by the force of the punch, it still shattered a large portion of the void. Two formless gales appeared and swept forward. Roar! Screech! Everyone, don't hold back. Strike with all your might. His condition is not stable. If he suffers any more injuries, it is very likely that he will fall from the Heavenly Tao realm. Let's do it. Awoo! At the same time, the others also raised their heads and roared furiously. They surrounded the heavenly mystery beast and attacked it from all directions. Its body was too massive, spanning over 400 million miles. Even with 22 desolate supremacies surrounding it from all directions, it was not crowded at all. Blood the unicorn opened its mouth and spat out a blood-black unicorn demon flame that spanned over 1 million miles. It shot out, melting the void as it blasted towards one of the Heaven's Legacy beast's legs. 9 The phantom fiend crocodile swung its claws with all its might. Even though it was still tens of billions of miles away, a black crocodile claw that spanned over 1 million miles appeared in the void in front of it and slapped at the Heaven's Legacy beast's shoulder. Devour the blood frenzy lion's blood mane danced wildly as it roared. At the same time, a blood-red energy ball that spanned over 1 million feet rolled out of its mouth. It exuded an extremely violent aura as if it would explode at any moment. Both the green jackal desolate sovereign and the raging bear desolate sovereign of the Temple of Glory teleported directly above the Heavens Will Beast's head, with the former lunging for the back of the Heavens Will Beast's neck while the latter punched at the Heavens Will Beast's beehive-like skull. Even D-Air and the 4 late-stage Baron Zune old monsters from the 2 human camps took out their weapons and treasures. While they protected their bodies with light curtains, they also launched energy attacks of different shapes and colors, aiming at different parts of the heavenly mystery beast's huge body. Even the old pig spirit raised its head and let out a long howl. In the blink of an eye, it scurried to the right side of the heavenly mystery beast. It stood on its hind legs, and its pair of black front hooves smashed down viciously like a giant hammer. The 4 heavenly kings also rushed to different directions. As they threw out their fists, the mantis wings on their back flapped violently like a heavenly blade. Before they could land on the Heavens Will Beast's body, they had already torn apart a large part of the void, causing endless void turbulence to wreak havoc like a hurricane. The raging ape, one of Yi Xian's 3 Blood Sea clones, had a cold glint in its eyes. It swung the big-headed black club on its shoulder and smashed it viciously at the Heavens Will Beast's chest. As for the black fog body, it had just returned. The 9 colored ribbons that were wrapped around its body instantly shot out like a giant serpent in space, coiling around the Heavens Will Beast's 6 arms of different shapes. The 9-headed blood dragon and the blue sky rock were the most cunning. Perhaps because their cultivation was the weakest, these 2 old fellows clearly did not have the confidence to fight the Heavens Will Beast in close combat. Most likely, they were already prepared to flee at any moment. Here, although the duo charged out with the rest, they did not get too close to the Heavens Will Beast's massive and terrifying body. They came to a halt when they were 5 billion kilometers away. The 9-headed blood dragon opened its mouth and spat out a blood arrow. It instantly traversed the void and shot towards the Heavens Will Beast's back. On the other hand, the azure sky rock flapped its wings frantically. In an instant, a torrent of azure feathers surged out from the void and enveloped the Heavens Mystery Beast's head. However, apart from these 2 old fellows, the skeleton avatar of Yi Xian's 3 Blood Sea clones had also stopped in the void 5 billion kilometers away. It waved its right fist and an invisible, violent energy instantly blasted out. The reason why the skeleton avatar did not approach was because of Yi Xian's deliberate intention. Such as today, although the Heavens Will Beast was facing the combined attacks of the 22 desolate supremacies, it had already stepped into the true heavenly Tao realm. Even though it had yet to recover from its injuries, and after transcending the heavenly Tao lightning tribulation, it had yet to stabilize the realm it had just broken through. Yi Xian had once personally experienced the terrifying strength of the true heavenly Tao realm in the primordial chaos void. Therefore, even he did not hold much hope against the combined attacks of the 22 desolate supremacies. Remains the reason why the bone doppelganger was left 10 billion miles away was to prevent any unexpected changes. At this time, the bone doppelganger seemed to be relaxed, as if it was prepared to escape at any time, just like the 9-headed blood dragon and the cyan sky rock. In fact, all the strength in his body had already been pushed to its limits. Once any accident happened in this joint attack, the skeleton avatar would immediately deliver a lethal strike. It would immediately remedy the situation. This so-called lethal strike referred to the heaven-falling bow. Back in the ancient battle that had caused chaos in the primordial chaos great world, this supreme divine power had been used by the primordial Yiksha. It had nearly shot the primeval heaven's eye out of the void, eventually causing it to be heavily injured. Today, the skeleton avatar was at the perfected desolate supremacy level 9, a half-step heavenly Tao realm existence. It was the same cultivation level as the primordial Yiksha from that battle. Even if there was a difference, it was definitely not much. If, using the supreme divine power of the heaven-falling bow at full strength, it was extremely possible to kill the Heavens Will Beast with a single arrow, much less heavily injuring it. Unless he had no other choice, Yi Xian was unwilling to reveal this supreme divine power. Therefore, he chose to use it as a final remedy. Boom! Rumble, hum. All of this took a long time to describe, but in fact, the 22 desolate Zune old monsters besieging the heaven's secret beast, although their attacks were of different forms, they were all extremely fast. Perhaps not even a spark could describe their speed. In a blink of an eye, an earth-shattering boom sounded. The 22 desolate supremacies attacks had all struck the Heavens Will Beast's terrifying body that spanned over 200 million kilometers. However, to everyone's astonishment, along with the loud rumbles, there was actually an extremely low buzzing sound. Scorching light suddenly burst out from various parts of the heavenly fate beast's body that had been attacked, and golden screens of light of various sizes appeared one after another. These were clearly the Heavens Will Beast's defensive light shields. They could appear anywhere on its massive body at any time. At that moment, with the appearance of these small light shields, all the attacks that struck its body were instantly weakened by several percent. Chapter 49-59. Boom! Rumble, hum. In a blink of an eye, an earth-shattering boom sounded. The 22 desolate supremacies attacks had struck the heavenly mystery beast's terrifying body that spanned over 200 million kilometers. However, at the same time, the various spots on the heavenly mystery beast's body that had been attacked suddenly emitted a blazing light. Golden screens of varying sizes appeared. This was the heavenly mystery beast's defensive light shield. With the appearance of the light shield, all the attacks that struck the heavenly mystery beast's body were instantly weakened by several percent. At that moment, everyone's eyes narrowed as their expressions froze. Their hearts sank to the bottom of the valley. Although there were many desolate supremacy attacking the heavenly mystery beast, a total of 22 of them, the heavenly mystery beast had stepped into the true heavenly Tao realm after all. With everyone's combined attacks, even if they used all their strength, they did not have much confidence in severely injuring it. Now, the attacks that landed on various parts of its massive body were instantly intercepted by the defensive light shields that suddenly appeared, causing their strength to plummet. How were they to play this game? Everyone. With no one on their side able to withstand a punch, all they could do was retreat. If not, they might be injured if they were brushed past. While everyone's full-powered attacks had landed on the heavenly mystery beast's body, but their strength was instantly weakened by the defensive light shields. It was not to say that it did not hurt, but it was definitely far from being able to injure the heavenly mystery beast. This was clearly an unstoppable momentum. Brain. As these thoughts flashed through the sea, at least half of the 22 desolate supremacy that had joined forces to launch a full-powered attack felt despair. Their hearts instantly turned cold. Roar! Screech! The nine-headed blood dragon and the cyan sky rock, who were prepared to escape at any time, reacted the fastest. Almost at the same time when the defensive light shields appeared on the surface of the heavenly mystery beast, the eyelids of these two old guys twitched. At the same time, they raised their heads and let out a shocking roar and howl. Following that, they did not hesitate to turn around at the same time. This was clearly a prelude to escaping immediately. Screech, is this your combined attack? Ants are ants. Even if I stand here and let you attack me, you won't be able to do anything to me. Almost at the same time as the nine-headed blood dragon and the cyan sky rock turned around, the heavenly mystery beast, whose enormous body was bursting with scorching energy, also raised its head and let out an earth-shattering roar. Emperor Divine Sense voice filled with boundless tyranny instantly resounded. Within a radius of 100 billion kilometers, the void of the universe trembled as if the might of the heavenly Tao was manifesting. Immediately after, an incomparably deep buzzing sound boomed out. The mecha beast was huge, at least 400 million miles long. It stood on its hind legs and had 3 legs and 6 arms. Its head was in the shape of a beehive, with many facets. These facets were clearly the muzzles of the cannons, which could shoot out energy beams from all directions. However, even in the previous battle with it, Yi Xian had never seen the beehive-like head of the heavenly mystery beast launch an energy attack during the short and hurried exchange of blows. But now, this beehive-like head of the heavenly mystery beast, which had a large number of facets, suddenly burst into a scorching golden light along with a sudden low buzzing sound. It was extremely dazzling and made people unable to look at it directly. This kind of accident was out of everyone's expectations. Several almost at the instant when the scorching golden light lit up, the 22 desolate Zune old monsters who participated in this joint attack, including Yi Xian, the nine-headed blood dragon and the cyan sky rock who were about to turn around and flee, were all alarmed. An unprecedented strong sense of crisis instantly enveloped their entire bodies and minds. Roar! Screech! Screech! Damn it! Retreat! Almost subconsciously, accompanied by earth-shattering roars and howls, everyone's expression changed greatly. As they cried out in alarm, they activated the power in their bodies to the extreme as if it was a conditioned reflex. Not only that, they no longer continued to launch a second round of attacks, but all retreated. Leave after you're done. Do you think I'm a decoration? At the same time, the voice of Diyi's divine sense sounded, revealing endless disdain. Boom! Whoosh whoosh whoosh, hiss! When his voice fell, an earth-shattering explosion was heard. The beehive-like head of the heavenly mystery beast, which was covered with a large number of facets, suddenly burst out a large number of light pillars. All of them, some of the light pillars were of the same size, about 10,000 miles in diameter and 40 to 50,000 miles in length. The color was pure gold, and there were so many of them that it was shocking. After shooting out from the beehive-like facets, they instantly radiated in all directions, covering the sky and earth. The momentum was too shocking, and the void was directly torn apart. The dense hissing sound continued endlessly, and all the pure gold light pillars were so fast that it was shocking. In the blink of an eye, they had already spread out. Whoosh! Without the slightest hesitation, as the warning in his heart suddenly rose, the black fog body instantly moved, and the 9-colored ribbon that was as agile as a giant python directly exploded. In less than a tenth of a breath, it had already turned into a majestic sea of flames that covered tens of billions of miles. This 9-colored sea of flames, which was tens of billions of miles wide, protected a corner of the void. Not only did it stop the crimson golden energy beams, it also cut off the possibility of the heavens' legacy beast chasing after them from this direction. Where was that? Even the heavenly Taos I would not dare to touch the Shinong 9-colored flames. The heavenly mystery beast had just stepped into the heavenly Tao realm, and its realm had yet to stabilize after surviving the heavenly Tao lightning tribulation, so it was naturally even more so. Since there was a 9-colored sea of flames in front of it, it definitely did not dare to recklessly take the risk. And near the sea of flames in this direction, other than the 3 blood sea avatars' bodies of flesh and blood, the 4 heavenly kings and the old pig spirit could all be seen. Now that the 9-colored sea of flames suddenly appeared in front of them, it directly blocked the large number of pure gold energy light pillars that were shooting towards them. Boom! Rumble! On the beehive-like head of the mecha beast, countless facets were spinning rapidly, and only one wave of attack was launched. But even so, there were more than 1 million pure gold energy light pillars that were shooting from this direction. Now, in the blink of an eye, they were like angry arrows that were shot over, all of them shooting into the majestic and endless 9-colored sea of flames. The explosion in the sky was overwhelming. The 9-colored sea of flames that had just appeared stirred up terrible waves, exploding high up in the sky above the sea of flames. Even the void was shattering inch by inch, but then, under the influence of the primeval world's precept of the void fragment, it was rapidly mended, and the cycle repeated again and again. The 12 desolate supremes who were besieging the heavenly mystery beast, aside from the skeletal body, the 9-headed blood Wurm, and the azure sky rock that were 10 billion miles away, the remaining 19 were not just the black fog avatar, the violent ape, the old pig spirit, and the 4 heavenly kings who were guarding one end of the 9-colored sea of flames. Of the other 12, there were 5 who were coincidentally at the edge of the sea of flames. The reason why the black fog avatar had conjured the sea of flames in this direction was to protect its own forces as much as possible. Those 5 were the scarlet unicorn, the 9 phantom demon crocodile, the bloodthirsty war lion, and the green jackal desolate supremes from the Temple of Glory. Chapter 4960. Thanks to the protection of the 9-colored flame sea, the scarlet unicorn, the 9 netherworld demon crocodile, the bloodthirsty war lion, as well as the green jackal baron sovereign from the Temple of Glory managed to escape. At this moment, when they heard the thunderous roar behind them, the 5 people who had turned to flee subconsciously looked back. Their gazes swept across the 9-colored sea of flames that was caused by the millions of golden energy light beams rushing in. After being stunned for a moment, they immediately let out a sigh of relief. Then, the 5 of them subconsciously looked towards the body of flesh and blood of the violent ape. Their eyes all revealed the same look of gratitude. If the black fog clone did not act and cast the 9-colored flame sea in the blink of an eye, the terrifying presence and speed of the millions of crimson golden energy beams would not have been able to escape unscathed. Even so, once the 5 of them were hit, even if they did not die on the spot, they would at least lose a layer of skin. There was at least a 70% chance that they would be heavily injured if they were caught off guard. With the 5 of them gone, the other 7 fellows were not so lucky. In the instant that the Heavens Will Beast launched its counterattack, the 7 of them turned and fled in different directions. They were not within the range of the 9-colored flame sea at all. They were all Baron sovereigns from the Human Federation. 4 of them were from the Everlasting Dynasty and the Celestial Palace of 10 Ultimates. They were all human champions. One of them was the violent bear Baron Sovereign from the Temple of Glory. The last 2 were the 2 mechanical behemoths under D-Air's command. The 2 mechanical behemoths were too huge. The Heavens Will Beast was only 400 million miles long, but these 2 mechanical behemoths were almost 300 million miles long. With such a huge body, they would be at a disadvantage when faced with such a terrifying energy beam attack. Therefore, when the Heavens Will Beast launched its counterattack, the 2 mechanical behemoths under D-Air's command were the first to bear the brunt. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh! Rumble! The sharp sound of the air being torn apart echoed. A large number of crimson golden energy beams came crashing down, covering the sky and earth. In the blink of an eye, they were already in front of the 2 mechanical behemoths. Although the 2 mechanical behemoths had fled a few billion miles away, as the distance between them widened, there was already quite a small gap between the crimson golden energy beams that were as dense as rain. But such a small gap meant absolutely nothing to the 2 gigantic mechanical beasts, which were nearly 300 million miles long. The only thing they could do was to avoid the relatively concentrated scarlet gold energy beams. However, at the same time, there were also a large number of sparsely distributed scarlet gold energy beams that blasted onto the gigantic body of the mechanical behemoth with a force that could not be heard, exploding. The sound was immediately heard. The speed of these golden light beams was so fast that it made people tremble in fear. Their might was also incomparable to the light beams fired from the cannons of ordinary star fortresses. After all, the Heaven Legacy Beast was a true heavenly Tao realm existence. The scarlet gold beams of light came from the Heaven Legacy Beast, so no matter how weak they were, there was a limit. Fireballs exploded one after another. In just one breath of time, more than a third of the 300 million miles long bodies of the 2 mechanical behemoths had exploded. What was even more shocking was that as the shockwave of the explosion erupted, a chain reaction followed. Due to being struck by too many crimson gold energy beams at once, the terrifying bodies of the 2 mechanical behemoths that were close to 300 million miles in size only lasted for a breath's worth of time before they began to crumble apart completely. They were originally formed by the fusion of a large number of mechanical beasts from the mechanical race. Now that they were severely injured and had reached a certain limit, it was natural for them to instantly disintegrate. Boom! Rumble. Furthermore, even though they had completely disintegrated, the impact that the 2 mechanical behemoths suffered was not completely neutralized. Within a few breaths of time, the 2 300 million miles long, terrifying figures were dissected into all kinds of mechanical beasts of different sizes. Within the blink of an eye, tens of millions of mechanical beasts were spread out in the void. Among them, at least a third of them had already exploded, turning into fireballs of different sizes. They were suspended in the void of the universe, motionless. Very clearly, due to the intense explosion, this third of the mechanical race clansmen that had exploded had completely perished. Their electronic consciousness had dissipated, and there was no possibility of saving them. This scene sounded long, but in fact, it was completed in just 10 breaths of time. In less than 10 breaths of time, the 2 mechanical behemoths under D-Air's command that had reached the 9th stage Desolate Supremacy, which was equivalent to the half-step Heavenly Tao realm, had completely disintegrated under the bombardment of the crimson gold energy beams. If it was just disintegration, it would have been fine. The key was that with the disintegration of these 2 mechanical behemoths, nearly a third of the tens of millions of mechanical beasts in the void suddenly exploded, turning into fireballs and no longer moving. Blinking. In an instant, more than 30% of the official clansmen had perished. Such a loss made even Yi Xian shudder in fear, let alone the mechanical race's patriarch, D-Air. Hiss! This earth-shattering hiss reverberated through the sky, revealing an endless sense of mournfulness. Within 100 billion miles, even the void trembled slightly. Accompanied by the hiss, there was an extremely low buzzing sound. At this moment, the golden energy beams released by the heavenly mystery beast had basically dissipated. Before D-Air's hiss had faded away, his figure had already dashed out, turning into a beam of light that shot forward. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived at the void where the two mechanical behemoths had disintegrated. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. After a moment of hesitation, D-Air immediately waved his hand. An invisible suction force spread out and enveloped the area within 100 million miles of his body. All the mechanical battle beasts that were lingering in the void were all taken away. Not only were the mechanical beasts in perfect condition affected, but even those that had exploded and turned into fireballs that floated silently in the void. As his figure moved swiftly, all of them gathered toward D-Air in an overwhelming manner, as if they had encountered a giant whale sucking in water. In less than 10 breaths, the tens of millions of mechanical beasts were all collected by him. After doing all this, D-Air finally breathed a sigh of relief. He raised his head and let out an unwilling roar, his anger soaring to the sky. At this point, the violent ape withdrew his gaze and turned to look in another direction. His expression stiffened, and there was a flash of regret in his eyes. In the void tens of billions of miles away in this direction, the violent bare desolate supremacy from the Temple of Glory's entire figure was enveloped by the golden energy beams that covered the sky. No, there was an earth-shattering explosion, and there was no fiery light that shot into the sky when the two mechanical behemoths disintegrated. In just an instant, the violent bare desolate supremacy's huge physical body was shot into a giant meat sieve by a large amount of golden energy beams. No, more than 30% of his flesh and blood were evaporated under the terrifying heat of the golden energy beams. Now, even if he had fallen, his physical body was useless to Yi Xian. Because his qi and blood were not complete, he could not even condense a low-grade desolate supremacy blood essence. Chapter 4961. When the Heaven's secret beast suddenly launched its counterattack and rushed in other directions, there were a total of 7 people who were not protected by the 9-colored sea of flames. 4 of them were from the Immortal Dynasty and the 10 Ultimate Celestial Palace. 1 was from the Temple of Glory's violent bare desolate venerate, and the last 2 were the 2 mechanical behemoths under D-Air's command. The 2 mechanical behemoths were too huge, almost 300 million miles long. Facing such a terrifying energy beam attack, they were at a disadvantage. So therefore, just as the Heaven's secret beast launched its counterattack, the 2 mechanical behemoths under D-Air's command were already at the forefront. In the shocking explosion, they quickly disintegrated into millions of mechanical beasts of different sizes. In the first moment, whether dead or alive, they were all collected by D-Air with a wave of his hand. In addition, among the other 5 people, the violent bare desolate venerate from the Temple of Glory's huge body was shot into a huge meat sieve by the massive amount of pure golden energy beam. Not to mention the instant death, more than 30% of his flesh was vaporized by the terrifying high temperature of the crimson gold energy beam. Because it was too damaged, his body could not even condense a single piece of desolate supremacy blood essence. This scene made even Yi Xian feel pained when he saw it. The blood essence of a desolate supremacy was wasted just like that. This Heaven's secret beast was truly a shameless bunch that made one want to curse at it. On the other hand, the 10 desolate venerable old monsters from the human clan's 2 camps, the Everlasting Dynasty and the Tenju Celestial Palace, although they also rushed in other directions, under the sudden attack of the Tianji beast, they did not receive the protection of the 9-colored flame sea. However, because the 4 of them were too small in size and reacted quickly enough, they immediately teleported to billions of miles away. At that distance, the originally overwhelming pure golden energy beam was distributed more sparsely in the void. Therefore, under vigilance and constant dodging, when this wave of pure golden energy attack ended, these 4 late-stage desolate venerates of the 7th rank were all unharmed without exception. But they survived this crisis by a hair's breadth. But even so, the Heavenly Tao Alliance and the Demon Hall's losses were still extremely heavy. 2-3 of the 12 desolate supremacy old monsters had fallen in the blink of an eye. Furthermore, one of them was a late-stage desolate supremacy of the 7th rank, while the other 2 were peak desolate supremacy of the 9th rank, which was equivalent to half-step Heavenly Tao. One had to know that this was merely a casual wave of energy attack from the Heaven's legacy beast. This kind of scattered energy attack was not something anyone could withstand. Just one attack and they had already paid such a heavy price. How could the rest of the battle continue? At this moment, the hearts of at least half of the 19 Baron Zune old monsters who had survived this wave of energy attacks had sunk to the bottom of the valley. They had sunk into absolute despair, and they no longer held any hope for this battle. Most the 9-headed Blood Flood Dragon and the Azure Sky Rock were the most direct. Ever since the Heavenly Mystery Beast launched this energy attack a few breaths ago, these two old fellows had turned around and fled. Quan fleeing with all his might, he had already traveled close to 100 billion kilometers away in a short period of time. From the looks of it, it was clear that he intended to flee without returning. Matter in reality, other than the 9-headed Blood Dragon and the Cyan Sky Rock, the other desolate Zune old monsters had already started to withdraw. Screech, Yi Air, who had suffered the heaviest loss in this wave of attack, raised his head and let out an earth-shattering screech. It was filled with endless unwillingness and anger. However, he did not act rashly because of this. Instead, he chose to endure. He turned around and fled in the direction where the 9-headed Blood Dragon and the Cyan Sky Rock had fled. The 4 late-stage old monsters from the 2 human camps were the same. One of them had a face darker than the bottom of a pot. There was a thick sense of bad luck and despair that could not be dispersed. This included the blood-devouring war lion, the 9 netherworld demon crocodile, the scarlet unicorn, and the other late-stage old monster from the Temple of Glory, the green jackal desolate sovereign. All of them were the same. They shook their heads and sighed. Then, they turned around and fled in all directions. It was clearly the rhythm of monkeys scattering when the tree falls. 22 powerful desolate Zune old monsters had attacked together without any results. Now that 3 of them had fallen, there were only 19 left. Even if they were unwilling to continue fighting, what was the point? At this moment, everyone was retreating. They had given up on struggling. This encirclement had failed. It was a complete failure. The Heavenly Dao Realm was still the Heavenly Dao Realm. If one did not take that step, they would not be able to understand the power and horror of the Heavenly Dao Realm. Even if there were more desolate Zune old monsters, they would not be able to crush a true Heavenly Dao Realm expert with sheer numbers. Yi Xian knew this better than all the other desolate Zune old monsters present. This was because not long ago, he had used the 9 transformations of the demonic ape bloodline to forcefully step into the true Heavenly Dao Realm in the primordial void. The reason why he chose to join forces with all the desolate Zune old monsters of the Heavenly Dao Alliance to force their way into the Tianji Star Domain and attack the Tianji Beast that had stepped into the true Heavenly Dao Realm was because the other party had yet to recover from its injuries. Even after surviving the Heavenly Dao tribulation, it had yet to stabilize its realm. No, with Yi Xian's understanding of the power of the Heavenly Dao Realm, if the Tianji Beast was in its peak condition and had already stabilized its cultivation realm, he would not have made such a decision no matter what. It could be said that he was taking a gamble. He was gambling that the Tianji Beast's injuries were not light. He was gambling that it had just survived the Heavenly Dao tribulation and had yet to stabilize its realm. Therefore, there was no way it could withstand the combined attacks of 22 desolate Zune old monsters. Unfortunately, although he was right in the first half of the gamble, he was wrong about the final outcome of the second half. Heavens! He was afraid that the Tianji Beast had yet to recover from its injuries. Even though it had just survived the Heavenly Dao tribulation and had yet to completely stabilize its realm, it was still able to easily defeat the combined attacks of 22 desolate Zune old monsters. It had even managed to kill 3 desolate Zune with a casual counterattack. Among them, there were 2 desolate Zune old monsters at the perfected Heavenly Dao realm. Heavens! It's over! The attack had failed, and instead, 3 desolate Zune old monsters had perished under the Tianji Beast's counterattack. The other existences had chosen to give up as they turned to flee. Most shameless. The 9-headed Blood Worm and Azure Sky Rock that had fled the furthest were nearly 100 billion kilometers away. As such, what was the point of his 3 Blood Sea avatars, the 4 Heavenly Kings and Pig Demon staying behind? Even the joint attack of the 12 Desolate Venerables was fruitless, so what could the 8 of them do? Even if they wanted to use the Heaven-Sundering Bow, There was no need to use it here. And they could retreat to the forbidden land of rising sun first and wait for the right moment. Such as if the Tianji beast really did not give up and chased after them, it would still not be too late to use the heaven-sundering bow and kill them all. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian also had the intention to retreat. Bao Yuan's eyes flashed with unwillingness and annoyance as he let out a long sigh. At this moment, just as he was about to send a message to Pig Demon to retreat, and at the same time, he waved his hand to recall the 4 heavenly kings, the skeleton, and the blood mist avatars back into his body. Along with an earth-shattering roar, an earth-shattering change suddenly descended without warning. Chapter 4962. Roar. You want to leave just like this? Don't you think it's too ridiculous? The next moment, the celestial mystery beast raised its head and roared angrily. The voice of the celestial mystery beast was heard. Halfway through, its voice suddenly became stern. I just said that today, no one here can leave. Buzz? As soon as the 2 roars fell, an incomparably deep buzzing sound suddenly rang out from within the terrifying figure that was 400 million miles wide. With this buzzing sound, with the celestial mystery beast as the center, within a radius of 100 billion miles, the entire vast and boundless void trembled slightly. An invisible force shrouded this vast and boundless void. This was the power of some kind of heavenly law, which was triggered by the activation of some secret method of the celestial mystery beast and resonated with it. Bang! Bang! At the end of the line of sight, 2 earth-shaking booms rang out. The 9-headed blood dragon and the cyan sky rock, who had already fled more than 90 billion miles away, came to an abrupt halt. Judging from the noise, it was as if they had bumped into an indestructible mountain peak and were directly knocked back. They even had a bump on their heads, on their hearts. In shock and anger, the 9-headed blood dragon and the cyan sky rock raised their heads and roared angrily. Instantly, they roared unwillingly, "Oh, damn it, what happened? Had the void been sealed? Why is there an invisible barrier in front of us all of a sudden?" Screech, just a little bit more, just a little bit more. It's just a few billion miles. We almost rushed out, but now we're trapped. What bad luck. It was no wonder that they were so sad and indignant. This invisible barrier that suddenly appeared in the void without any warning was just a few billion miles in front of them. With the speed of the 9-headed blood dragon and the cyan sky rock, such a short distance would be left behind in 2 or 3 breaths at most. But now, everything was too late. The void was sealed. Even if it was only a few billion miles, it was no different from a natural moat for them now, which they could not cross at all, not only here, but also in several other directions. Although the 4 human race desolate supremacies from the immortal court and 10 absolute celestial palaces had yet to escape 100 billion miles away, when they saw the 9-headed blood dragon and azure sky rock colliding head-on with the invisible barrier in front of them, not only did they get a huge bloody bump on their heads, they even bounced back. As their hearts skipped a beat, they waved their hands almost reflexively. 4 lights of different colors blasted out in an instant. In half a second, they had already reached the area about 100 billion miles ahead. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. An explosion rang out, shaking the heavens and earth. The void 100 billion miles away rippled like fish scales, but it quickly stabilized. This invisible barrier that enveloped 100 billion kilometers was clearly extremely stable. The 4 desolate supremacies' full-powered attacks did not even manage to crack open a tiny crack. All it did was produce a layer of scales before it was restored to its original state. Seeing this scene, the 4 human race desolate supremacies who attacked had despair in their eyes. Their figures that were charging forward also came to an abrupt halt in the void. In other directions, Bloody Unicorn, 9 Netherworld Demon Crocodile, and the others who were about to test the waters also came to an abrupt halt. Their eyes were filled with rage and despair as they turned to glare at the celestial mystery beast. I have said that none of you can escape. This is a nomological barrier formed by the resonance of the laws of the void. If you are not in the heavenly Tao realm, even if you self-destruct nearby, you will not be able to forcibly break it open. At this moment, the celestial mystery beast's voice sounded again. It was filled with endless disdain and mockery, like a cat playing with a mouse. Why aren't you running? Kikik, all of you can stay. I'm not in a hurry. I will deal with you one by one. In the end, all of you will die. Roar. In the end, there was another angry roar. The celestial mystery beast's beehive-like head slowly turned. There seemed to be two streaks of light flashing across its two facets. It was as though its eyes were locked onto D-Air in another direction. Everything will begin with you, D-Air. Swoosh. Rumble. Before he finished speaking, the celestial mystery beast's colossal body had already charged out. It was like a giant star streaking across the void. In the blink of an eye, it was only a few billion miles away from D-Air. It's out of the 6 arms of different shapes on his body, one of them suddenly lifted up. Even though they were billions of miles apart, he did not say anything and threw a punch at D-Air. Damn it. Everything happened too quickly. D-Air, who had fled nearly 50 billion miles away, did not expect such a shocking change in the situation. By the time he snapped to his senses, it was already too late. Tens of billions of kilometers was nothing to a heaven legacy beast whose cultivation level had reached the true heavenly Tao realm. Furthermore, its body was massive, reaching 400 million kilometers in length. In the blink of an eye, the celestial mystery beast had already closed in. The terrifying power of the punch caused D-Air's electronic consciousness to be slightly disrupted. Screech, whoosh. In his fear, D-Air raised his head and let out a fierce howl. At the same time, there was a sharp sound of something tearing through the air. Following that, he suddenly waved his hand and a streak of green light shot out. In the blink of an eye, it was already hundreds of millions of miles away from him. It was the green jade ruler that he had previously suspended above his head. In the next moment, although the jade ruler had abruptly stopped, it suddenly expanded in the void. In the blink of an eye, it was tens of millions of miles long. It was like a star. At the same time, within the incomparably huge jade ruler, a blinding green light bloomed. In a flash, it transformed into a green light screen that was nearly 100 million miles in diameter. Bang! Whoosh! Kachacha! Almost at the same time, the celestial mystery beast's giant fist had already arrived. The moment it made contact, the green light screen shattered inch by inch like a thin layer of ice. At the same time, the green jade ruler's body that had expanded to the size of a star also shattered. This was the full-powered attack of a true heavenly Tao realm expert. Although the green jade ruler was a primordial treasure, it was still unable to withstand it. After it completely shattered, it instantly turned into specks of green light and quietly dissipated in the void. However, even though the jade ruler had shattered, it was still unable to completely block the terrifying power of the punch. The celestial mystery beast's giant fist stopped in front of the shattered green jade ruler. However, the invisible shockwave from this attack instantly traversed hundreds of millions of miles in the void and arrived in front of D-Air. Caught off guard, it struck him in the chest. Boom! A loud sound came from the sky. D-Air's figure was like a small boat in a stormy sea. He was instantly sent flying backward. Boom! At the same time, the voice of Di's divine sense rang out again. Don't worry, this blow will only seriously injure you. I won't kill you. That would be too much of a waste. Maybe you don't know that the only reason you were born is to be devoured by me after countless years. Chapter 4963. Don't worry, this attack will only seriously injure you. I won't kill you. That would be too much of a waste. Perhaps you don't know, but the only reason you were born is to be devoured by me after countless years. As his figure rapidly approached, he sent D-Air flying with a punch. Di's divine consciousness voice rang out again. It could be heard clearly in the entire vast and boundless void. At this moment, everyone, including Yi Xian, subconsciously looked at D-Air. The expressions on everyone's faces were very complicated, and the meaning in their eyes was even more indescribable. Because, after D had merged the entire Tianji clan into the Tianji beast, he had entered the true heavenly path realm. Although he had not fully recovered from the injuries he had suffered during the heavenly path thunder tribulation, And even his realm had not completely stabilized, the Heavenly Path realm was still the Heavenly Path realm. From a certain point of view, compared to D-Air and everyone present, he was now an even more powerful existence. An existence of this level, who could shake the power of the Heavenly Path in a part of the world, was already incomparably arrogant. In their eyes, everything else was just an ant. How could an existence of the Heavenly Path realm lie to an ant? It could be said that although his words were extremely shocking and could even be said to be cruel, almost no one, including Yi Xian, doubted its authenticity. In fact, Di Yi's actions had indeed proven this point. With his current cultivation strength, if he were to punch D-Air's body at such a close distance, there was almost no chance for the latter to survive. The only result was that he would die on the spot. But, at this moment, although D-Air was seriously injured, and even his consciousness was a little blurry, his body flew backward like a kite with a broken string. In the blink of an eye, he had traveled billions of miles. Within his body, there was a low rumbling sound continuously. Clearly, some of the complicated components in his body had fallen into chaos. If this were to happen to a living creature of flesh and blood, this was clearly the rhythm of an internal organ injury. It was extremely serious, but no matter what, D-Air had indeed survived. He did not die on the spot, and from the current situation, it seemed that there was no possibility of him being seriously injured or dying. This was clearly the result of D-E deliberately holding back and not wanting to take his life. While the only reason why D did this is that, as he said, he left D2 alive and waited until after the war to devour him. Screech. Not only were Yi Xian and the others certain of this, but even D-Air himself was aware of this. Here at this moment, his consciousness was a little chaotic due to the disorder of the important components in his body. His body maintained its balance as he flew backward into the distant void. An incomparably mournful scream came out of his mouth, frightening those who heard it. No. I don't believe it. He was not from the human race. Instead, he was the same as the Tianji race's leader, Di. He was a mechanical life form created by the human race's technological pioneer. Xingbo. D-Air had always had complicated and special feelings for Xingbo. He didn't dare to say that he saw him as a father, but at the very least he respected him as much as a teacher. Previously, when he found out from Yi Xian that Xingbo was not dead and that his identity was so mysterious and strange that even Di might not have betrayed him and had always known the secret that Xingbo was not dead, D-Air had already experienced a painful struggle in his heart. All this time, in his heart, Di was the traitor and the culprit behind Xingbo's murder, and he was Xingbo's successor, protecting the human race's technological camp in place of Xingbo, never leaving or abandoning him. Everything that he found out earlier was already a huge blow to him, and it could be said that D-Air had made it through with great difficulty. Now, D actually said that his birth was only created by Xingbo and left for D-E to devour. Such a fact was too cruel to D-Air, and it was tantamount to destroying his spirit. It was because of this that he was so unwilling at this moment. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was crazy. The blow was too heavy, and he couldn't accept it. Even if he vaguely guessed that this was the truth, he would rather lie to himself than admit it. Unwilling to accept it? That's really sad, but I can understand. After all, it's too cruel. Before D-Air's ruthless howl had died down, Di's divine sense voice sounded again, revealing a sense of ridicule. Unfortunately, the truth is the truth, and there is no room for doubt. There should be layers of seals in your body, right? As your cultivation and strength increase, the seals will also be undone layer by layer. At this point, there should only be 2 or 3 seals left. Don't worry. I will personally unseal the last 2 or 3 seals for you later. When that time comes, you will have matured, and it will be time for you to devour. Screech. As soon as he finished speaking, D-Air once again raised his head and let out a ruthless howl. Compared to before, it was even more mournful. D was right. There were indeed layers of seals in his body, but because D-Air had not been by Xingbo's side for long, he did not know what these seals were used for. Even more so, as for whether there were such layers of seals in Di's body, he also did not know. After all, he was first created by Xingbo, and after Di. When Xingbo first created him, he had already left layers of force fields in his body. These force fields were both potential and seals. Over the years, Air broke through layer by layer, and his cultivation and strength increased accordingly. Not long ago, there were only 3 layers of force field seals left in his body. At that time, his cultivation and strength had already reached the late stage of the remote antiquity Almighty. According to Air's deduction, if he broke through another layer of force field seals, his cultivation and strength would definitely soar as a result. It should not be a problem for him to break through to the early stage of the remote antiquity supremacy in a short period of time. In fact, it was indeed so. After he broke through the outermost layer of the 3 force field seals, Air instantly had the cultivation of a second stage Desolate Venerable, leaping to the early stage of the Desolate Venerable. According to the extent of this increase, he even deduced that if he broke through the remaining 2 layers of seals, his cultivation and strength would most likely soar to the late stage of the Desolate Venerable realm, or even the Great Circle of the 9th stage, which was half a step into the heavenly way. After his cultivation had stabilized, he had thought of breaking through the seals again. However, later on, because he knew the secret that Xingbo had not died, Air had doubts about the last 2 layers of seals. Therefore, although he had hesitated several times, he did not break through. For example, today, when he suddenly heard such words from deep, the shock and sorrow in Air's heart could be imagined. Ruthless. Ruthless, ruthless, ruthless. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. All of this flashed through his mind. Coupled with the confusion in his consciousness caused by the disruption of the important components in his body, Air was on the brink of insanity at this moment. After raising his head and roaring a few times, he abruptly stopped. His body also quietly stopped moving in the void. It looked as if his flesh and blood had fainted. Chapter 4964. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Ruthless, ruthless, ruthless. Perhaps it was because the blow was too heavy, or perhaps it was because some of the important components in his body were in chaos, causing his consciousness to be in chaos. At this moment, Air was on the verge of madness. He raised his head and roared. After letting out a few earth-shattering, ruthless roars, he suddenly stopped. Even his figure quietly stopped moving in the void. It was as if his flesh and blood vitality had fainted. This scene shocked everyone. Even Yi Xian shook his head and sighed. Tang Tang, the supreme being of the remote antiquity, was so angry that he fainted. It could be seen how painful the torment Air was going through right now. It was truly a pity. Kakik, that's it? Are you pretending to be dead, or did you crash? The celestial mystery beast glanced at Air, who had already fainted, and let out a disdainful sneer. Then he retracted his gaze and ignored him. He was in existence at the heavenly Tao realm. Even if Air was in his peak condition, there was no way for him to escape once his aura was locked onto, let alone the fact that he had fainted. No matter where he went, he would be caught up and dragged back. He definitely had to devour Air, but this was not urgent. Besides Air, there were still 18 desolate Zune-old monsters in this vast void that was sealed in a radius of 100 billion miles. For example, now that they were all trapped here, there was no way for them to escape. Even if they joined forces, they were no match for the celestial mystery beast. If he killed them one by one, he could finish them off in a very short time. Then wouldn't it be even faster to devour Air calmly? I've said it before. Today, none of you will be able to escape, Human Race Federation. Is that so awesome? All these years, you have been fighting with my celestial mystery clan. Today, I will kill all the desolate Zune-old monsters of your Human Race Federation. After retracting its gaze, the heavens mystery beast raised its head and roared. Then, the chi in its body spread out and locked onto the several desolate Zune-old monsters from the Human Race Federation. Among the 22 desolate venerable old monsters that joined forces to surround the Tianji beast, there were a total of 8 desolate venerables in the magic hall led by Yi Xian. They were the 3 blood sea avatars, the 4 heavenly kings, and the old pig spirit. They were all peak desolate venerables at the 9th rank great perfection. Division in addition, there were 5 from the Star Alliance, and the remaining 9 from the Human Federation. This is among the 9 desolate venerable old monsters. D-Air and his 2 mechanical beasts took up 3 of them. Now, all 3 of them were dead. His of the remaining 6, the desolate sovereign of the blue jackal of the Temple of Glory had fallen. Such as, in the end, only the wild bear desolate sovereign from the Temple of Glory was left, along with 4 other human desolate sovereigns from the imperishable star and the 10 ultimates celestial palace. All of them were at the advanced stages of their Tier 7 cultivation. After the desolate venerable old monsters were definitely at the level of the core grand ancestor in any race. Their position was so high that others could only look up to them. But now, as the TNG beast's consciousness locked onto them, the 5 desolate venerable old monsters from the Human Federation shuddered. Their faces changed in an instant. Without hesitation, they turned around and fled in different directions. Even though this space had been sealed off by the Heaven's Legacy beast with the power of laws, there was still 100 billion square kilometers of space within that invisible barrier. With their speed, they could at least buy themselves some time by moving around this area. Roar! Among the 5, the wild bear desolate sovereign, who was the largest, raised his head and roared. He immediately shrunk his body. His huge body, which was originally thousands of miles long, was like a deflated balloon. In the blink of an eye, he shrunk to only a few feet. As his body shrank, not only did his movements become more nimble, his speed also became faster. More importantly, the strength of his physical body had also increased because of this. This was clearly the rhythm of giving up on counterattacking and putting all his strength into defending himself. Matter in fact, the TNG beast's first target was not him at all. Although the wild bear desolate sovereign came from the Temple of Glory, which was the original headquarters of the 10,000 Reapers Federation, he was not a human. The entire 10,000 Reapers Federation was still dominated by humans. Therefore, De's interest in the other 4 desolate venerable old monsters was obviously greater than his. At this moment, his terrifying body that was 400 million miles long was rushing straight to the right. The one who was escaping in this direction was actually a desolate venerable old monster from an eternal dynasty. There was a brass bell hanging above this desolate venerable old monster's head. It exuded an extremely ancient aura. There was even a dark golden light curtain pouring down, protecting his body. He was also very fast. He did not rush straight to the right. After all, there was an invisible barrier in front of him. Instead, he zigzagged through the void, trying his best to avoid being locked on by the TNG beast's aura. Unfortunately, it was all in vain. The desolate venerable old monster who was in the 7th rank was indeed very powerful. However, for the TNG beast who had truly stepped into the realm of heavenly Tao, he was nothing. Whoosh! An extremely sharp sound broke through the air. Although the TNG beast's body was extremely huge, 400 million miles long, his speed was too fast, and he was extremely agile. Along with this sound, in just a breath's time, the huge TNG beast had already closed in on the desolate venerable old monster's back. Among its 6 arms of different shapes, one of them instantly struck out. Boom! Bang! This scene gave people a very strange feeling. The Heaven's Secret Beast's arm was too massive, like a gigantic pillar that held up the sky. As for the human race's desolate supremacy, who was hurriedly escaping, compared to it, he was as tiny as a firefly. In fact, including the comparison of strength, it was the same as well. A desolate venerable old monster who was in the 7th rank would definitely be able to withstand the full power attack of a true heavenly Tao elite. With this punch, the void exploded. It did not shatter inch by inch, but completely explode. Along with the earth-shattering boom, the desolate venerable old monster who was escaping in the distance directly exploded without any suspense. He turned into a cloud of blood mist and dissipated. Just like that, his body and soul were annihilated. While, however, to the humongous Heaven's Legacy beast, all of this seemed like a trivial matter. One after exploding a desolate venerable old monster with a punch, he immediately retracted his fist. The huge beehive-like ridged head turned slightly, as if there were 2 rays of light shooting out, sweeping towards the back left. Next is the second one. At the next moment, Di's divine sense voice sounded again. When it entered everyone's ears, it made everyone's body tremble uncontrollably. In just a breath's time, the Human Federation had lost a desolate venerable old monster who was in the 7th rank. This terrifying battle strength was simply outrageous. Whoosh! With a sharp sound breaking through the air, the Tianji beast changed its direction. Its huge body instantly turned into a ray of light and shot towards the back left. Chapter 4965. Whoosh! Accompanied by an extremely sharp sound, the Heaven's secret beast, which had just blown up a late-stage desolate supremacy with a punch, changed its direction at this moment. Its huge body instantly turned into a beam of light and shot towards the left. The one who was escaping in this direction was also a late-stage human race old monster, but he was from the Tenju Celestial Palace. At this moment, after feeling the Heaven's secret beast's aura lock onto him, this late-stage old monster was so frightened that his soul almost left his body. He raised his head and let out an extremely shrill roar, revealing endless unwillingness and struggle. He knew that under such circumstances, facing the pursuit of a true heavenly Tao realm expert, and with his aura locked onto, there was no possibility of him escaping. If it was not so, how could the Huang Zun of the Imperial Dynasty, who came from the human clan like him and was also a rank 7 old monster, be so easily blown up by the Tianji beast with one punch? He was unwilling, but he could not change anything. He could not change the outcome of his death today, and it was immediately. In the blink of an eye, the Heaven's secret beast, whose body was larger than a giant star, had already caught up to him. Without any hesitation, it still punched out lightly. The power of this punch was also extremely shocking, and the void exploded because of it. It was not shattering inch by inch, but exploding completely. Hiss! Realizing that death was near, the human race desolate supremacy from the Tenju Celestial Palace raised his head and let out a roar. His blood-red eyes were completely red, and he actually spread out his beard and directly self-destructed. Boom! In the next moment, there was an earth-shattering boom. In front of them, the old monster of the late stage of the human clan, who was originally fleeing, directly exploded without any suspense, turning into a cloud of blood mist that spread out. Just like that, his body and soul were destroyed. However, even so, such an attack, to the Heaven's secret beast, could not cause any harm or even threaten it. The punch that had already been thrown out did not retract because of this, but continued to be thrown out. The air was exploding, and the energy was wreaking havoc. A formless and terrifying hurricane appeared out of thin air, and like a violent gale sweeping up fallen leaves, it directly blew away the terrifying energy produced by the self-destruction of this late-stage old monster from the Tenju Heavenly Palace. This scene was truly too ironic. A 7th rank advanced stage old monster had chosen to detonate himself when he was unable to escape, but even then, he was actually unable to cause the slightest injury to his opponent. It was simply a pity. In the blink of an eye, the Human Clan Federation lost 2 elder monsters in the advanced stage. Putting aside D-Air and his 2 mechanical beasts, the Human Clan Federation originally had 7 desolate elder monsters here. But now, there were only 3 left in the blink of an eye. The Celestial Palace, the Everlasting Dynasty, and the Temple of Glory each had 1. Even if D-Air did not die, there were only 4 of them left, and the 2 mechanical beasts under his command were clearly difficult to fuse again, at least for the time being. Before this battle, the Human Clan Federation had 9 desolate elder monsters, but now, only 3 of them were alive and kicking. This scene was so shocking that the Scarlet Unicorn, 9 Phantom Demon Crocodile, 9-Headed Blood Dragon, Azure Sky Rock, and Bloodthirsty War Lion were so frightened that their eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. At this moment, they were really afraid. Compared to the Human Federation, they only had 5 desolate elder monsters. Although they were all still alive, it was not because of their own reasons. They were still alive because the Heaven's secret beast that DE had fused with had a greater grudge against the Human Federation and had always chosen to attack them first. But once the Human Federation's desolate elder monsters were all dead, the next unlucky ones would be either the Magic Hall or the Star Alliance. In the end, if they did not think of a way to get out, they would still die here today with no chance of survival. Roar! Everyone, we can't be passive like this anymore, we have to think of a way to get out. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, the Scarlet Unicorn raised his head and roared angrily, and immediately communicated with the other surviving desolate elders through divine sense. Everyone, think of a way to get together when the time is right, and then work together to attack this invisible barrier. No matter what, this is our last chance, we have to try. He did not dare to roar directly with his divine sense, because if that was heard by the heaven's secret beast, there would be no chance. At this moment, as the blood-colored Qilin secretly transmitted his voice, all of the desolate Zune old monsters trembled slightly and their eyes flickered. It was obvious that they had reached a consensus. Once they saw the opportunity, they would instantly gather and join forces to attack. However, Yi Xian was not interested in such a suggestion at all. He had once felt the true power of the heavenly path in the primordial void, and naturally knew that all this was futile. No, although he was not interested in joining forces with the Scarlet Unicorn and the others, now that the void had been sealed, Yi Xian's original plan of leaving and returning to the Magic Hall to launch a defense was obviously not going to work. He was also trapped. Either he killed the heaven's secret beast, or he could only be killed by it. There was no choice. On the other hand, Yi Xian had obviously chosen the former. Therefore, in the current situation, it was clearly impossible for the heavenly fallen Bao to continue hiding this supreme ability. So, after making the decision, Bao Yuan immediately shook his head and sighed, and then immediately activated the power in his body. At the same time, he secretly transmitted a message to Old Pig, including the 4 heavenly kings, who were also summoned by him at this moment. Splash! In the next moment, there was a strange sound of water splashing around. The entire figure of the flesh avatar, the violent ape, and the black fog avatar instantly collapsed, turning into a sea of blood that spread out, enveloping a corner of the void of the universe. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At the same time, there was a sharp sound of breaking through the air. In the distance, the Void King, Blood Mosquito King, Taihun King, and Time King also turned into 4 streaks of light and shot over, disappearing into the sea of blood in the blink of an eye. This vast sea of blood appeared quickly and disappeared even faster. In the blink of an eye, it condensed into a small dot like a firefly and shot away, but it did not go far away. Instead, it went directly between the eyebrows of the skeleton avatar and disappeared in a flash. Woo, this battle is not going to be fun. Boss, Old Pig will hide for a while. Remember to beat this damned big guy up. If he doesn't beat him up, Old Pig will not be able to get rid of the hatred in his heart. As the 4 heavenly kings and the 2 Blood Sea avatars returned, Old Pig, who was behind the Blood Sea avatar on the right, raised his head and let out a roar. Then, his body turned into a streak of light. Spread out. When it came close, the skeleton avatar waved his hand and directly kept it into the Shenlong's treasure cauldron in his body. Everything should end now. At the same time, the divine sense voice of the skeleton avatar sounded faintly, and its eyes suddenly burst out a blazing purple gold light, and a strange aura instantly spread out like a raging river.